The story is about a world that is descending into chaos. To begin with, a computer game called Original Kingdom has captivated the world. There's not much time left for the virtual game to materialize into reality, and our protagonist will try to stop it. The guy who will try to change the course of events is called Louis. He's a player who used to take games lightly, but realized his mistake only when before his eyes an unknown guy pierced through the girl with a sword. But now Louis could only watch helplessly. He looked into the eyes full of pain of the wounded girl who cried out for her brother's help. After all, it was Louis' sister named Miko. The killer mercilessly plunged his sword into her chest and stared into the girl's distorted face, savoring her pain. Louis looked at the dying girl in horror, thinking only that he was her older brother and couldn't protect her. The protagonist lay on the ground, not having the strength to even stand up. He cursed the game, the real world, and himself. Louis did not understand what was his mistake that led to this outcome. At that moment, the stranger was already drawing his sword over his losing opponent. He approached Louis and with a wicked grin plunged his sword into his back. The assassin took great pleasure in his superiority. Louis felt terrible pain, and accepting the closeness of his death, only now began to realize that it was all because he was playing the game for fun. The stranger smilingly began to leave the scene, leaving the two men lying on the ground in pools of blood. Louis saw his little sister's face contorted in pain in front of him. Tears streamed from her wide-open eyes. He regretted that he hadn't taken the game seriously in the first place, because then their end wouldn't have been like this. He remembered that when their parents died, he had been the sole protector of his little sister. His main dream was to raise her into a successful man. He worked hard and the game was just entertainment. But no one knew that the game Original Kingdom will take over our world, and all players will get the abilities of game characters. This led to a world crisis. Before the battle, Louis told his opponent that he hated a world where the rules changed so easily. But now, more than anything else in the world, he hated himself because he accepted the game as a normal computer game and didn't see the danger in time. When the game took the real life of Miko, Louis hated his sister's killer for enjoying what he had done. The stranger didn't even realize that the hero, having gathered the remnants of his power, was now standing behind him. Sensing something wrong, the assassin began to turn around. His sixth sense warned him of impending danger. Gathering the rest of his strength, Louis charged at his enemy with a face contorted with anger. The unbearable pain of loss gave him strength. The hero ran up to the armed killer of his sister and threw a pile of shit at his head. Unfortunately, there was no other weapon at hand. The stranger was shocked by the stench and disgust. He realized that the hero had thrown the shit at him. Louis' strength left him. He fell to the ground, saying he had to fight back. The stranger was furious. After all, some weak level 1 player dared to raise his hand against him. No one had ever attacked him with shit in their hands before. Now Louis was ready to accept his death and looked at his enemy with defiance. He didn't hesitate, and in 2 jumps, after covering the distance between them, with one swing of his sword, he took the head off the shoulders of our hero. After a while, Louis woke up in his room and lay staring at the ceiling with a blank, detached look. The system notified the neighborhood that there were 8 hours left until the opening of the primordial realm and started asking if everyone was ready for the game. Louis sat up on the bed, not believing he was alive. After all, he remembered that he was killed by a level 20 player. The protagonist began to look around. It was a simple, ordinary room, but everything around him was painfully familiar. Louis got out of bed and only now realized that this was his old apartment in High City, where he had lived 3 years ago. He was completely lost because he thought it had been torn down long ago. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and a familiar voice sounded. Louis was surprised to see his little sister entering the room with a box in her hands. The girl started to talk about how the authorizers of the Firstborn Kingdom had arrived. Louis started to ask her what year it was and asked her for the exact date. Miko was very surprised and asked if he was okay, but Louis insisted on his question. He sat down on the bed with a confused look. Then Miko said that today is July 27th, 2030. After hearing these words, the protagonist got to his feet and walked to the window. The puzzles in his head began to come together. He realized what was happening. Louis looked out of the window at the city and realized that it looked the same as it did 3 years ago. It turns out that he was back to the day the original realm was first activated. Louis turned and looked at his little sister, making sure she was alive and well. He hugged Miko and thought that this time he wouldn't make any more mistakes and would do his best to become the strongest player. July 2030, the virtual game Original Kingdom was launched. And already on September 1st, it took over the real world, and all players received the abilities of game characters. The dregs of society and the lower stratum of the population received incredible powers in one night. And because of this, chaos and non-stop wars for money and power began. The protagonist, Louis, took the path of a player that only explores the world of the game, but died because of his low level. By some miracle of luck, he was reborn and returned 3 years back to the time when the game was first launched. Surprised by such a strong display of affection, Miko pushed him away and laughing started to say, "Are you crazy to hit on your own sister?" Louis took hold of his head and started to say, "I didn't hit on you, I'm just very happy to see you." He looked at his watch. There was only 1 minute left to start the Primal Kingdom game. Louis started to put on his glasses, realizing that it was 34 days until the original kingdom took over the real world. He then walked over to his bed and made himself comfortable getting ready to rejoin the game. The hero pressed the start button on his goggles and thought that in 34 days, he could become the strongest player. And when Louis began to dive into the virtual world, he already knew that he had to choose the power. As he entered the game, he found himself in a meeting of players. The mentor talked about showing them all what power was. First, the mentor demonstrated what a normal punch looks like, after which the stones sprinkled in all directions. Then he showed the players how to add power to a blow, and they saw the sword in his hand start to emit a glow. The next power attack looked breathtaking. It was an incredible speed. The destructive power of the strike impressed the watching players so much that they stood there with their mouths hanging open in amazement. The countdown ended, and the computer system welcomed a new player named Louis. He was delighted to see the game from the inside. Everything was so real here. Suddenly, some players started talking about deciding where to go to swing and level up. Another asked why they should swing, because the basis of the original kingdom is that all players unite and play the role of servants, and that they should unite and try to play together. The third player disagreed with them, but the first two decided to team up. Louis wasn't interested in teaming up with any other player. He knew that power was the main and most mysterious power of the players of the primordial realm, and it was the power that determined the difference between a super player and a normal player. Yoroi headed to the training pavilion with the thought that there was no division into battle classes. There was only a division on the weapons used. A fundamental part of a player's power lies in his mastery of a certain weapon. If his skill reaches 100%, then he will master the power. A few minutes later, our hero was already standing in the weapons pavilion. To his surprise, the room was empty. He had to choose his weapon, but Louis didn't know what would suit him best and wanted to try every weapon. The hero decided to start with the katana, which is his favorite weapon. It is a long, thin sword that is amazing in its lightness and sharpness. After 5 hours of training, he was notified that the katana was 100% mastered. Continuing to stand in a fighting stance, Louis began to say, "That means my weapon is cold." He decided to try something else and went to the system to select his next weapon. After only a few seconds, our hero was already standing in front of the training pole with a regular sword in his hands. At this time, outside the weapons pavilion in an empty corridor, some action began to take place. 2 players approached the pavilion, and the girl marveled at the fact that it was so real. The guy started to reply that this is a super extreme sport, and it's so much fun, and he's never had such an extreme experience before. The girl kept saying it's just low-level entertainment. I can't wait to see what we can unlock by leveling up. I wonder what this place is. Without hesitation, the players headed to the front door to see what was inside. The girl peeked inside and started to say, "It looks like there's someone inside." The guy started to answer, "It looks like a training pavilion. Look, there is already someone practicing there." As they entered the pavilion, they saw that there was only one person inside. Seeing how inspirational Louis was practicing, the guys decided to practice too. The players picked up their weapons. The guy opted for a katana and the girl held a spear. After a short practice, the players threw their weapons on the ground, deciding that it was boring. The girl began to say that here you can only raise the level of weapons and other things cannot be developed here, and that you have to hit 10,000 hits to get 100%. They decided it was better to raise the other levels, so they dropped their weapons and headed for the exit. Louis was perplexed. On the first day, he had mastered the katana sword and the halberd, but still no power. On the second day, the hero had mastered the spear, axe, shield, and hammer to the max, but the power never came. On the third day, Louis overheard a conversation between passing players. They were discussing who was at what level. One of them was 20 and the other 21. Our hero was confused. After all, it had only been 3 days and the other players had reached level 20. He was still at level 1. Louis thought maybe he should level up a few levels and come back. But he clearly realized that in order to become the strongest player, he needed to gain power. It's the foundation of everything, so he would keep practicing. A guy and a girl who had previously refused to train were passing by the weapons pavilion. They were saying that the punishment for dying in the primordial realm was too cruel because levels and experience were erased to zero. They went into the weapons pavilion, and the girl was very surprised to hear that this guy was still training in weapons. After all, battles are extreme entertainment, and the mirror realm is 1,000 times more fun. Maybe he knows some secret. Let's try to master one of the weapons. To which the guy started to object. He's been here for 3 days and there's been no change. Even if there is a secret, he's been looking for it for too long. The other players have already reached level 20 and they're so strong. He can't beat any of them. Hearing the insult against him, Lewis thought that if he took up a weapon now, he would blow them away in one blow. They wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch on him. The girl dragged the boy by the hand to the exit of the pavilion. They decided it would be better to raise the levels in the meantime. It's much more important. It was only on the 5th day of hard training that a notification appeared on the screen that Lewis had been awarded the title of Master Armorer for mastering 18 types of weapons. Louis lowered his head. He realized that now with any of the mastered weapons, he was able to use the skills and features of the other 17 weapons. With anger, our hero began to say so I have honed the skills to use all the cold weapons. Where is the power? Walking out of the cold weapons pavilion, Lewis looked at the door of the firearms pavilion and thought that maybe he was more suited to firearms. Heading to the firearms pavilion, he thought that maybe the power of firearms could only be awakened by high-level players. Louis stood in the doorway looking around the huge room of the firearms pavilion. He was once again surprised to find that no one was practicing in this room either. He was very worried. It had already been 5 days of his training, and the other players must have reached the 30th level by now. Choosing another weapon, Lewis thought that there were too many of them here. The primordial kingdom would take over the world before he could master every single one of them. But at that moment, he remembered how he had lost his closest person and paid with his life. Lewis grabbed another gun with anger. He realized he couldn't give up. After all, without power, he would never become the strongest player, even if it was his destiny to die again. Having already mastered 119 types of firearms, hero persistently continued to increase the skills of these weapons. At this time, a girl who had already seen Louis here twice looked into the weapons pavilion. She just wanted to watch him practicing. Walking through the empty weapons pavilion, she was deeply disappointed to realize that Louis had left. Walking out of the weapons pavilion into the hallway, the girl was very surprised to hear loud noises coming from the firearms pavilion. Despite her fear, she decided to see what was going on there. In the ransacked room, the girl saw Louis, who was giving off a glow. She was frightened, not knowing what was happening to him. At that moment, Louis realized that something very important was happening. He was notified that he had reached 100% proficiency with the gun, and that he had realized the power of resurrection. Louis was very pleased with himself because he had finally gotten the power, and now he felt much calmer before the impending disaster. The hero decided that now it was time to level up and catch up with the other players. He was still at level 1. His experience was 0 out of 100. From his active abilities, he had a powerful cover and flame power control. By gaining the title of Master Armorer, he has the ability to change the properties of weapons. Turning to the door, Louis saw a girl standing there humming something without looking in his direction. He walked out of the firearms pavilion, passing the blushing girl. The stranger's name was Wei, and she stood with her hands covering her face in embarrassment. At this very moment, another girl came up behind her and started yelling, "What's going on here, and why are you embarrassed?" Wei was scared. She didn't understand what was happening to her. She couldn't even speak a word. Well, I'll have to teach her what's what. Out in the hallway, Louis pondered the fact that only the right weapon for the player can awaken the power. He decided to go to the equipment store to buy a pistol, ammunition, and melee weapons. At that moment, the red-haired guy called his sister Wei. They needed to work out. Wei started to answer that she was practicing at the weapons pavilion. The guy was surprised and started to ask, "What you lost there? You said we were going to train." To which Wei began to reply, "I'm practicing to master weapons." Heading to the equipment store, Louis heard 2 guards talking. They were talking about the fact that there are about 10 million players in the original kingdom. Louis decided to buy a low-level white dragon pistol for 500, a regular bullet 3 boxes for 300, and a low-level dagger for 200. The total he paid was 1,000. The prices in this store unpleasantly surprised our hero. The in-game currency was equal to real money 1-to-1. The primordial kingdom was very overpriced. Louis looked at the knife he had bought with interest. He was sure that this knife would still play its role. The hero swung the knife a few times, and was glad that as a master gunsmith can any weapon to use the features of other 17. Next, the action takes place in the company's secret kingdom in the Mirror Kingdom department. Here, the player paying for the service creates his mirror copy and other players will fight against his copy. If the player wins, he will be rewarded with all the money from the gold reserve of the mirror copy and additional experience. If he loses, he will give all his money to the mirror copy. Heading to the mirror realm, Louis realized that the higher the balance of the gold reserve, the higher he would be in the tournament grid. Looking at the tournament grid of the mirror copies, Louis read that to participate in the battle, he must be 5 levels lower than the mirror copy. The payment for participating in the battle is 10% of the opponent's gold reserve. The protagonist thought about the fact that he is a first-level fighter with power, and that this was the right place for him. As he approached the revival point, Louis saw one player consoling his lost comrade. Our hero realized that the difficulty of the mirror copies was too high. The losing player began to say, "No levels, and no money I worked so hard to earn. I wish I hadn't joined the battle. I mean, it's all calculated. Not only do you die, but you lose your entire inventory." Louis stood pondering in front of the revival point. Meanwhile, the two players watching him began to discuss him. A guy with white hair named Ganzi started talking about this newcomer who decided to try his hand at the mirror realm. But he will lose everything he has. Standing in front of the monitor, Louis lingered on a player named Shining from level 5. His balance was 1,000. Louis realized that in order to raise his level, he had to fight. And not just fight, he had to win. The system started to ask if he was sure he wanted to fight against the mirror copy of Shining's player. And Louis thought again. Shining's mirror copy was ready to fight. The opponent stood ready to attack. Louis saw his legs trembling and tried his best to pull himself together. After all, he realized that he didn't want to play seriously, not only because time was short. The most important reason was his insane fear of battles. Having made up his mind, Louis confirmed his choice. After logging in, our hero received a notification that the payment for participation is 100 units and that the move begins. Now he must not leave the mirror realm. Finding himself in the mirror room, Louis stood opposite his opponent, whose weapon was a katana and equipment was a rookie suit. The countdown to the fight began. The hero was very nervous because it was the first time in his life when he went to fight someone of his own free will. His knees continued to shake from the tension, but Louis pulled out his gun and began to prepare for the fight. It didn't take long for his opponent to start throwing the first punch. Our hero managed to make the first shot, but Shining managed to dodge. With a powerful blow, he knocked the gun out of Louis' hands and started to strike the next blow. The hero was confused for a moment, but quickly reacted and pulled out his blade to protect himself from the katana's strike. Louis was angry at himself for not being able to control his fear. He had been given a chance to be reborn, and he's shaking with fear again. He needs to pull himself together immediately. At that moment, as a master weaponsmith, he activated the characterization changes of his short blade. The hero knew he had to win. After all, he is here to conquer this world. And Louis fended off his opponent's attack. He struck back. For the title of Master Weaponsmith is capable of exceeding the limitations of this level. The attack of his blade is now increased by half. Thanks to this, Louis easily smashed Shining's katana with a powerful blow and cut him in half. After the fight, the hero received a notification congratulating him on his victory over Shining's mirror copy. He earned 1,000 units and 1,000 experience points while leveling up. Louis was angry with himself. After all, despite winning, he still continued to tremble. Meanwhile, there were voices in the Great Hall of the Mirror Realm. Hans and his buddy were talking about how they had been looking for suitable players all day, but they hadn't found any. Ganzi's friend began to say that the battle system in the Mirror Kingdom was created by some sick pervert, to which Ganzi began to answer, in addition to the main participants of large guilds, ordinary players are difficult to win in the Mirror Kingdom. That is why we are looking for such players. At this time, Louis started to return after the battle from the mirror room. Seeing Louis back, a friend of Hans's started saying that guy won, so we need him. The green-haired player was very surprised that Louis was able to defeat a mirror copy 5 levels higher than him with almost no equipment. Ganzi started talking fast to request the current betting rate of a betting shop called the Backyard Garden, and his buddy immediately started sending the request. The players jokingly decided to open a bet on Louis' fight. When Hans's reply came back, he decided he would open the bets as soon as it was clear which mirror copy Louis had chosen for the next fight. Standing at the screen, Louis saw that he was now a level 5 player, and his cognitive power was 10 out of 10. Our hero realized that if he could not overcome his fear, he and Miko would die. He chose a level 10 player named Thunder. This player's balance was over 15,000 yuan. Louis lowered himself into the mirror room again. He was ready to continue the battle. The players who were watching our hero decided to see who he chose as his opponent. When they saw who Louis was going to fight this time, Ganzi and his buddy were horrified. Ganzi thought he was just imagining things. No one had ever done that before. But his buddy started to say no. He had indeed chosen a mirror copy of a level 10 Thunder Fighter. Ganza fell to the floor. He didn't realize things could turn out like this. Ganzi started to answer why this guy picked the strongest opponent. After all, there are 100 other 10-level spears out there. Ganzi's friend also sat on the floor and wrapped his arms around his head in despair. He began to ask, what about the bet now? With a frustrated look, Ganza began to reply, we have already requested an opening. We'll have to bet on it. Just don't tell anyone. I don't want anyone to know about something like this. Ganzi and his buddy opened bets on a fight between a level 5 Louis player against a mirror copy of a level 10 Thunder player. The other players took it as an easy opportunity to make money on the bets. In their opinion, Louis had no chance of winning a fight against the strongest level 10 mirror copy. In the primordial realm, players upgrade their equipment every 10 levels, and Louis is a rookie who only has a blade and a pistol. Therefore, he is not a threat to Thunder. The players were actively betting. Some of them bet everything they had. Ganzi and his buddy sat very upset because the total betting count was over 200,000, and all the players bet on Thunder to win. With tears in his eyes and biting into his shirt, Ganzi began to ask how we should live our lives. Meanwhile, the battle arena of the Mirror Kingdom was ready to receive the players involved in the confrontation. The first to enter the arena was the level 10 player Thunder. His weapon katana gear is a tenacious fighter. The second to enter was our hero, a level 5 player. His weapon is a pistol and dagger outfit rookie. The countdown began, and seeing his legs trembling, Louis angrily stabbed the dagger into his leg. Seeing the blood and feeling the pain, our hero forced himself to realize the reality of what was happening. In this way, he tried to overcome his fear of the upcoming fight. At that moment, the signal that the battle was about to begin sounded. Thunder was the first to make a quick lunge with his katana, but jumping up, Louis managed to avoid it. In doing so, our hero managed to shoot his opponent. The bullet from his gun struck the blade of Thunder's katana. The next moment, Thunder swung his katana again and Louis fired again, but our hero missed. Thunder knocked the gun out of Louis's hands with a powerful blow. The hero watched in horror as Thunder brought his katana down for a third strike and most likely the last victorious blow. Louis's eyes filled with determination not to lose this fight. He couldn't let this happen. Deflecting Thunder's blow, Louis began to fall. All he could think about was that he had to survive. After all, his life and his sister's life depended on it. Louis regrouped in time to take a defensive position. Thunder was ready for another attack. The hero was determined to fight to the last man. Even though he was a beginner, he may not have much experience, but he is not a weakling. But at the same time, he was facing the most powerful level 10 player who didn't have a single scratch on him. Louis began to think that he had chosen an opponent he couldn't beat, and that he shouldn't have done that. He should have chosen weaker fighters and not risen so fast. Preparing to defend himself, our hero has drawn his blade. He's ready to continue this fight. Louis's legs shake with the exertion. Thunder is far superior to him as a fighter. At that moment, he realized that to overcome his fear of fighting, he had to attack. It would be even more fun. Louis dodged another blow from Thunder. At that moment, he managed to stealthily pick up the pistol he had knocked out of his hands earlier. Thunder started attacking again, and Louis realized that it was time to act. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Thunder was about to strike again. Making a jump towards the enemy, Louis made an aimed shot. He managed to dodge Thunder's blow. The bullet whistled through the head of the mirror image of Thunder's copy of the fighter, causing him to stop with his katana drawn. Bouncing back to a safe distance, Louis stood at a complete loss, not believing in his victory. The hero watched as the mirror copy of his enemy began to disintegrate. Despite the trembling in his legs, Louis firmly knew that this was the only way he could become the strongest player. At this moment, a notification appeared on the screen that Louis had defeated the mirror copy of a level 10 Thunder player. Thanks to this victory, the hero earned more than 15,000 yuan and gained 15,000 experience points, and also raised his level from level 5 to 13. Unexpectedly for Louis, a third notification appeared on the screen. It said that he had obtained the power of rebirth. The hero had reached the ability of the development branch, and now he had the power of regeneration flame, which gave him the ability to regenerate a certain amount of life, as well as the power of invasion flame. Meanwhile, in front of the entrance to the mirror room, the players who had bet on Thunder's victory had surrounded Ganza and his comrade, demanding payment of their winnings. Ganzi was desperate. After all, if he and his companions surrendered now, they would have to give these players half of their money. Satisfied with such an easy bet on the defeat of the newcomer, bettors did not even suspect that the outcome of the battle could be different. Hansa didn't want to pay money to anyone. After all, despite the low odds of the rookie's victory over Thunder, the fight was not over yet. One of the players was very furious. He didn't even allow the thought that Thunder could lose. At this moment, a notification appeared on the monitor that a level 10 player named Thunder had been defeated in this battle. The bidders stood stunned with their mouths hanging open. Many of them had placed very high bets on Thunder's victory, and some were betting everything they had. Ganzi and his buddy were overjoyed to see the newcomer's victory as part of their own. They threw themselves into each other's arms, realizing how much they had earned. The losing bidders were burning with anger and hatred. Their heads were ready to burst from the incomprehension of what had happened. Meanwhile, Louis, tired and exhausted after a hard fight, returned from the mirror room. A greeting appeared on the screen to congratulate him on his victory, and also that he had obtained the power of rebirth, the power of flame destruction, and the power of flame invasion. Suddenly, as if in the distance, Louis heard the voice of his little sister Miko calling him to eat. Exiting the game, Louis saw how gloomy the city had become. Darkness was spreading through the already gray streets. Miko had brought breakfast consisting of Louis's favorite dishes. It was only now that he felt terribly hungry. Sitting with his mouth full, Louis couldn't stop thinking about the rules of the game in the primordial realm, and about the possibility of gaining new abilities. Watching Miko sit down at the table, Louis realized that he should choose the regeneration ability to recover from his wounds. This could help later in the real world. Watching his sister, Louis couldn't stop thinking that he would face many dangerous opponents, and the regeneration ability would help him build his team. Having made some conclusions for himself, Louis thanked his sister for the delicious breakfast. Despite Miko's entreaties to stay for a cup of tea, Louis went to his room. Miko followed him, and Louis did not hold back his emotions and hugged his little sister tightly. The girl was very pleased with the displays of affection from her brother, but jokingly she said that it was time for him to look for a bride. Meanwhile, in the Mirror Kingdom, the outcome of the game changed the position of the betting players dramatically. They begged Hansa to leave them some money. After all, some of them had bet all their family's money. But Ganzi refused. After all, the bets had been made honestly. He gloated over the gamblers who had lost huge sums. Suddenly, Ganzi received a powerful punch to the jaw. At that moment, the joy on his face was replaced by pain and anger. A fight broke out, but Ganzi could not even dodge the blows. There were too many who wanted to hit him. He recognized the fighter who attacked him. It was a guy from the New Order Guild in charge of the Mirror Realm, a player named Chen. Chen was demanding all the money he lost betting on Thunder's victory. He had bet too much on this fighter. Only now did Ganzi feel real fear. He realized that he had played too dangerous a game by betting on the fight between Thunder and the newcomer. Meanwhile, more and more disgruntled players were gathering in the hallway of the Mirror Kingdom. Ganzi started to make excuses. I just opened the bet and didn't know that the rookie would pick the mirror copy of Thunder. But Chen was furious. He started to say maybe so, but right now you're the biggest winner. And if not here, then in the real world, you and I will meet and talk differently. Chen threw the next punch, and a terrified Ganzi started saying, let me give you everything I want on this bet. You can have all my winnings. Just don't hit me. But I have nothing more to offer you. Chen started to answer, I don't want your money, but I want you to help me, and you will help me. Meanwhile, after a delicious breakfast, Louis was about to return to the game. He had no idea about the events that had played out in the Mirror Kingdom. Approaching the screen, he began to choose the power of the recovery flame. The hero firmly decided not to stop there. A notification popped up on the screen that the player Louis had received the power of flame recovery ability and a new title of privateer. After receiving the title of privateer, the hero was rewarded with double attributes. Now some of his attributes surpassed 100. Louis stared at the screen in amazement. He couldn't believe his accomplishments. He didn't care that his other attributes had only reached level 13. After all, with the new strength bonus, he was now level 26. Choosing his next opponent, Louis fixed his gaze on a level 20 player named Thunder, who was ranked 6th and had a balance of 152,000 yuan. For a moment, Louis wondered if he could defeat this Thunder with his current strength. Smiling, he made a firm decision that the level 20 Thunder would be the one he would test his new power on. A notification popped up on the screen asking if the hero had agreed to battle the level 20 Thunder. Louis had one last chance to decline the battle or confirm his choice. Meanwhile, in the backyard garden betting shop, the betting players were still reeling from Louis' previous victory. Some of them were crying as they realized they had lost everything they had. Ganzi was laughing, happy to have won a tidy win, even though he'd gotten a great deal. Meanwhile, one player started talking, I thought the previous fight was incredible. But now I found something more interesting. Look, this guy's really cool. Ganzi started to reply, someone from the New Order opened bets on the new fight, and I bet on Louis, winning 300,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Louis was already entering the mirror realm. He only had to traverse a corridor to get to the fighting arena. Ganza's friend saw that he had bet all his money on Louis's victory and was very scared that Chen and the guys from the guild would come after them again. But Ganza was sure Chen wouldn't do anything to him now, and even if he tried, he wouldn't get any support from the new order. Seeing his buddy's frightened eyes, Ganza only now realized that it was Chen who had made his buddy announce the new fight and the bet on Louis. But Ganza thought there was no point. No one would bet on Louis. After all, the odds of him beating a level 20 player are too low. With only seconds to go before the fight began, and the betting players were still pondering who to bet on. Meanwhile, inside the battle arena of the Mirror Realm, Louis and his opponent heard the countdown to the battle begin. Standing in front of his opponent, Louis could even feel the power emanating from him from a distance. After all, Thunder was a level 20 player and dressed in advanced armor gear. His weapons were twin katanas. Louis was level 13. His weapons were a pistol and a dagger. The equipment is beginner's armor. Pondering his characteristics, the hero began to plan the course of the upcoming battle. Louis realized that with the amount of cognitive power he had, he only needed to anticipate the moment to destroy Thunder. The sound of battle began. The fighters rushed at each other with lightning speed. Thunder was skillful with his katanas. Louis chose the pistol. He realized that thanks to the attributes he had attained in the previous battle, he was now equal in strength to his opponent. With joy, Louis thought that now the fights with high-level opponents would not be as intense as they were in the beginning. Realizing how much stronger he was, the hero boldly went on the offensive. His previous victories had given him strength and confidence. Holding Thunder's katana with his blade, Louis took aim at his opponent's head. The hero was determined to finish off his opponent, but something kept him from firing. Seeing the face of his enemy so close for the first time, Louis was very surprised. After all, he had seen those eyes before. Taking advantage of the hero's confusion and swinging his katana, Thunder bounced away. Louis couldn't understand why he suddenly remembered this man, and why he was so afraid of that gaze. He didn't understand what he was so afraid of and why he stopped his attack. Was he afraid of dying again? Standing at a distance, Thunder watched Louis' confusion and was about to deliver a devastating blow to the cocky newcomer. Preparing to fend off Thunder's attack, Louis began to think, if I don't pull myself together, I will lose and never grow up. Louis saw Thunder's eyes light up with anger and hatred. He began to raise his weapon in preparation for the fight. Seeing Thunder move towards him, Louis ran towards him, deciding that the best defense is offense. Thunder lunged with his katana, but Louis dodged as he got closer and closer to his opponent. Thunder didn't have time to make his next strike and realized too late that Louis was too close. Grabbing Thunder by the throat and pointing the gun at his head, Louis started to say, "No, I've grown up. I'm different now." The hero decisively pulled the trigger, and a deafening shot rang out in the mirrored room, ending the fight. A notification appeared on the screen congratulating Louis on his victory over level 20 player Thunder. Thanks to this victory, Louis had earned 150000 yuan and had achieved the ability to choose a development branch. Tired and drained after the grueling battle, Louis started to return from the mirror room. Meanwhile, the betting players had gathered in the lounge room. They were eagerly waiting for the end of the fight. The gathered were stunned by another victory of Louis, not understanding how he managed to do it again. A player who had lost his entire fortune fell to the ground in hysterics. Another player happily started shouting from that day on, "Louis is my god of wealth." So many players bet on Thunder's victory. They couldn't even guess that this newcomer would defeat a level 20 fighter. Ganzi was jumping for joy as he cheered another victory for Louis. His friend lowered his hands in thought. Interrupting Ganza's joy, his friend began to say, "Do you realize that now everyone knows that Louis is very strong? Having defeated Thunder from level 20, Louis has reached level 23. Now he can only fight against a mirror copy of a level 30 fighter. The rewards for level 30 mirror copies are very high, and the only opponent he is familiar with is Thunder." Ganzi started to reply, if Louis fights a level 30 copy of Thunder, he is in great danger. Back in the mirror realm, Louis realized that he had not only grown, but was far ahead of the other players. Looking at the tournament grid, the hero realized that he now had to destroy the mirror copy of a level 30 player named Thunder from the New Order Guild, who had a first-place balance of 430000 yuan. Louis knew that most players said that this level 30 mirror copy was invincible. Walking down the corridor, Louis heard players talking about how one very strong player zeroed in to take revenge against the 30-level Thunder, but had lost. Looking at the screen, Louis knew that New Order Guild had become the strongest guild thanks to this particular mirror copy. After all, the nickname Invincible Copy and Strongest Fighter was given to Thunder for a reason. A notification appeared on the screen, asking if Louis really wanted to enter the battle against the 30th level mirror copy of Thunder. After confirming his choice, Louis began to descend into the Mirror Room's battle arena. Player Chen, the player in charge of the Mirror Realm, began to open the betting for the upcoming battle between level 23 Louis and level 30 Thunder. Those players who hadn't lost all their money yet began to angrily place their bets. Seeing that Ganzi had bet again on Louis, his comrades started shouting, "You're crazy. Louis doesn't stand a chance in a match like this. He can't win this time." To which Ganzi with a smile began to reply that maybe you're right, but I still believe in this newcomer. Meanwhile, in the mirror room, the countdown to the fight was starting. The mirror copy of Louis' opponent was equipped with an unfading defense. Her weapon of choice was a katana. The hero still had his rookie gear. His weapons were a pistol and a katana. Louis thought he would invest the free character points he got into intelligence. He received a message that he had received the intelligence attribute. Standing with his back to his opponent, Louis waited in suspense for the countdown to end. At that moment, the signal to start the battle sounded. The hero was stunned to see the speed at which the opponent's katana was flying at him. Adopting a defensive stance, Louis held off Thunder with all his might. Activating his abilities, the hero tried with all his might to throw back the enemy katana. Holding the katana with both hands, Thunder felt that he did not have the strength to continue the attack. Throwing the katana away from his enemy and bouncing back at breakneck speed, Louis was about to attack. Realizing the strength of his enemy, the hero briefly fired a few shots. But the copy of Thunder was deservedly called invincible, and he easily managed to dodge. Without waiting for the next shot, Thunder made a lunge with his katana and rushed at the hero with lightning speed. Intercepting his opponent's katana, Louis held it with all his might with his blade. The powerful confrontation sent sparks flying from the weapon. Gathering his strength, the hero threw back the katana with a jerk. He barely had time to dodge the instant attack. Only now did Louis realize how much more powerful this mirror copy was than he was. But there was no time to ponder, for Thunder attacked again with a swift katana lunge. At the last second, Louis managed to dodge, miraculously avoiding defeat. The hero bounced back to a safe distance, trying to anticipate his opponent's next moves. Louis realized that even though he was level 46, the mirror copy was still pushing him too hard. Thunder was clearly stronger. The hero began to think, what if this is the full strength of my opponent? Then it's time to learn my blessing skill. Meanwhile, Thunder was thinking that the newcomer had put up a decent resistance. He should be finished with him as soon as possible. But Louis had already chosen the power he would use next. He was determined to win. Thanks to the blessing skill, the hero could plunge his opponent into one of 10 states of weakness: aging, lethargy, stupidity, fatigue, poisoning, hallucinations, perception, alteration, chaos, madness. At this moment, a notification came that the blessing skill had been learned. His title from private was upgraded to Stormtrooper. Louis' combat strength increased by 15 points, and all stats increased by 10 points. Louis started shouting, "Since I lack level, I will defeat you with my attributes." The hero activated the power of blessing for 1 minute. At the same time, all of his stats increased by 200 points. Looking at the enemy, Louis felt his body fill up with new strength. Louis thought that he only had 1 minute, but in that minute, he would finish off his enemy. Gathering to attack again, Thunder brought his katana up and headed towards Louis with determination. Thunder sprinted, wanting to end this fight as soon as possible. He was starting to get annoyed with this guy's stubbornness. Meanwhile, in the restroom of the Mirror Kingdom, all the players who had placed bets had gathered. Almost everyone was shouting in support of Thunder. Louis realized that if he won, it would mean that as the player who defeated Thunder, he would have incredible hidden abilities and properties of an undefeated fighter. Knowing that these are the stats of the strongest player, the hero fired a shot accepting Thunder's attack. The bullet flew past and Thunder rapidly began to shorten the distance between them. Dodging the katana's strike, Louis shot at his opponent. All his hope was in the pistol. After throwing Thunder back a decent distance, Louis shot him in the chest again. But his opponent was still on his feet. Not realizing how this was possible, Louis continued firing. The hero saw each of his bullets reach the target, but the enemy was still alive. Louis was confused. Not only was the opponent he shot not dead, but Thunder was about to attack. Watching the unharmed foe charging at him with his katana, Louis noticed a haze coming from Thunder. Reloading his pistol, the hero realized why no one had ever been able to defeat this mirror copy before. The Mirror Realm system works against players who engage in combat with a copy of Thunder. Thunder's attributes are many times greater than players of his level, and he has a passive ability that triggers in the dying moment. It's the power of death avoidance. Inserting a new clip, Louis decided that this time he would be the exception for this copy. At that moment, the furious Thunder began to attack with all his might. but Louis was ready to continue the fight. As he fired back, the hero began to think about whether it would be faster to run out of time with my blessing or your death avoidance power. Louis fired again and again, trying not to let his enemy get too close. The shots threw Thunder back, but he still continued to swing his katana furiously. At that moment, a notification sounded that the blessing had only 25 seconds left. Hearing that, Louis began to think, I can't lose. After all, I didn't get these awards just to defeat Thunder. The most important thing for me is to overcome myself from my past life. Hearing that there were 20 seconds left to the end of the blessing, Louis moved towards his enemy, deciding that he was no longer the same as he was unable to control his own destiny. Standing in front of his opponent at a safe distance from the katana, Louis continued to shoot at him. As he continued the fierce battle, Louis realized that with each battle and each new day, he was getting stronger for the sake of this fight. As he fired another bullet, Louis heard that there were only 5 seconds left for his blessing power to expire. Suddenly, Thunder's face contorted in terrible pain. This bullet had pierced his armor and entered his head, thus ending the strongest player. Seeing and understanding nothing, Grom dropped his katana and began to fall on his side. Looking at his defeated foe, Louis realized that Thunder's power of avoiding death had run out before his power of blessing. The hero calmly watched as the previously defeated invincible mirror copy of a level 30 player began to dissolve into space. Returning from the mirror room, Louis heard players talking about how he had now gained the incredible hidden abilities and properties of an invincible fighter. One of the players began to say these two titles have nothing to do with us. After all, we and the player with these characteristics are from completely different worlds. Now this newcomer is too high from us. He's been able to get there because of his incredible perseverance. We, on the other hand, are somewhere out there even below his knees, and we have a long way to go. Not paying attention to the conversations, tired of the hard battle, Louis went to the monitor. At that moment, a notification appeared on the monitor congratulating him on his victory over the level 30 player Thunder. Thus, Louis was rewarded with 43,000 yuan and raised his level from 13 to 28. Despite his fatigue, Louis enjoyed looking at how much his performance had changed. Meanwhile, the restroom in the mirror realm overflowed with emotions of anger and despair. Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Voices could be heard around that it was impossible to defeat a level 30 copy. Not understanding how such a thing was possible, Chen's facial expression began to change. He didn't want to accept such a result. It was only now that Chen began to realize what a big mistake he had made by placing such a huge bet on this fight. Meanwhile, after seeing the results of the battle, Ganza and his buddy were jumping for joy. With a laugh, Ganza started to say to his friend, "See, I told you that this newcomer will show himself." But Ganza's buddy grabbed his arm and said it was too early to get excited. They need to disconnect and move first. Meanwhile, in the real world, evening had fallen and the city slowly began to sink into darkness. Louis took off his glasses and returned to reality. Exhausted after the game, he sat tiredly on the bed. At that moment, Miko's voice came from behind the door and started to say, "Brother, you must be hungry. Let me buy some noodles." Louis looked at his little sister with joy and gratitude and started to answer, "No, Sayas. I'll treat you to a barbecue tonight. Come quickly, I'm very hungry. I made a lot of money in the game today. We should celebrate." So the boys hugged each other and went to the restaurant. For the first time in a long hour, they laughed and were happy for a while, forgetting about all the troubles. A new day was beginning, and the city didn't look as sad and gloomy as it had in the evening. After getting some rest, Louis logged in and made an important purchase. On the screen appeared a message that the approximate delivery time is 2 months. The hero was very upset because in 24 days the firstborn kingdom will take over the world. The delivery time is too long. He lowered his head in frustration. After all, the nearest stores didn't have this item either, so Miko would never be able to become a player. Accepting the hopelessness of the situation, he realized that in that case, he would have to try harder himself. The day was in full swing and Miko and his friend Eris decided to go for a walk. They walked through the city enjoying the sunny day. The girls enjoyed drinking juice and talking about different topics. Eris asked why Miko decided to invite her for a walk today. She wondered if something was wrong. Meanwhile, Miko was thinking about how she could introduce her brother to Eris as soon as possible. After all, she's beautiful from a good family and has a great personality. But Miko started to answer, "I just missed you and wanted to see you. But you've been missing lately." Miko couldn't bear the thought that her friend might have a boyfriend. She had already decided for herself that Eris would be her brother's girlfriend. Eris lowered her head, not knowing how to tell her friend about what was happening to her lately. After gathering her strength, the girl started to talk about what was going on with her friend, and the whole thing is that my parents made me play an online game. Miko was very surprised to hear such a thing from her friend. She thought that if this game is the original kingdom, She did not expect this from her calm friend. Further events unfolded in a very popular restaurant located in the center of the city. Chen punched the girl in the face and started yelling that he needed her to calm him down instead of consoling him. With her lips smashed, the unfortunate girl fell to the ground. Her face was twisted with pain and humiliation. Putting his foot over the poor girl for another blow, the enraged Chen continued to yell at her. Meanwhile, the waiters gathered in the corridor and watched what was happening. It wasn't the first time Chen had hit a girl, but no one was going to stop him. Seeing those gathered, Chen began to yell at them. Shivering with fear, the waiters started to run away, leaving Chen and his victim alone. Despite the fact that it was only a weak girl, Chen turned to her again, going to continue what he had started. At this time, suddenly his cell phone rang in his pocket. Thus, the unfortunate girl was saved from further beatings. Taking the call, Chen started to ask his interlocutor if he had found Louis's address. Upon hearing the answer, Chen became even more furious. After all, he had paid dearly to find Louis in real life. But the man started talking about how he had a plan, and that it would definitely work. Chen agreed to the plan, saying he would only pay the rest of the money after he found Louis. Meanwhile, Louis rested in the real world and returned to the game, leaving in the mirror realm. He realized that he had reached the highest level of mirror copies. He could not stay in this place any longer. The hero thought about what he should do now. After all, he must continue to train. Leaving the Mirror Kingdom, Louis decided to practice in the Destroyed Kingdom. Suddenly, the hero heard his shoe rattle. Closely examining his shoes, he realized that it was time to change his equipment, and went to the room to create and sell equipment to players. After all, uniforms are as important as weapons. Standing in front of the monitor, the hero began to choose a suitable gear for his level. Looking at the showcase, he chose a blue gear of level 20 that cost 200,000 yuan, or 20 royal essences. The prices were unpleasantly surprising, and Louis lowered his head frustratedly. After all, he wasn't willing to pay such an amount. The hero realized that there was a big disadvantage in the Mirror Kingdom. Here, you cannot earn royal essences to create equipment. Leaving the department of creating and selling equipment, the hero thought that he should go to the Ruined Kingdom. There he could easily earn royal essences to create 20-level blue gear. Even though he had enough money to buy this equipment, he realized that he needed this money to live in the real world. Louis entered the Ruined Kingdom and began to look around the team halls. He heard that the level 15 dungeon team was short 2 players with full equipment. The second announcement was that the level 25 dungeon team was missing 5 players with full equipment. The third announcement was that they needed 10 players above level 30 with full equipment. Standing to the side, Louis heard 2 players talking. They were talking about how 3 teams of the New Order Guild went on a level 40 chaos raid for 10 people, and after losing, all of the participants zeroed out and lost their gear. The players couldn't believe that the strongest New Order Guild teams had fallen, but they heard that one of the participants had gotten a 10x Shattered Realm reward for killing all the comrades. Louis looked at the rules of the Ruined Kingdom. They said that if he entered the dungeon, he could not get out until it was cleaned up. The hero knew that in the original kingdom, death in the Ruined Kingdom equaled nullification and loss of equipment. Therefore, every player here takes team recruitment very seriously. Louis approached a team of players above level 30. After all, there were 2 more people missing here. But one of the players of this team stopped Louis, saying that his equipment is not suitable. The hero went to the other team, but here he was also not accepted, saying that they don't need new players. In despair, Louis fell to the ground and started shouting that I had defeated a 30-level Thunder. Don't look at my gear, I'm definitely not weak. He was very frustrated that he had to go from the bottom of the ladder to raise his gear. That's a lot of trouble. But it was the only option. After all, the hero was determined not to buy equipment, but only to earn it. He stood there with his hands down, not knowing where to start. Starting to doubt the correctness of his decision, Louis heard someone addressing him. A stranger with red hair began to say, "We are 1 man short. Come join our team. This is going to be a dangerous level 35 raid, and we are just 1 player short. We have enough power to handle it on our own. All we need is a man to open the raid." Pondering the stranger's offer, Louis tried to remember where he had seen him before. Meanwhile, the guy kept saying, "If you don't want to, then I'll go look for others." The hero smiled after making a decision for himself and began to answer, "Stand, of course I will go." Heading towards his team, Chen waved his hand, inviting Louis to follow him. Seeing the player who had invited him leave quickly, Louis immediately followed him. It was a team of 10 people. A mission for their team appeared on the screen. It was a raid into the danger zone of the 35th difficulty level of the Ruined Kingdom in the city of Kanshu, which was located outside the Mushu mountain range. After that, a teleporter to the Ruined Kingdom began to open. Unfortunately, not everyone could pass through it, Players with a poor economy would have to walk to this city. Looking at the equipment of his comrades, Louis realized that the guys on this team are loaded with money. The player in the purple outfit looked at the hero from head to toe and began to say to his comrade that you were asked to find any player, but you chose someone you don't understand. But Louis didn't listen to him. He was looking at this player, realizing that more than half of the inventory of the players of this team level untimely. The hero covered his face with his hands. Seeing how strong the equipment of his comrades was, he was already beginning to doubt whether he had made a mistake by refusing to buy his own equipment. At this moment, Chen, who was in charge here, began to speak. Let's move out. I want to get level 40 today. Some guy came up to him and began to say, with level 40, you'll have to change your gear. Maybe you can give it to me. To which Chen began to answer, I am ready to exchange 3 things from my kit for your weapon. But the man who wanted to get rich refused the exchange. All the players' eyes lit up in anticipation of danger, and they went on their way. The area where the team of players was going was like a barren desert devoid of any life. The teleporter that had opened in the meantime had already docked with the terrain on the Musu mountain range near some rock. As it turned out a little later, it was a marvelous shape and color crystal deeply stuck in the ground. The first player began to step out of the passage and onto the sun-scorched ground. The players began to realize that their assignment would be a flag defense raid. It was both difficult and at the same time, a very dangerous assignment. Chen started giving out instructions to all attention to surround the crystal and defend it at all costs. The guys began to prepare for active defense. After all, whoever misses the monster and lowers the crystal's stock will pay all the costs out of his pocket. Waiting for his turn, Louis was still standing in front of the teleporter. He was thinking about the first time he would have to fight as a team. When he was the last to exit the teleporter, the hero froze in admiration as he saw a huge crystal glistening in the sun. The players heard the information that the teleport gate was closing and their mission was starting to load. A voice in space announced that they must defend the crystal for 3 attack waves. On a screen projected in the air, Louis read that the crystal's health is 100%. If it drops to 0, they will be considered defeated, the payback for which is the death of all players. At that moment, the hero heard shouts that the enemy is approaching. All players must prepare for battle. The hero saw the sky darken in an instant. The air became thick and impenetrable. A cloud of dust filled with eerie sounds was rapidly approaching them. It was a huge monster. These mutants were like red ants crossed with Asian hornets. It was as if the hornet leader had been mockingly stripped of his wings, making him rage even more. The hornets were gnashing their teeth like mad monsters. At the same time, they hissed like a furious, deadly swarm, deprived of the ability to fly but not to sting. One of the players took a fighting stance and told Louis to get closer to the crystal or they would bite him. This guy was immediately attacked by 3 monsters with bared fangs and hateful eyes. The fight began. With a battle cry, the player skillfully began to repel the attack of bloodthirsty mutants. The other guy also skillfully dealt with his opponents. Parts of their mutated bodies were flying around. Rallying together, everyone fiercely defended the precious crystal. The green blood of the monsters abundantly irrigated the long, thirsty ground. Moving away from the crystal at a distance, the players held a circular defense. In case the monster broke through the defenses, they left 1 fighter to defend the crystal. Louis watched with admiration the coordinated team tactics of the battle. It was obvious that these guys had been together for a long time. One of the striped, nasty creatures got too close to Chen, but the guy lightning sent its paws and head into free flight. There was silence, and the guys began to look at each other tensely, expecting some other trick. Distrustfully looking into the gray space, they still felt the danger coming from it, and for good reason. Suddenly, the monster that had crept up in the turmoil suddenly let out a wrenching roar, opening its double jaw and baring its fangs. With a powerful blow of its torso, it threw the player aside. Thus, one of these beady-eyed creatures managed to break through the defense. Like a madman, it rushed towards the crystal with only one last obstacle in front of it. That obstacle was Louis. The guy was tired of idly watching the others frolicking, and now he was even glad to have a closer conversation with this overgrown bug. At last he could prove himself. And with one precise swing of his blade, he severed the head of the vile bastard. Louis's eyes lit up with adrenaline and the desire to continue the battle. His spirit was eager to fight. But suddenly, the defeated creatures began to disappear into thin air. A notification appeared that the team was victorious. The second wave of monsters would be coming in 10 minutes. The players sat down to rest a bit and discuss the past and upcoming battle. They were very surprised that Louis in his rookie gear was able to kill a monster 10 levels higher than him. The guy who had caused the monster to break through to the crystal was very upset that he had let it happen. He was very disappointed that his friend Xiao didn't show up for this raid for some reason. At least the rookie didn't fail. One of the players asked Louis to join them in the next wave of defense. The guy sitting next to the hero smiled and suggested that the other players take Louis into their group. That way, he would also replace the missing Xiao in the rest of the raids. The dark-haired guy turned to Louis and began to say, "How about this idea, brother? Join our team, then you won't need to look for people to make your own." At first, Louis was very happy about this opportunity. After all, he had already seen how strong and experienced these guys are. Then the same guy began to ask Chen's permission. After all, in spite of his uniform, Louis had shown himself to be a good fighter. Chen started to answer, "I'm all for it. But before you join our team, you must provide your information. That way we can protect ourselves from the situation that happened with Xiao." This slightly puzzled Louis. After all, Chen wanted to know not only his phone number, but also his real place of residence. Chen went on to say Xiao had a hard time getting equipment like ours. I guess that's why he left. That's why we're having trouble with the monsters now. If you join our team, I hope you will agree that your equipment should match ours. And Louis thought about it. The hero saw how the eyes of Chen and the girl who stood next to him lit up with an unpleasant evil light. There was clearly something wrong here. Louis began to realize that this must have been their purpose in calling him to the raid. There were so many available players in the team halls, but they chose him among all of them. Meanwhile, Chen and the girl who was with him kept their eyes on Louis and sat frozen, waiting for an answer. Louis began to analyze everything carefully. Without knowing anything about him, he was entrusted to guard the crystal to see its power, and then invited to join his team on a permanent basis. But at the same time, they missed the monster. Now they want to find out where he really lives. Louis started to tell Chen, "You must be the Mirror Realms in charge from the New Order Guild. I see that you appreciated my efforts when I defeated the 30-level Thunder. That's why you gathered everyone here to find out my real address and then deal with me." Everyone was very surprised that Louis revealed their evil intentions. No one thought he'd do it so fast. Chen started making excuses. "How could you think that? You must have me confused with someone else." Pulling out his gun just in case, Louis went on to say, "I just wanted to raise some money and experience in the raid, but you've revealed your cards, and I shouldn't pretend anymore either." Hearing this, Chen was enraged. After all, his schemes had been revealed very prematurely. He jumped up to Louis and stood looking down at him with a sizzling gaze. Chen was a head taller than the hero and much more physically developed. At this time, the players began to circle them from all sides. One of them laughingly began to say that you can defeat 9 players 10 levels above you. The dark-haired guy who had offered Louis to join their team earlier, with his face twisted with anger, was about to attack the hero from behind and started pulling out his katana. Louis noticed this with his side vision and began to mentally prepare himself for the upcoming fight. For 30 points of cognition power, he increased his next attack by 1,500,000. The person who was about to attack him didn't even have time to swing his weapon. Without turning his head, Louis took a precise shot and sent the upstart into a free fall with a hole in his head. The other players' eyes bulged at what they saw. No one had expected him to have such speed and determination. Everyone was shocked. After all, Louis had killed their partner with a single shot without aiming. The deceased began to disappear into space, leaving the game. He didn't even realize that instead of a winner, he was a trophy. Because when you kill a player, the winner gets the Blue Pearl War Trophy. This is an opportunity to get one item from the killed player's equipment or any item from his backpack. After receiving the Blue Pearl, Louis began to say, "I see nothing impossible in killing 9 sneaky accomplices." Realizing that there were now only 8 of them left, an enraged Chen began to give the order to kill this newcomer. The players instantly began to draw their weapons to attack Louis, and the hero managed to activate the power of blessing at the last moment. Shooting at the girl who attacked him, Louis was truly sorry that he had to kill these guys. With the next accurate shot between the eyes of the enemy, the hero said goodbye to the 3rd player. He realized that killing the players now deprived them of a chance to survive in the future. But he had no choice, and dodging the swords flying at him, Louis shot a point-blank shot through the neck, stopping the 4th player. Seeing his boys die one by one, Chen gloated inwardly. He planned to kill the strongest of them later. After all, if they became even stronger, they could come after him. Standing with a pistol and a blade in his hands, Louis watched with genuine regret as the dead players disappeared. His legs trembled from the exertion, and regret was beginning to be replaced by anger. After all, they had forced him to defend himself. The remaining 5 players were astonished. They didn't understand what was going on and why they couldn't kill Louis. After all, their equipment and levels were much better than his. Realizing how strong Louis was, Chen began to suggest that he stop. After all, if they lose one more, they won't be able to clear this dungeon. But Louis started to say, I don't care. I can go to the secret mirror area and do the same thing myself. All I'd lose is a day. But it's much worse for you guys because your gear would be gone. And you don't have enough strength and skills to defeat the mirror characters. When Chen heard that, he was furious. Without warning, Louis decided to continue the fight and got rid of another opponent. The bald guy miraculously managed to dodge the bullet flying at him at the last moment. But the other player was not so fast and paid for it with his life. Without a second thought, Louis instantly sent the bald guy and another player after the others. Chen was angry because he remembered how he had instructed these guys before the raid. He said that if they remained top players, he would always have their backs. But if they failed, he would not only not support them, but he would expose their crimes and make sure they were punished. Louis started to say, well, asshole, now it's your turn. He fired 3 shots at Chen. Seeing that he was left all alone and realizing that it was a defeat, Chen fell on his knees and began to beg Louis not to kill him. For a moment, the hero hesitated. After all, Chen began to promise to tell all the secrets regarding the original kingdom. Louis pointed his gun at the head of the lying scum and prepared to listen, but Chen wanted Louis to promise to keep him alive first. The hero had no desire to negotiate with him, so he shot him dead without delay. Louis started to say, since you don't want to tell, then goodbye. I wasn't that eager to know anyway. With a twisted face, Chen fell to the ground. The gunshot at such close range had thrown him backwards. Suddenly grunting in pain and cursing everything in the world, he started to lift himself up. Louis was surprised to see this. He didn't understand how this was possible. He had been mortally wounded. At that moment, a threatening sound began to be heard somewhere in the distance. It was a warning of an impending attack. Hearing this, Louis looked into the distance, realizing that the second wave was about to begin. With each passing second, there was less and less time left. Chen started to say, if you didn't kill me, then you're not that strong. But if even I can't handle you, I'll report you to my superiors. If you want to know, I'll tell you a secret of the original kingdom. You'll die soon and become a level 1 player again. After all, you'll have to deal with someone else after me. Rising to his feet, Chen continued to say, do you think you can stand up to people who are a level higher than me? Your chances of leveling up will be very small. Let me go, and I'll tell you my secret. Then we can work together with your power and my supply of restorative potions to clean up this dungeon. To which Louis smilingly began to reply, who told you I was going to die? What makes you think that I can't clear this dungeon on my own? Hearing this, Chen angrily started yelling, wake up, you're only a level 28 player with rookie gear. Even your strength has a limit. Louis started to ask me if my equipment is level 56. Do you think it would still be hard for me to pass a level 35 dungeon? And speaking of gear, don't I have the one you guys gave me? At the same time, Louis showed the rewards he received for eliminating the players on his team. Seeing the blue orb in Louis' hands, Chen lost speech and his eyes widened in surprise. The hero began to give commands to open the looted orb to retrieve the gear. In the blink of an eye, Louis' outfit changed. He received a fast purple ranked battle suit. With the new gear, his defense resistance, dexterity, and armor increased significantly. Also included in the kit was a frost jersey, combat gloves, and speed combat boots. But the main feature of the trophy he received was a superb katana called Moonlight. Louis was no longer worried about having to eliminate the other players. Now he was even grateful for their loss. Louis started talking, Chen, with this outfit my combat ability has more than tripled. That means your guys are trash who don't know how to use good equipment. Chen couldn't believe his eyes. He realized the truth of Louis' words. After all, if his team had used their equipment properly, Louis would have been dead long ago. Now Chen was angry not only at Louis, but also at the stupidity of his players. He began to shout, even if you got stronger, you can't clear the dungeon by yourself. It's impossible. At that moment, the monsters were rushing towards the crystal. Not seeing any serious obstacles, one of the mutants opened its mouth and jumped on the crystal. Feeling the approach of the beast, Louis, without even turning his head, with one sharp lunge of his katana, cut it into pieces. The hero rejoiced at the effectiveness of his new equipment. Now he could even feel the number and location of his enemies with his back. Fighting back with his katana, Louis held the defense with dignity, single-handedly protecting the crystal. He was very pleased with his new weapon, because thanks to it, the bugs couldn't get too close to him now. The vicious creatures hissed and gnashed their teeth as they surrounded Louis from all sides. They could already taste his blood on their teeth. The hero swung his blade-sharp sword relentlessly and easily dismembered the ugly, crooked-headed insects. It was a hard battle. Exhausted and insanely tired, Louis continued to fight back, standing on a huge pile of dead bodies. The hero felt his strength leaving him. He realized that he urgently needed treatment. While Louis fought and destroyed the enemy defending the crystal, Chen only fought back and dodged. He didn't want to waste his strength killing mutants, and only watched the heroes battle eagerly awaiting his demise. But Louis was still on his feet. Despite his fatigue, he still managed to hold back the onslaught. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed how cleverly Chen was running away from the monsters. The amusement of this situation made Louis laugh and gave him strength. Chen was very angry. After all, he thought that if he does not kill monsters, they do not see him as a threat and leave him alone. But that wasn't the case. Bloodthirsty mutants wanted to eat everything in their path, and since there was no way to negotiate with them, Chen was forced to defend himself. Louis was not well. His strength was running out. After all, he alone held the onslaught of a huge horde of monsters that could not always cope with 10 players. Around him lay mountains of defeated enemies, and from everywhere came hoarse, squeaky sounds that now no longer posed any threat to the hero. Meanwhile, Chen froze when he saw that Louis had used the regenerating potion again. Chen was sure that the hero had used more potions than the players could bring with them. At that moment, a nasty bug attacked him, digging its sharp fangs into his arm. The bite was so powerful that it robbed Chen of 50% of his strength. A blue screen appeared in front of him, and Chen panicked as he searched for a recovery potion. At this time, the monster was still hanging on his arm. From behind him, the other creatures were quietly approaching him. It was as if they were now purring in anticipation of their victory. Chen realized too late that he had used up all the recovery potion and lost precious time. The mutants that surrounded him immediately pounced on their prey. The team captain realized that now it was his turn to be defeated. His cunning and sneakiness were not enough to win this raid. And despite his elaborate plan to kill Louis, he is defeated by some bugs and goes after his players. Realizing that no one else was attacking, the hero breathed a sigh of relief. He was extremely happy that he managed to protect the crystal and save his life. At that moment, there was a notification about the death of the team captain and that there was only one player left. If Louis successfully fulfills all the conditions, the dungeon reward will be increased by 10 times. Realizing that the battle was over, Louis sat down on the ground in relief. He needed rest now more than ever. Leaning back against the stinking carcasses, the hero watched their bodies begin to disappear and realized that the respite would not last long. Louis looked around and thought about how good it was that these corpses would disappear before the third wave. After all, there were so many of them that he didn't even know where the crystal was located now. When the destroyed enemy cleared the ground, turning into a transparent blue shimmer, Louis could hardly stand on his feet from fatigue and saw that he received a golden orb for the victory. He was very happy about it. After all, a random golden ball would allow him to get 3 random items from the inventory of killed players. As he approached the projection of the golden orb, Louis began to examine and study its properties. He knew that a 10-minute rest could restore about half of his strength. This was too little to defeat the third wave on his own. The hero could only hope to get something worthwhile out of the golden orb. He immediately opened it, and on the screen that appeared, he chose to give him a reward from the equipment category. A notification sounded that the orb was being opened, and Louis received 3 random items to equip. The first 2 were amber earrings. This puzzled the hero a bit. But the third item was a gun called a pendulum. The main thing about it was the ability to do triple damage or stun the target. Louis looked at the new weapon in his hands in amazement, trying to understand its operation as soon as possible. After reading the specifications of the pendulum, he was a little disappointed to learn that the gun was auto-loading and could only fire once per minute. After accepting the new trophies, Louis' status increased significantly. His strength, agility, and armor characteristic exceeded 100%. He was very happy about this. After all, his combat ability would now be higher than ever. Louis thought that despite the bad situation with the dead team, he should thank these players for everything he gained in this raid. The hero made an ironic bow and thanked those involved in this raid from the bottom of his heart for their meanness and stupidity that had helped him so much. Feeling a surge of energy flowing through his veins, he thought that once he cleared the dungeon, he would catch up with the best players. This thought gave him enthusiasm. Looking out over the sun-baked desert, Louis saw the horizon begin to be covered in dust. Meanwhile, heavy dark clouds hung over the city of Khonshu, which did not bode well for the locals. At this moment, in the ruined kingdom in the player revival room, there was some player standing in front of the main screen. It was Chen. He was telling his boss that Louis had some secret that allowed him to possess characteristics beyond his level. Chen didn't believe that a level 28 player going through a level 35 dungeon alone didn't have some secret. He was sure that Louis was deceiving everyone. After listening to Chen, the boss started to say, "Okay, I'll give you one more chance. Quickly gain levels, and leave this player to me. I will send other people to deal with him." Chen bowed and started to reply, "Thank you very much, leader. I will try my best." Humiliated by his defeat, but satisfied that he was able to stay in the game, Chen began to formulate in his head another plan of revenge against Louis. Meanwhile, in the real world, while having lunch with Eris, Miko was surprised to learn that her friend's whole family was playing the game. Miko was outraged because her parents didn't just drag their daughter into this dangerous game. They even donated a lot of money to it. Eris sadly said that they make her level up with them every day, and wanting her to play the way they want her to play and not let her do it their way. Suddenly, Eris opened her eyes wide with a sudden thought and offered Miko to play with her at her house, promising that it would be fun. Miko was very scared. After all, she had always been the weak little sister who never got involved in anything without Louis. And the girl honestly admitted to her friend that she didn't even have a device for that. But then her head was visited by the thought that if they went to play at their house, Louis could get acquainted and spend time with Eris. The girl persuaded Miko as much as she could. She just needed to get out of the house with some excuse. Eris kept telling Miko to please play this game with me. After giving in to her friend's entreaties, Miko agreed, and the girls went to buy the game device. Meanwhile, Louis watched as a column of dust approaching him covered the horizon. It was as if it were one living mechanism creaking with unlubricated gears and shuffling wooden wheels. The insects attacked Louis swiftly, but he had already recovered, and with renewed vigor was separating the bug's limbs from their huge torsos. Feeling his strength to the fullest, the hero seemed to dance with his katana in some bizarre fast dance. As he approached the audience, he stripped their bodies of their brainless heads with bulging eyes. Having received new equipment, Louis fluttered like a butterfly among the enemy militia. He absolutely did not feel the weight of the sword in his hands, which relentlessly chopped the enemy. The hero fully felt the power in his hands, and his steps and movements increased in speed, agility, and strength. He decided to test another skill. He jumped up and saw that the height of his jump allowed him to rise high above all the creatures around him. Louis was surprised at how high he flew. He even managed to jump out of the thick, dusty fog. After a split second of weightlessness at the peak of his jump, the hero saw the sun already rolling into the sunset, about to hide behind the high mountains. Encouraged by what he saw, Louis was overjoyed. With his new equipment, he could now see farther and more accurately, and it was wonderful. He descended to the ground with such power, whirling around with his sword, that the mutants were thrown a decent distance away by the wave. The hero suddenly saw that the stinking creatures surrounding the crystal were rushing towards him with all their many legs. Louis began to frantically think about the fact that he only had a few seconds to do something to protect the crystal. Sending the furry asses of the fat-bellied mutants following their blunt heads and skinny long legs, Louis realized that he needed to reach a place he had only touched with a glance before. Suddenly, a strange, slightly muffled hissing sound began to echo in the sky. Hearing this and seeing the lights above the wall of dust, the previously aggressive creatures began to run away in all directions, squealing like wounded pigs. Louis raised his sword, preparing to face a new enemy. It was the leader of the primordial kingdom, who kept his promise to Chen to intervene and sent a level 35 spider to the hero. Louis prepared to take the fight, and at that moment he felt the ground shudder as the huge creature landed. The hero did not wait for this ferocious arthropod to attack. He jumped up and raised his katana for a deadly attack. The blow was so powerful and accurate that the beast didn't even have time to realize anything. At that moment, a congratulatory notification appeared saying that Louis had cleared the dungeon of the destroyed kingdom of monsters. His level had risen to 36, and he was able to choose a branch of development. Sitting on the huge carcass of the defeated enemy, Louis enjoyed such an unexpectedly easy victory. His long sword went deep into the head of the furry giant, freeing the skull of useless brains. Watching the corpse of the fanged spider begin to dissipate into space, the hero still couldn't believe how strong he had become. He was very pleased with himself. After all, thanks to self-discipline, he was able to persevere in training and achieve all this. Now definitely no one will not refuse to take him into their team. After all, everyone wants to have a strong, reliable shoulder. Further events unfold in the house of Louis. Returning to reality, the guy carefully removed his glasses and put them on the table. At this time in the real world, a new day was coming, and the hero went to the window and tiredly leaned against the windowsill to get some fresh air. Louis stood deep in thought, not noticing how the sunlight was filling the horizon and the city that had frozen for the night was coming to life. He reflected that he was proud of the current development, but if he could get another login device as soon as possible and make his little sister a player, then everything would be perfect. Miko's voice came from behind the door, tearing the hero away from his sad thoughts. and Louis went to open the door for his sister. In the meantime, Miko talked incessantly about how difficult it was to buy this device, and that she was only able to do so because of Eris's connections. Sitting on his bed, Louis saw his sister and her friend enter the room. Miko was holding a small box. Realizing what it was, Louis was surprised at first, but then he was very happy. After all, it was a device to enter the primordial realm. A very pleased Miko began to say that Eris should be thanked for this, and so she will be staying with us from this day forward. Eris embarrassedly waved her hand to Louis in greeting. It was obvious that the girl was very embarrassed. Not feeling happy and forgetting all the tiredness, Louis jumped up to Miko to take the box from her. Holding the device in his hands, Louis still couldn't believe it. He started to ask how you did it. Miko looked at Louis and began to get angry that his brother was paying attention to the toys and not noticing Eris standing next to him. Meanwhile, Eris laughed heartily as she watched how much joy some device had caused the boy. And now we will go back a day to an unknown dungeon of level 40. The events will take place deep in the night during the full moon in a dense forest. 7 people were sitting around a fire talking about how they had achieved everything thanks to Wei's luck and strength. This was the 3rd team from the new order called Morning Sun. At the head of the team was a guy named Qiao. The black-haired girl named Wei was sitting in thought and almost didn't listen to the fact that if they cleared this dungeon, they would definitely surpass the 2nd team. The team captain began to say, Wei, you can request to join the 1st team after clearing this dungeon. This way your development in the new order will be faster. The girl was surprised to hear the commander's suggestion, and one of the players began to reply, Captain, if she leaves, how will we develop without her? Everyone started to say that if Wei leaves, it's the end of them, and they can't let Wei go when they need her the most. But the captain was adamant. He didn't want to limit the girl with his feelings. So Qiao went on to say, I believe that Wei will not forget about us even after rising to the highest ranks of the new order. I'm right. Answer Wei. And the girl closed her eyes in embarrassment and nodded in agreement. The frustrated players realized that now they could only sincerely wish her luck. Even though the guys were sad, they realized that they should not slow down their comrade. The players began to say, if you have difficulties in the 1st team, we are always happy to take you in and help you in any way we can. They started to approach the girl to hug her goodbye. Wei was very embarrassed to hear how much she was loved and appreciated here. This was a team made up of the guys themselves, and she was the only girl here, so everyone treated her like her sister. The girl started to say, you're so kind, and I'm a little embarrassed, but I want to ask you one last favor. The boys froze in anticipation with all their hearts, wanting to help their comrade. It was strange because Wei had never asked for anything, but in the next moment, the players fell to the ground dead, struck by an unexpected attack. The team captain was shocked. He tried his best to get up, unable to believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Wei was killing those who were still alive. She started to say, I already have power, but not enough level. So I want to activate the dungeon message reward. Rising to his feet, Qiao began to shout, we raised you and this is how you thanked us. How could you do this to everyone who loved and helped you? But Wei started to reply, so I will definitely become the strongest player of the primordial realm. There's no need to be angry. It's just a game. You can raise the levels again. Being out of rage, Qiao began to shout, what an ungrateful creature you are. He pulled out his gun and started shooting at Wei. But after dodging the bullets, the girl fell to the ground and mockingly began to tell the captain, how many times can I say no matter how strong the firearms in the primordial realm are, the speed of the bullets here is limited. She can't outrun a player with a dexterity of over 100, but cold weapons are a different matter. And jumping up to the captain who was once unrequitedly in love with her, she mercilessly plunged her blade into his neck. The next day, the 1st team of the new order, consisting of 20 people, raided the level 45 dungeon. While the captain was recovering his strength, the players continued to fight the huge humanoid monster. They were running out of supplies and medicine and were running out of strength. In time to recover, the commander attacked the monster. With a powerful swing of his sword, he sliced the monster's head in half, thus sparing its nose from the stench of its vile mouth. The monster's powerful torso fell, making the whole place shake like an earthquake. The guy stood over the defeated enemy with his head proudly raised. It was a captain named Thunder, a level 45 player. While in the observation area of the game, a New Order guildmaster named Wrong noticed something amiss. Staring into the distance, he began to say the mirror realm has closed. It seems another player with power has appeared. The aide started to ask in surprise, but who is he, enemy or friend, and whether it will be possible to pull him to our side. The guildmaster went on to say this player killed the one in charge of the Mirror Kingdom. What is Wei doing now? We need to contact her immediately. Meanwhile, the girl was in the forest of the uncontrolled zone. It was a rocky, mountainous area covered with dense vegetation. After killing her entire team, Wei was enjoying the scenery while thinking about her next actions. Suddenly, she received a message from Rong. It said that she should meet a player named Louis, who also had power. Wei was excited because the message didn't say anything about killing him or recruiting him. But then she wondered. After all, players with power are very rare. If he recruits this guy, it means she's doing it for the guild. But if he kills him, it'll look like she's going against the guild's development. After thinking about it for a while, Wei thought that if Rong didn't give her a clear order to kill or recruit Louis, then the guild didn't care about the player. But if she was given the right to choose for herself, then she was very valuable to the guild. The girl clapped her hands in joy as she made her decision. Wei liked to kill and preferred to get rid of the player with power. After all, he could become a dangerous competitor for her in the future. At this time, Louis was out of the game enjoying his home environment and resting. He needed some time in the real world to think. In the game, Louis needed to level up his character and equipment to 60 or even higher. In the real world, prepare a fortified camp before the end of the world. Once the primordial kingdom took over the real world, there would be no way to raise levels. He realized that only with level 60 power could he guarantee the safety of himself and his little sister. Once the original kingdom took over the world, the social order would be disrupted and resources would run out very quickly. Therefore, he should accumulate more food in the real world and establish a fortified camp. As long as the strongest guilds do not take up the task of restoring order, food will replace all the currency in the world. The hero used his spare funds and rented a neighboring building for the camp. He spent the rest of the money to buy rice and canned food for the long term. One only needs to wait for the food to arrive. He was 24 levels away from the highest point of development. It is urgent to develop his character further. The main thing is not to die in the game and accumulate products at home. After entering the game, Louis immediately took Eris and Miko to the weapon pavilion and began to instruct them that the strongest ability in the primordial realm is power. The basis for obtaining it was the practice of weapons. But to awaken one's power, one must master all weapons. Miko was about to pass the first level. The girl was a little afraid. After all, unlike her, Eris had level 32 and excellent equipment. But Louis started to say in the primordial realm, your level is worthless if you don't have power. So you will practice all the weapons here to the maximum. Walking out of the weapons pavilion, the guy turned around. He was very glad that he was not alone in this virtual world now. Looking at the girls choosing weapons, Louis thought everything I have done has changed the course of history. I mean, Eris didn't live with us in her previous life. But I don't think my actions had anything to do with Eris bringing the device to Miko. In my previous life, she was the reason my little sister and I lived together for 3 years. Now I must repay her handsomely. Mentally wishing them luck, Louis happily ran towards the new level. Half a day later, a portal from the level 35 dungeon opened. A team of players came out of it tired after a hard fight. After clearing this dungeon, Louis got level 37. The guy said that Louis was so strong that he could clear the level 35 dungeon alone. And without him, the team would have had a much harder time. Rejoicing at the victory, the players started to suggest that Louis should go through the levels with them and go right now. To which Louis began to answer, I have one very important thing to do, but I will see you again soon. The guys got very upset and asked that he be added to their friends. And the next time he's going to clean the dungeons to invite them with him. The hero was pleased with the sincerity of new acquaintances and happily agreed. After all, in battle they showed themselves as true comrades who can be trusted. Louis sat on a bench in the team search room. He was very frustrated because to clear one dungeon you need at least half a day, maybe even a whole day. The experience gained here was only half a level. Realizing that if it goes on like this, in 20 days before the capture of the real world, he will be able to rise to a maximum of level 50. He will not get to level 60 at all. The hero did not know what to do. Suddenly came a message saying that he received the title of Dungeon Protector, and also that for every loss of one ally in the dungeon, his characteristics will increase by 10%. Louis was angry, not wanting to sacrifice 9 fighters to gain more experience in the dungeon. He remembered that in his previous life, dungeons like this were called massacres, and players who did this to their comrades were called street rats. Was this the only way, and in order to reach level 60, he had to become a scum? It was too hard a choice. The sound of another incoming message interrupted his thoughts and forced him back to reality. It was a message from an unknown number. Opening the message, Lewis read that a certain Wei was inviting him to join her team for the 40th level of the dungeon. The location of the level was an uncontrolled zone. The hero thought for a moment. The girl's name was definitely familiar to him. And then he started to remember. Wei had become the strongest fighter in his previous life. I wonder why she suddenly decided to invite him to the dungeon. After all, they had never met before. The hero realized he could gain levels quickly, but there was clearly something wrong here, so he was in no hurry to confirm his participation. He began to think that he should accept. Wei is one of the members of the New Order, so it was unlikely that she was preparing something good for him. Louis felt his body tense up in anticipation of danger. He remembered that Wei had power in his past life and didn't know if he could handle it. The hero clearly realized that in this raid, there would be enemies not only in the dungeon, but also among the team players. But this dungeon would allow him to grow. So he accepted the invitation. The next message said that Louis had been accepted into a 10-man team captained by a level 45 player named Wei. Louis read the list of members. All the players were above level 40. He smiled as he recognized some of them and began to remember their story. The player named Zedong had completed the task completely in his past life and destroyed all of his comrades before receiving the reward. The girl named Suiying first slandered her comrade and then killed him. The remaining participants have a similar story. The hero realized that the team in this dungeon was picked specially by Vaya herself. Louis did not understand how she knew that these guys are so devious, unless she personally taught them the tricks she picked. A new message came from Wei. It said that Louis had been added to the team chat. The whole team is now assembled and it's time to move out. The mission objective is in the uncontrolled zone. Not wanting to read Zedong mocking the fact that he was only level 37 and didn't belong on their team, Louis started to open the map to study the area. The no-control zone was located on the same island as the Musyu mountain range, not far from the area where the hero went on his first team assignment guarding the crystal from mutants. Louis realized that the controlled areas of Kanshu City were spread over 5 zones. This city was a zone for replenishing the resources of all the players. All the dungeons inside this gray, dusty city were under his control and had long been altered. They had been remodeled into different categories. A particularly dangerous controlled zone for players looking for hot sensations has also been changed. All creatures are locked in the city of Kanshu. The uncontrolled zone is a deadly area for players. It is inhabited by tree demons. Creatures above level 30 are free to roam outside the dungeons here. The city's control and influence over the local dungeons in this zone is very low. The uncontrolled zone brings death to all players. It is crawling with level 70 singing snakes, and there are creatures above level 70 roaming all over the area. The last is the destruction zone, which is home to level 95 caiman beasts. Here are the highest level monsters capable of destroying everything. Kanshu City has no power to control this area. After all, the creatures from the dungeons cannot be sealed. The portal that opened was going to transport the players to an unknown point in the uncontrolled area to complete their quest. The hero entered the portal and was already approaching the drop-off point. Sounds of battle began to come from afar. Jumping out of the portal, he heard loud shouts from the forest. Louis wanted to run to help, but he remembered in time that the team players were no less of a threat to him than the monsters in the area. So he decided to look around first. There were tree demons everywhere here. These monsters were as if they were woven from roots and twigs. From afar, they looked like ordinary trees. Only from the inside, they burned with an evil, sizzling light. Seeing that there were too many monsters, the hero decided to wait for a while and hid in a crevice between the rocks. Thanks to this, he could study the enemy. The monsters were rushing somewhere, making loud creaking sounds as if the most terrible hurricane mocked their crowns. In a fit of anger, they were able to enlarge in the blink of an eye and grow branches of enormous length. Looking out of the crevice, Louis realized that these monsters were not particularly high level, but there were too many of them. One careless creak would be enough, and the tree demons of the whole neighborhood would be here. The hero began to think who could withstand so many monsters. That scream must have come from one of the careless players. Silence fell and Louis began to slowly peek out of his hiding place to move on. Seeing that the tree demons were gone, the hero left his stone shelter. He ran towards the forest, hoping that the screaming player was still alive and that he could do something to help him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Louis saw a glowing object flying at him. At the last moment, he managed to dodge and the sharp spade whistled past him, nearly splitting his head open. Blinded by the bright light and not realizing who was attacking him, the hero lost his balance and began to fall. He jumped to his feet and drew his katana ready to fight. Now Louis realized that those screams were just bait. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, he realized that the players from his team did not need his help, but only wanted him dead. Without waiting for the next attack, the hero rushed into battle. There was no time to think. Danger awaited him at every turn, and here he was against all odds. Zedong began to grin evilly, celebrating his victory in advance. He thought Louis was a weakling. The players clashed in a fierce duel. Sparks flew in all directions as their weapons met. It was as if spear and blade greeted each other with smiles of joy, but the greeting was not peaceful. Meanwhile, a thick fog began to envelop the land, covering it with a milky, impenetrable shroud. The players stopped their battle and stood at a safe distance from each other. Putting down his spear as a sign that he wasn't going to attack anymore, Zedong began to say, "You have power after all. Now I can see why Wei chose you." Louis was still standing in a stance with his katana drawn. The boy was watching his opponent's every move with concentration. Zedong went on to say, "Of course the damage from your power is nothing compared to mine, but you have earned my approval." At this point, he smiled peacefully, finally letting Louis know that the fight was over. The player suggested that the hero should rather run to the rendezvous point. After all, they are surrounded by walking monsters and better hurry up. Lowering his sword, Louis tensely stared at the back of the departing guy. He didn't know how to make sense of this. Was Zedong really testing him, or was he trying to gain his trust? One thing the hero realized for sure was that this power player could pose a very big threat to him. Wei also has power. There was little chance of defeating both of them. Meanwhile, Zedong ran with all his legs to the team's rally point. After testing Louis' strength, he was very satisfied. He no longer doubted the strength of his team. The hero continued to stand there with heavy thoughts. The chance of getting a reward for this dungeon is minuscule, but the chance of dying was increasing with every second. Meanwhile, 8 players had already gathered at the team gathering point. They stood in front of the dungeon entrance waiting for the others. Looking at those gathered, Louis cast away the last doubts about whether he should go on. There would always be danger of sneakiness and a high probability of death, and he was no coward. So the hero set off to join the rest of the players. When Louis ran to the gathering place, there was for some reason no one there, but suddenly he felt someone's gaze on him. A little aside on a rock sat a girl and stared at him. It was obvious that she was waiting for him. Louis looked into the girl's big, beautiful eyes and felt a huge hidden power in them. He realized that this was Wei. Standing up from the rock, she clapped her hands and began to speak. "Everybody's here. Guys, let's go up. But before entering the dungeon, I want to say a few words." The players stepped out from behind the stones and prepared to listen to the captain. Now Louis had a chance to get a closer look at them. Zedong stood rubbing his neck and also scrutinized each participant. He moved his gaze thoughtfully from one to the next. Stopping at the last 3 players, Zedong was finally dissatisfied. To him, they were a bunch of scum that could hardly be called a team. Meanwhile, Wei continued to say the dungeons of the uncontrolled zone are very strange. So when we enter it, the first thing we should do is familiarize ourselves with the rules. I hope that no one will be nervous and we will calmly go over the plan to clear the dungeon. After all, this is the most important task. After agreeing, everyone went to the meeting. After discussing the most important thing, Wei stepped forward and ordered everyone to move out. The players headed to the dungeon. Following everyone, Louis once again wondered if the risk was justified. It was unclear if anyone in this dungeon would get the reward of a stalemate. But the chance of him dying here was very high. Maybe he should give up before it's too late. For a moment, he wondered if he was afraid. Maybe it was fear that was causing him to have so many doubts. Looking at Wei, the hero didn't know for sure if she had power. But he remembered that in his past life, she was the strongest player, and now he was on her team. He realized he wasn't afraid to die. He's afraid he'll never match them and die before reaching their level. It was a turning point. An angry Louis decided to prove first of all to himself that he is worthy to be among the strongest. He's no worse than any other player with power. He could do it. After all, that's why he came here. Entering the dungeon, the players felt as if they were in another new dimension. Everything was splattered with blood. There was a disgruntled girl's voice. She angrily asked why they didn't want to play with her. Suddenly, everyone saw a projection of a girl. She was crying, sitting on the floor. The child's voice kept saying, "In that case, I'll find my own toys. I was having so much fun. Now I'm bored. I think I'll go home." Suddenly, another illustration appeared. Brutally murdered people lying in pools of their own blood. The picture changed again. This time, everyone saw a blood-stained strange doll dressed in armor. She said sadly, but there was no going home. Then all the images disappeared, and the team saw that they were standing on a circular platform. In its center was a tall pedestal with a glowing orb above it. It was he who had shown them these visions. Suddenly the orb disappeared and the bloody doll reappeared, and on the pedestal appeared the inscription, "Hope and despair exist together." Lewis heard the other players start talking about how this is a random dungeon. There was no way to get through it without losing a team. Everyone came to the conclusion that this bloody toy is the only thing in this dungeon besides them, and it's the most important one here. Suddenly, there were some strange sounds, and the doll disappeared. Louis felt that this doll could be scarier than any monster. At this moment began to sound notification, the entrance to the dungeon is closing. Your task is to cope with the shenanigans of the puppet and destroy it. A puppet will appear in the backpack of one of you. The task of the other players is to destroy its owner. Then the dungeon will be completed. If after 6 hours the player with the puppet is still alive, the challenge will be failed. The owner of the puppet can pass it to another player if he can kill one of his allies. Louis couldn't believe what he was hearing. He realized that this dungeon is specially designed for those who want to get the reward of a stalemate. After all, if the puppet stays with the last surviving player, he will get the highest reward. A new notification sounded that the puppet had appeared. The puppet dungeon challenge will begin in 10 seconds. The countdown began. Everyone started talking about checking their bags to make sure the puppet wasn't there. Louis thought he would check his backpack after all the players had calmed down. After all, if he had it, he might give it away by being startled or surprised. If that happens, he'll be a target for the rest of the team. He won't be able to stand alone against 9, even though 2 of them have power. The players began to cast suspicious glances at each other, trying to catch the slightest change in their ally's facial expression. Each was scrutinizing his neighbor's face, as if looking for anything that might give him away. Louis was also watching the reactions of each of them. He realized either they were hiding the fact that they didn't have a puppet or they really didn't have one. The only thing left unchecked was his backpack. Wei clapped her hands and started to say, "Congratulations, the puppet is in your backpack. For your death, each of us will give you a fair share of the reward. So everyone who doesn't have a puppet agrees with me. This way our challenge will be completed quickly and with only 1 loss." The players agreed with the captain without even giving him a chance to say anything or consider any other option. Louis decided that while everyone was looking at Wei, he should quickly check his bag. Glancing at the screen showing the contents of his backpack, he was horrified. The puppet was indeed in his possession. Looking at the puppet, he began to think, I just joined this team, and I immediately get a gift like this. I need to get rid of this threat as soon as possible. I can't let myself get killed, so I have to say goodbye to the doll. Right now, my main goal is to kill one of the team members so the puppet goes to another player. Otherwise, they'll destroy me together. But even if I manage to pass it to someone, it will be difficult for me to fight against 2 players with power at the same time. Meanwhile, Wei had a very satisfied look. She suggested that the owner of the cute doll confess nicely. But Louis was still pondering which player to choose as his savior. Suddenly, Wei jumped up to him and started to tell our dear colleague that it's time for you to confess that you have the puppet. Louis opened his eyes in surprise and started to reply that his backpack was completely empty. Coming even closer to him, the girl continued to say, I'm really sorry we haven't gotten to know each other. My name is Wei and I like to sparkle. The hero looked into the beautiful bottomless eyes and realized that behind the beautiful appearance and sweet voice hides a calculating, cold-blooded, soulless monster. The other members of the team were watching with smiles. For them, Louis's fate had already been decided. Zedong openly bared his teeth and glared viciously, not even trying to hide his joy. Louis remembered the anxious glances and realized that they were not studying each other's reactions at all. They just wanted to make sure he had the puppet. Only now did it begin to dawn on him that they were in on it. They were all in cahoots before this trial even started. That's why he was suddenly invited to join such a powerful team. The short skirmish with Zedong was just a test of his strength. Louis smiled back at the captain. He guessed that this dungeon was specifically designed to get rid of him. That's why Wei had gathered such a rabble. But why does she want him dead so badly? Well, in that case, they're signing their own death warrant. After all, he came here for the reward. A wild rage swept over the hero, and everyone felt the powerful force emanating from him. Wei looked at him with kind eyes and began to say, what a rude man. But still, I like you. I can see that you are strong, but you are far from us. Let's not waste time. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can start the game again. At this point, Zedong started talking to her. Captain, let's give Louis a chance to defend himself. It'll be more fun that way. Let's shatter his dreams into small shards. Covering her face with her hands, Wei began to reply, this is too cruel. I'm afraid of this kind of thing. You shouldn't do that. It's better to give him a quick death. Zedong saw the bloodlust in her eyes. He realized that Wei was simply mocking Louis. But the hero didn't wait for him to be slaughtered like an animal. He activated the pendulum claw in his gear. He grabbed a pistol and pointed it at the captain's head. Despite her brutality, the hero wanted to try to negotiate. Louis was in no hurry to pull the trigger, giving her a chance to change her mind. After all, they hadn't even considered any other option but to kill him. But still covering her face, Wei started to say that you don't want to die quickly and easily. You don't understand being taken care of. Watching what was going on, one of the players started talking, and it was him we had to watch out for. That idiot came in with a gun. He's weak, and he can't even beat us fighters without power. But Zedong started to reply. Since we were warned he was dangerous, he must be different. Perhaps his shots caged the enemy. But everyone started laughing, thinking Zedong was joking. After all, in the primordial realm, you can create traps, and you don't need firearms to do so. Wei also laughed heartily, laughing at the situation. She had never had so much fun before the assassination. Meanwhile, the hero activated the captivity ability, and the girl bounced away fearfully. It was only now that she realized that he wouldn't just give up. No one expected Louis to attack first, and he fired, but Wei had time to bounce back. Realizing how close to death she was, she shuddered. She had clearly underestimated this guy and almost paid for it. Fear was replaced by rage, and the captain ordered everyone to attack Louis together and finish him off immediately. The hero shot again, this time at Zedong, and he stood helplessly, unable to move as if chained. The other players rushed towards him without realizing what it was or knowing how to help him. But Wei realized that Louis had used a level 30 capture ability that binds the opponent at his starting point for 10 seconds. The hero realized that he couldn't hesitate for a second and activated the pendulum ability that would deal triple damage to his opponents or stun the target. Blazing with righteous anger, Louis raised his gun for another shot. He would not be easy prey for them. As if in slow motion, Zedong saw the bullet rapidly approaching him. But constrained by his captivity, he had no way to dodge. The bullet reached its target. A surprised expression appeared on Zedong's face as he wondered how he could have missed. It all happened so fast that everyone froze in bewilderment for a moment. How could this happen to the strongest player on the team with power? Wei was horrified when the notification that Zedong had been killed began to sound. All of Louis' stats increased by 10%, and the puppet was successfully transferred to another player. The frightened faces of the players showed that no one had expected such a turn of events. After all, the one they thought was weak had managed to kill the strongest of them in just 2 seconds, thus completely changing their plans. Louis thought that Wei probably had a backup plan that not all the players knew about. There might be another player with power on the team. If that's the case, then we need to figure him out as soon as possible. And the hero began to analyze the actions of each player from the beginning of their acquaintance. Louis remembered the glances Wei had thrown at Zedong. It was obvious that she was accepting his equality while she was only giving orders to others. The hero realized that there were no other players with power on the team. He managed to kill Zedong because everyone was too relaxed, misunderstanding his power. Thus, he broke their powerful pair and made his ordeal easier. It would have been better if he had killed Wei first, but at the most dangerous moment, she managed to dodge the shot. Happy that there was only one player left on the team equal to his strength, Louis was ready for another fight. Louis began to tell the players, "My friendly warning to you, the puppet has gone to one of you. You should stand up for your ally with the puppet, or I will destroy him as well. Then you won't be able to get back at me with such a small team." But he was actually going to protect the puppet player and finish him off last. Only then could he get the reward for the dungeon he had passed. Wei looked at him angrily. Suddenly, her face lit up. She realized Louis's true intentions. Wei commanded the other players not to move because Louis wanted to find the player with the puppet. Only now did they realize that Zedong had given one of them a gift in the form of a puppet with his death. The players came forward to attack Louis, and the hero was very grateful for that. As he saw the girl named Suan take a step back, giving herself away. When she realized that she had blundered and saw that the whole team had surrounded her, she was very frightened. Louis didn't wait to see what would happen next. He strengthened his characteristics and attacked. The hero took them by surprise again. After all, no one expected him to be so quick. In the blink of an eye, Louis kissed his sword to determine their fate in the game. They were simple players with no power, therefore they posed no threat to him. The notification sounded that Louis had killed 6 players, and thus increased his stats by 70% and reached level 37. He also received the title of Dungeon Protector. When Wei heard this, she went into a wild rage and attacked Louis. She didn't care about the players. But only now, when she saw his strength, she realized how dangerous he was to her. The hero had time to react, and Wei's blade went through his sword. The blow was so strong that sparks flew in all directions. Suin, who had been watching, slumped to the ground in fear. She realized that she wouldn't be alive for long because she had the puppet. Wei fiercely began to say, "So you decided to get to the reward dungeon massacre and are going to destroy absolutely all the players." To which Louis started to reply, "Don't worry, there's only you left. I only made that decision after you all were going to kill me." Wei activated a power ability called Mystery Leap. It allowed her to move at such a speed that the enemy didn't have time to notice her. The hero stood there puzzled. He didn't understand where the girl had disappeared to and what flashes had begun to surround him. Louis stared intently into space, and at some point, he felt a deadly threat from behind. He turned around and lunged with his katana, but at that moment the girl had already moved. She struck and wounded Louis in the back, but he leapt forward and jumped off the blade. The hero began to defend himself against her blows. He needed to buy some time to harness the power of regeneration. He fought back as hard as he could. Wei realized that this player was the most powerful she had ever fought before. She was surprised to see how much willpower the wounded fighter continued to fight with. He was not only holding back, but also throwing back her blows quite powerfully. The girl began to say, "No matter how, you have no medicinal potions left to hold out until the end. And then the victory will be mine." She used a new weapon and activated a surprise strike. But at that moment, Louis activated the power of regeneration and healed himself from the injury. Wei was shocked because only 10 bottles of instant recovery potion were allowed in the dungeon. He had used up so much more than that. She didn't understand how this was possible and how he managed to sneak so much potion into the dungeon. But Louis's attack didn't give her time to think further. He felt a surge of strength and was fully prepared to continue the battle. Yes, she was a strong opponent, but he was not a weakling either. The girl pulled out another blade and headed towards Louis. This was the most interesting confrontation of her life. She attacked. But Louis easily fended off this blow as well and went on the offensive. His punch was so powerful that it threw Wei a good distance away. The hero saw that Wei was dangerously close to the puppet player, and for a moment he was afraid that she would kill her ally to get 10% of his powers. The girl was startled by her guess and started to say, "You couldn't have carried more recovery potions into the dungeon than you should have. Considering your huge amount of health, I'm sure you have the power of a support player." To which Louis started to reply that you've got all your distribution traits pumped into dexterity. On top of that, your melee power and speed have reached an abnormal state. Wei blushed. She was often complimented, but such sincere praise from such a powerful opponent was worth a lot. She continued to speak, "So my reserve of cognition power is very low, and now it's running low. I think I've lost. Maybe I should kill Suin now and finish this raid. I'll be done with this girl before you can do anything about it." Louis starting to think, maybe I overpowered her to get her to this point. She's too fast, and I'm too far away to help Suin. Once Wei realizes she can't beat me, I'm sure she'll end our ordeal by killing the puppet keeper. But he started to say out loud, "Then what are you waiting for? Do it." To which Wei began to reply simply that if I kill her, I can't kill you. It's complicated. You're my main target in this dungeon. At that moment, Louis received a message that the reinforcement of all his characteristics was completed, and he could use the power of captivity again. The hero grabbed his pistol and shot at the captain using this power. By immobilizing her for a short time, he had a chance to save the life of the player with the puppet. The girl stood restrained, unable to move. She called out to Suin and she rushed to her aid without a second thought. Wei gave her a sly look and began to whisper softly to Suin to kill me and then kill herself. "You'll get double the reward," and she agreed in return. Louis couldn't believe his eyes when in the blink of an eye Suyin drew her dagger and lunged at her captain. This was a turn of events he had not expected. Still bound by the power of captivity, Wei told Louis that he had lost, and at that moment Suin dealt her a fatal blow. With a sneaky squint of her eyes, Wei began to laugh out loud, for with the next blow, Suin had pierced her heart. The silhouettes of the girls disappeared into space, and a dazed Louis was left standing all alone. The message that the puppet had returned to his backpack appeared, and the hero sank to the ground without strength. He didn't understand how this was possible. Louis began to reason in his voice why Wei was doing something like this. She was going to finish this raid after all. Is it really just to deprive me of a possible victory? But that's ridiculous. Suin killed Wei and the puppet came to me. If she hadn't killed herself and I ended the fight, the puppet would have completed its journey through the inventory since there are no other players. He wrapped his arms around his head in panic. The hero continued to ponder what I should do now. Do I simply wait for my death? Is my chance to change everything so easily missed? But how did this happen? I should have won. Looking at the empty pedestal, he was still puzzled. Louis lay down trying to organize his thoughts. He needed to think it over. After calming down a bit, the hero came to the conclusion that there must be some other way. After all, the ordeal must be complete. If all of his allies are dead, the primordial realm will not allow him to lose in this raid, which means there must be another way to complete it. Only one way. He rose to his feet and began to take a closer look around. There was no time to waste. The hero immediately went to explore the dungeon. It is necessary to look for a way out. At some point, an invisible obstacle made him stop. Stretching his hand forward, he realized that there was a transparent wall in front of him. Going around the platform in a circle, Louis realized that there was no way out. He guessed that the territory of this secret kingdom is equal to the size of the same platform. The hero looked up and was finally convinced that the uncontrolled zone is only here on this cylindrical platform with a puppet. Activating his jump ability, Louis jumped up to get on the pedestal. He still needed to take a good look around. Once at the top, he saw the inscription, "Hope and despair exist together again." But now there was something else at the bottom. When he got closer, he saw that in the corner were written in small print the words, "I can't open this door." He wondered who could have scratched these words here. Louis put his hand to this writing, and suddenly there was a click. A notice appeared in front of his eyes that in order to open this door, he had to give 1,000 knowledge points. Louis began to think, I have a little over 1,000 points, and I have no idea what's waiting for me behind the door, so I can't spend it all here. And if I spend 700 cognition points to increase my abilities by 350 points, then automatically I will get 1,000 cognition points. That would leave me with more than 300 points. It's better to enter uncharted territory in full alert. When the hero increased his abilities and gave the required points, a message came that the door was opening. A wide door opened right in front of him, and loud, wild laughter began to sound from the other side. The bright light blinded him from seeing what was ahead, so Louis hesitantly took a step forward. Some voice began to say to focus on mapping who is following you or to dissolve and map everyone. Hurry up and decide already. Crank up your processing power. A blinded Louis started rubbing his eyes to see who was speaking before him, and he saw an image of a guy he didn't know. They were standing in the middle of a square platform that appeared to be the transition point. Looking at the stranger, hero realized that this is a fixed program. The guy kept saying, decide quickly, think with your head. You must choose to focus on mapping who is following you or dissolve and map everyone. Louis thought it must be an independent place to make a test to enter another space. He looked at the glowing screens and thought about what the two options meant and which one to choose to take the test. It was too complicated. What if he chose the wrong one? I mean, it's not even clear what the words mean. According to the fixed program script, they were about to face disaster. The stranger's display was impatiently waiting for his choice and demanded to hurry up. The hero kept thinking, what would happen if I was displayed by the computing power? Maybe it's the right to survive, or maybe I would become a tool to save me from disaster. In my previous life, I was only at level 1 and had not encountered such things. If I have the right to survive and live with my sister, then I choose to focus on displaying whoever follows you. But if it is a tool to save you from disaster, then I must choose to dissolve and map everyone. Since disaster is inevitable, working together is the only right way. But how do you make sure the person you choose is the right one? You have to make sure that the one who's been overlooked has perfect computer power, because only a few can come back from beyond the imagination. Not being completely sure of his choice, Louis pressed the dissolve button and mapped everyone. The surrounding space began to change, and the hero clenched his fists, hoping for luck. But laughter was heard again. He expected anything, but not what he saw. For a moment, Louis simply froze with surprise. The hero was back on the circular platform in front of the pedestal. Nothing had changed around him, and he began to realize that he had chosen the wrong option. Thinking that the correct answer was to focus on the display of who follows you, he angrily sat down on the ground. There's no hurry now. He should calmly think it over again. Because the puppet is a parasite inside him, his body is in constant battle, and his cognition power recovery rate is very slow. He has 350 cognition points left, but the remaining 5 hours would be enough to gain 1050 points and take the test again. There was no way out. All we could do was wait. An hour and a half passed. He was well rested and his cognitive power was restored to 700 points. A notification came that he could use his cognition power and increase all abilities by 350 points. The hero took this recommendation and immediately gave 1,000 points to open the door again. Once outside the door, he found himself back at the transition point to another space. Approaching the screen, Louis was about to select dissolve and map everyone. But a sudden thought made him stop. Why is the existence of this gate so significant? Isn't it too easy to choose one of the options? Louis remembered one of the pictures he had seen when entering the secret kingdom. That time the doll had said she was bored and wanted to go home but couldn't go back. The hero realized that she can't enter the research institute she calls home. But what's the problem? Maybe it's the character that's keeping her from entering. Maybe the test isn't about choosing the right option, but choosing the right attitude. All we know is that the puppet left the research institute because of her stubborn nature, and now she wants to go home but the door won't let her in. The hero did not understand how to choose the right attitude if there is no such option on the screens. He decided to trust his feelings and again chose the second option to dissolve and map everyone. The space around him began to change again, and Louis found himself back in the dungeon on the circular platform in front of the pedestal. He had one more try left. Despite the fact that everything around him made him think that he was wrong, the hero did not stop believing in the correctness of his feelings. Sitting down on the ground, Louis calmly waited for his strength to recover. There was no point in getting nervous because there was nothing he could do to change the situation. An hour and a half later, he received a message that his cognitive power was restored, and he could increase his abilities by 350 points. After only a few seconds, the hero was once again staring thoughtfully at the two screens. It was as if the surrounding atmosphere was making him question his previous choice. But Louis resolutely pressed the dissolve button for the third time and mapped everyone. He felt he was doing the right thing. In the next moment, he was thrown back onto the Secret Kingdom challenge platform. The platform began to move and the pedestal in its center began to lower. And then Louis realized that it didn't matter which option he chose. The door could only be opened by answering the same answer 3 times in a row. The hero was glad that the most important part of the test was over. Now he was sure that it was not about the correctness of his choice, but about how true he was to his point of view. Meanwhile, the pedestal lowered to floor level, and a passage inside the platform opened up. Louis realized that the secret level of this riddle had to be passed by a team. He was the first one who could achieve the completion of the task alone, and the boy stepped confidently onto the steps. Rejoicing in his victory, the hero walked down the endless steps. This was the hidden level of the Secret Kingdom. It could be said that at the moment no one but him could get into this hidden level. As he descended further down, he began to think that he was being overly cautious with Wei, but it was desperation that made him get out of his predicament. But being brave doesn't mean being reckless. If he had known before joining the team or before entering the dungeon that Wei was so crazy, he wouldn't have made the last calculations that led to so many deaths. The steps ended and the hero walked further down the long corridor. When he came out of the corner, he suddenly saw a girl in the distance. As he got closer, Louis realized it was a female corpse. He immediately pulled out a gun and a sword. Somebody killed her, so he had to be ready for danger. Suddenly, a badge glowed on his chest. The same badge also flashed on the dead girl's chest, and a unifying glow appeared between them. A notification began to sound congratulating him for executing the perfect strategy. The evil puppet has been purified. Your reward is 1% of computer power. Hearing that he was rewarded with a stalemate, Louis exhaled a sigh of relief. The hero leaned against the wall and felt his strength leaving him. The weapon and the silhouette of the player began to dissolve into space. The mission was over. Leaving the Secret Kingdom, he was amused by the thought that apparently he was really afraid to die in the Primordial Kingdom since he managed to pass such a test alone. It was both funny and very embarrassing at the same time, but it was only because of this fear that he was able to accomplish so much. It was reported that the hero had reached level 44 and his combat power was 90%. All of his characteristics had been greatly enhanced. After reading the message to the end, he clenched his hand into a fist. After all, he had only thought that he had defeated Wei. He had only assumed and hoped that he had. But the hero had indeed done it, and Louis jumped for joy like a child who got a candy for a good deed. Happy as ever, the player began to leave the game. He was very proud of his accomplishments. Meanwhile, Miko and Eris were still in the weapons pavilion. The girls continued to study weapons and combat techniques with one tool or another. Miko was enjoying it, and Eris was genuinely happy that her friend was doing so well. At the same time, with her face twisted with anger, Wei was at the player resurrection point. She had to wait for a full 6 hours. Hearing the sound of an incoming message, Wei angrily looked at the screen. It was Rong, the president of the New Order. He asked why she was not contacting her and if she had managed to kill Louis. To which Wei started to answer, "No, Louis is alive and I'm dead. But I did get some valuable information. If you can find a mirror space for me, one mirror image will be enough to restore my level." Look for Louis and support the players who have the power. This is the player you've been looking for. He's a powerhouse of support. Her words made Rong think. Next, the events took place in the Primordial Realm in the New Order Association's secret headquarters meeting room. The president of the New Order was talking to a level 45 player named Hai Tao. This player's weapon was his fists, and his special power was energy. Hai Tao started to say, "You know how rare support power is, so I'll help you with out-of-control control. But I won't do it for a thank you. In return, I will ask for 100,000 Raiders of the Secret Kingdom." The president of the New Order accepted this player's offer. At this point, the meeting was over. Hai Tao left the headquarters of the New Order without slowing down. The guy skillfully hid his emotions. Therefore, from the looks of it, it was hard to guess what he was feeling. When Hai Tao entered the training room, a second player jumped up and asked him how everything went. I heard that they had scoured the entire network to find a support power wielder. In the blink of an eye, Hai Tao's impartial face changed to an angry grimace, and he hit the training pole with all his might, bending it in half. Hai Tao started to reply, "They need 100,000 Raiders of the Secret Kingdom." His friend's eyes widened in surprise. He started to say, "But that's the first point of our plan. Why are you so angry?" To which Hai Tao started to reply, "Because I'm angry that I'm not the only special player with support power. How can we now realize our plan and climb to the top of the New Order? Because now we know for sure that the owner of the support power really exists." Further events take us to the real world of the home of the protagonist. It's already a new day outside. Leaving the game and returning to reality, Louis saw that on his desk there was a document. It was an authorization to use brute force. He didn't fully understand what it meant. Maybe it was control over certain large mechanisms in high-ranking missions. The hero didn't know what would happen if the power of the computer force reached 100%, and what the connection was between the authorization to use brute force here in reality and the computer power on the test. He had too many questions. He thought he needed to calm down, think things through, and trust his feelings. His future depended on it. But first, he needed to relax and take a bath. Louis hurriedly stood up and headed for the bathroom. Exhausted after the grueling ordeal, the hero opened the door about to leave his room. At that moment, he saw Eris coming out of the bathroom. The sunlight enveloped her, and the girl looked like a mirage. Holding a towel over her wet hair, she waved to him in greeting. The hero was a little embarrassed. After all, he had already forgotten that Eris lived with them. So he nodded his head in embarrassment. Seeing that the girl went to her room, Louis tiredly went to the bathroom. Standing on the threshold, he looked at Eris as she left. Louis wasn't used to having someone else in their house besides him and Miko. Blushing, he thought that when Eris was home, there was such a pleasant and marvelous aroma in the air. But then the hero wrapped his arms around his head and began to think about what was on his mind. Need to hurry up and get back into the game to set goals for the next stage. Quickly finishing things in the real world, the hero returned to the Primordial Realm and immediately visited the equipment manufacturing and sales department. He was now at level 44 and still had 16 more levels to reach 60. Louis thought for a moment. After all, to reach level 60, he would need to play 32 times in the secret realm. That would take about 20 days. There were only 22 days left until the Primordial Realm would become a reality. He was worried that the time was too short and he might not make it. And then there's the problem of equipment. There are two ways to obtain the equipment of the Primordial Realm, and both involve the spirit of the secret realm. Louis was happy that he had 11,000 Secret Kingdom spirit points. This allowed him to create 40 items of purple equipment and also upgrade that equipment for 1050 points. He still didn't have 3 pieces of equipment, the headdress necklace and the emblem. By combining the 9 pieces with the other 40, he would spend another 5,550 points. In order to reach level 60, the hero needs to have 16100 spirit points of the Secret Kingdom. To get these points, he must play 40 more puzzles than last time. Louis realized that in order to reach his goal, he must take a risk and get 1 or 2 extra rewards. The hero thought about who he should target. After all, the stronger the opponent, the greater his reward would be. Suddenly, there was an unusual sound of an incoming message. Seeing the sealed envelope, he realized that such news only came in emergencies. Not knowing what it could mean, the hero commanded the program to open the envelope. It was a personal message from the president of the New Order of the Primordial Kingdom. Rong wanted to talk to him. When Louis saw who wrote to him, memories from his past life swirled in his head. He remembered getting a powerful kick in the kidneys. It was so hard that Louis fell to the ground. The hero sat there unable to fight back. At the same time, from all sides were heard mocking him. Then the player who hit him said that such trash like him has no place in the New Order. and that he should get out immediately or the president would be here soon. In the past life, after the New Order was founded in the original kingdom, it occupied the entire southern region of China and became the strongest guild in the world. This order aims to control the elite, and as long as you are in the elite or have special talents, your life directly depends on the New Order. But to players with low level and no special talents, they treat them like cattle and oppress them in every possible way. As a player who died in a previous life, Louis could tell that it was impossible not to hate the New Order. Louis started asking what's wrong, and Rong started to answer, I want to form a team specializing outside the Secret Kingdom's control area. So far, we're short on manpower. I heard you have a supporting power, so you are welcome to join our team. If you have terms, speak up and we'll try to come to a consensus. The hero was surprised. After all, if they lacked only supporting power, then all the other players had strength. Rong replied that they are the strongest team of the primordial realm. Louis began to ask why they would go outside the control zone to the most dangerous zone in the chaos. To which Rong replied that he had his reasons. The hero replied that he had to think about it and would write back later. Louis thought about it, even though this team almost deprives him of the opportunity to get rewards for his madness. But on the other hand, the speed at which he can earn experience points and the spirit of the Secret Kingdom is many times faster than a normal team. But why would he go outside the control zone? He knew that there was a teleporter in the chaos that could be used to travel to the secret territory, and there were various monsters above level 70. But first, he needed to get equipment. The hero gave 650 Secret Realm Spirit Points for making and refining purple equipment. This gear included headdress, awakened fear necklace, fear form, wisdom pants, gloves, boots, earrings, frostmourne emblem. The attack power of the pistol has been increased by 300 times. Bullets are now loaded automatically, and reloading time takes 30 seconds. The combat power upgrade has been completed, and Louis has been promoted to a high-space fighter. As he donned his new gear, the hero was delighted. His combat strength exceeded 100. All his abilities doubled, and his strength increased by 30%. Walking up to the screen, Louis began to think, if I continue to improve combat effectiveness, can I also increase all my abilities? After reading all the necessary information, the hero began to think that the combat power system could be activated as long as he had the power. But if I have that kind of power, then so do the other players. Then it turns out that the members of the team formed by the president of the New Order also have such capabilities. Such a team is equal to a group of 10 of my clones deciding to attack territory outside my comfort zone. Looks like going into chaos isn't so impossible after all. Louis texted Rong that he agreed to join the team, and he began to reply that it was a smart choice. There's already a player with supporting power on the team, so no offense. I will give you 1,000,000 secret kingdoms to you as well as him. The hero was very surprised. Why would he do such a thing? Is he really that rich? Satisfied with the way things were going, the president of the New Order immediately added Louis to the group and welcomed him to the team. He wrote that he would be waiting for Louis at the North Gate. Putting on the rest of his gear, the hero decided that he should take his regular pistol with him just in case. And also hide the knife. After all, the uncertainty could affect his safety. Louis read the list of team members. It included 10 players along with him. The 11th was the president of the New Order, Rong, who led the squad. Everyone was to gather at the Northern Gate soon. After changing clothes and familiarizing himself with the possibilities of the new equipment, the hero would go to the gathering place. Everyone was already there. Rong stood a little apart, waiting for the late Louis. It was obvious that the players knew each other well. Everyone stood impatiently waiting for the newcomer with the power of support. But Haitao wanted to see him the most. He kept glancing at the corridor to see if the new player was coming. When he saw Louis approaching, Haitao waved his hand to greet him from afar. He smiled sincerely as if he had met an old friend. Haitao introduced himself and warmly greeted the newcomer. In response, the hero greeted all the players. Seeing that all the players had gathered, Rong began to speak. I've never met a supporting power before, and now they are right in front of me. Before we go outside the comfort zone, I will show you the first 2 secret kingdoms. They will be useful in the future. Listening to Rong, Louis had a chance to get a good look at him. After all, the president of the New Order is one of the strongest people in the primordial realm. Meanwhile, Rong continued talking, but first, show me what you can do. I want to see what you can do. Louis noticed Haitao's unpleasant glare at him. He was a little embarrassed, but the hero didn't look away. He thought about it. Why show off his abilities? Didn't the president of the New Order invite everyone knowing their abilities? Haitao went out first. He immediately called Louis to follow him, saying that the team would trust them more. Standing in front of Rong, Haitao began to speak. I've been experimenting with my strong friends. The strength and distance skills are shaped by how far the weapon can attack. My weapon is a gauntlet. It has an attack radius of about 1.5 meters, so I have to be no farther than that from my target to hit. That's my biggest disadvantage. Rong started to answer. That's the connection between weapon and skill. Listening to Haitao talk in detail about his weapon, Louis' jaw dropped in surprise. His main weapon is a pistol, but how far he shoots at 100 or 200 meters, the hero never thought about it. Skills had always worked for him. Only now, he realized how important it was and started to get nervous. Louis tried not just to survive, but to win, and persevered to his goal. But he had never studied his skills specifically, but now he needed to remember everything urgently. Meanwhile, Haitao moved on to demonstrate his skills. He had several of them. The first was recovery. The second was the mantra skill. When using the mantra, the succession from the weakness of old age and slowing down would reach its target. He could even use it on the president of the new order, and immediately demonstrated it. His third skill was silence. It could limit any of his targets. And Haitao also demonstrated the capabilities of this skill on Rong. Haitao went on to say, this should be enough to help you. I'll save the remaining fourth skill for last. I hope the president will understand me. The guildmaster agreed with him. It was obvious that Rong was very satisfied with Haitao's skill capabilities and knowledge. Louis thought that he too should only show the first three skills that would be useful to the team. And the fourth would be the ace up his sleeve. He stood second in front of the president and began to say, my weapon is a blade. Its attack radius is 3 meters, better than Haitao's. The first skill is the same as Haitao's. The second is blessing. The third is imprisonment. And he immediately demonstrated his skill on the president of the new order, imprisoning him in a cage and restraining him with invisible chains. Louis went on to say, the imprisonment skill allows me to immobilize a target for 10 seconds. And with the blessing skill, you can get rid of any abnormal state of the target, including the previous imprisonment skill. I think this is enough to be a worthy member of the team. I'll save my fourth skill for last, just like Haitao. Haitao carefully watched Louis' demonstration of skills. He grinned when he heard that the newcomer had also decided to hide one of his main skills. The president of the new order pondered. The skills of these two were quite powerful. In that case, the team should be able to handle it. Rong began to speak, brothers. Due to the lack of supporting power holders, we had to always stop at the edge of the control zone. But now we have 2 players with this power. It is now our duty to penetrate deep into the chaos and explore the secrets of the depths outside the control zone. The players agreed with the captain, cheering the news, and decided to immediately head into the chaos zone. Everyone began to venture outside the zone of control. Louis thought that the benefits of raiding the chaos zone were the same as raiding the control zone, except that the degree of danger was very different. Meanwhile, Haitao was pondering why the president of the new order was so insistent on raiding the chaos zone of the secret kingdom. He cast a suspicious glance at Rong, realizing that he must be hiding something. When Haitao saw that Louis was the last to go, he waited for him and told him to keep up with the team in the chaos zone. Otherwise, this could end badly for everyone. The hero interrupted his thoughts and hurried after the departing players. But he noted to himself that with Haitao he had to be on his guard, and for good reason. Haitao turned away from Louis and decided that there was only room for one player with supporting power on this team. And that one player would definitely not be this rookie. He decided to get rid of Louis at the first opportunity. The team of players reached the cliff behind which the tall ruins could be seen. Rong began to say the chaos zone and the danger zone were different. The difficulty of a challenge outside the control zone depends on the number of people in the team. For this reason, I have assembled a team of 10 people. Now we will start with the easiest level with 10 people, but it's still level 70 difficulty, so don't even think about relaxing. Nothing falls from the mobs, so we should avoid meeting them as much as possible. If you are not able to avoid the battle with mobs, then try to escape. This will save your life and energy. We may even have to sacrifice our allies. And the president of the new order, as a true leader, first rushed off the cliff into the darkness. All the players one by one followed their captain. Louis, as usual, was the last to join them. The height was so great that it seemed as if he was falling for an eternity, sinking deeper and deeper into the dangerous gray haze. When he finally reached the ground, the force of the impact from contact with the surface was so powerful that rocks flew in all directions. Standing on his feet, the hero looked up, trying to estimate the distance, but all he saw was a flash of lightning piercing the sullen sky in the darkness. As the players gathered in one place and began to look around, Their arrival in the Chaos Zone did not go unnoticed. From the high ruins, a beast that looked something like a hyena was watching them. Along the spine and at the elbows, this creature had sharp spikes. The players, sensing danger, quickly noticed the one from whom it was coming. The captain saw that they were standing in the open and ordered everyone to run away immediately. The team ran as fast as they could to a safe point, and the beast smelled the prey and gave a guttural howl and rushed in pursuit. But suddenly a huge paw grabbed the pursuing beast and crushed it like a nasty lizard. It was the leader of the local monsters, 10 times bigger and more dangerous than the previous dog. He was furious that his sentinel had discovered himself so quickly. Baring its fangs, the beast ducked from the tall ruin. With the force of his thrust, the huge stones came crashing down. The monster flew downward at breakneck speed. Sharp spikes protruded all over its body. The beast itself looked like a hyena and a jackal. It was an ugly creature, as if it had been exposed to prolonged and powerful radioactive radiation. Once it reached the ground, it immediately rushed in pursuit of the players. The president of the New Order commanded one of his allies named Igo to distract the beast. This way, the player would reveal himself, and they could see the monster's weaknesses. Igo immediately obeyed the command. He used the weakening power on the beast. The duration of the weakening power is 1 minute. The enemy's movement speed will be slowed down by 10%, but at the same time, its strength increases by 10%. With bloodshot eyes, the monster began to slow down. A grin froze on its angry face. And unable to resist the power of the weakening, the beast finally stopped. Turning around for a moment to look at the creature stalking them, Hai Tao began to think, yes, this beast is as strong as they say. Then I must take this chance. And he immediately sent a stream of energy into Louis's back, marking it with an invisible mark. The purpose of this mark was that all living things within a 1-kilometer radius would feel it for 10 minutes. At the same moment, the creatures in the area smelled the powerful call and began to search for their victim. The leader of the creatures froze for a moment like a dog listening to its master's command. Igo wondered why he didn't attack him. Meanwhile, Louis ran after the players, trying to get away from the danger in the ruins. Suddenly, a powerful jolt knocked him off his feet. It was a vile dog that had thrown itself at him from the heights. Coming to his senses, the monster leader interrupted his duel with Igo. He abruptly turned around and ran somewhere. Meanwhile, the players had reached the ruins, but there was no safe hiding place in sight, and the creatures were gathering more and more. Suddenly, all the monsters left the players and chased after Louis. No one understood what had happened and why they liked this newcomer so much. When Hai Tao saw this, he grinned evilly. The team captain realized the danger his ally was in and ordered the others to move on and wait for them at the first safe point. He would try to rescue Louis. The terrain was bad, an empty sullen ruin where the air was saturated with danger. And even the sky seemed to oppose their stay here and released a powerful lightning discharge just a few meters away from the players. They were frightened and did not want to part with their captain. But at the same time, they were in no hurry to run to Louis's aid either. Hai Tao began to wonder if the captain had lost his mind. If Rong went alone, they would both die. Hai Tao decided that this was the way it was going to be, and began to say Rong believed in Louis. Then we should continue immediately so as not to let the captain down. When they saw the rocks flying from the side where Louis was and heard the sound of battle, they were still thinking about what to do. The president of the New Order rushed towards the battlefield. For a moment, the players froze in terror, realizing how dangerous it was. But in the next moment, they all ran to the first safe point, leaving Rong and Louis to deal with the situation themselves. As the team captain rushed to his allies' aid, he thought only of Louis's ability to hold out and wait for his help. The leader of the gang of dogs saw Rong and realized that he was going to stop them from tearing up their prey. The monster left Louis to his charges and lunged at the captain. But Rong caught a glimpse of the creature coming at him. He drew his sword and stopped it with a shoulder slash. The monster howled in anger and pain, and Rong was thrown several meters away from it. Seeing that his blow had done the beast no damage at all, the captain realized that the beast's armor was too strong. He stood waiting for the fight to continue. But the beast bounced away and followed his jackals to attack Louis. Rong saw the myriad of monsters attacking Louis and thought that he might not be able to save his player. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. From underneath the pile of monsters, powerful flashes of light appeared. It was Louis who used his powers and used the power of solid state to blast his enemies with a powerful stream of energy. During the solid state, the affected enemy cannot move. The hero immediately commanded the next power blessing. A notification appeared that the power blessing was activated, and the hero was removed from all the effects restricting movement. He immediately commanded the third power revival. At the same time, his attack power increased by 50%. He rushed at the pack of jackals and began to chop their temporarily petrified bodies. Louis saw the leader of the pack approaching from Wrong's direction. The power of the solid state had no effect on this creature, as he was still far away from the hero at that moment. The leader saw his pack being blown around in pieces and became even more enraged. The beast felt that this little man was no match for him and could only pick his teeth with his sword. Growling viciously, the monster lunged at Louis, but the hero remained firmly in place to take the fight. The only thing that confused him was the unbearable stench of the creature. As the beast jumped, Louis grabbed onto its claw. The monster was so huge that the hero looked like a bug compared to its claw. He pulled the leader toward him, trying to change the trajectory of his jump. The force of the confrontation was so powerful that the asphalt began to crumble under the hero's feet. Louis managed to hold the beast back for a moment, and he instantly changed weapons. He pulled out a pistol in order to activate the power of the pendulum. The ringleader had never expected that such a minnow could have so much power. He let out another deafening growl and raised his other paw to strike. A shot rang out and a bright flash of light illuminated the blood splattering around it. This caused the monster to stop. Meanwhile, Louis had replaced his game gun with a regular gun, since it didn't take time to reload and discharged a whole clip into the beast. The massive carcass of the ringleader collapsed and a gurgling sound came from its throat. Such a strong beast was such a foolish opponent. With its spiky and vulnerable hide protected by sharp spikes, the dumb-headed dog had given Louis his weakest point by opening its stinking mouth. He paid the price and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The hero jumped on the carcass of the defeated monster and began to look around for new threats. After a few seconds, the body of the pack leader began to dissolve into space. Louis thought that strength and size didn't matter if you didn't have a brain. Wrong, who had been watching the fight all this time, couldn't believe his eyes. He realized that Louis didn't even come close to being a player with sustaining power. The hero jumped down from his fallen opponent and hurried towards the team captain, who was standing nearby still in shock. For a moment, the president of the new order was frightened and took a few steps back. Louis jumped up to him and started yelling at him to leave. "My power blessing will wear off in less than a minute. Who knows how many more of them are out there?" In the meantime, the loud sounds of gunfire had already attracted the attention of many of the other creatures, and they began to look around and get closer to the players. Rung turned around and realized that they really had no time to waste. They had to leave immediately. Without another word, the players ran towards the ruined city. Meanwhile, the team had reached a safe zone near the entrance to one of the Chaos Zone dungeons. They managed to take shelter in some building. The players were worried about their captain. They didn't know if running away from danger was the right thing to do. Haitao began to say, "Maybe we should go back to the control zone and try again next time. Who would survive in such a situation?" But a player named Yaten started to object. "Don't say that. The president of the new order and Louis are not dead yet." To which Haitao went on to say if they still have health, then they have resorted to some special ability to survive, but it's temporary. There's something wrong with this Louis. Why did he attract the attention of so many monsters? A player named Jen is angry that their teammate is a trouble magnet. Wasting no time in bickering, Igo activated the terrain viewer and jumped with joy when he saw that the captain and Louis were approaching the safe zone. Hearing such news, the players jumped for joy. Haitao alone was frozen, not realizing how this was possible. He started shouting, hoping they wouldn't bring the monsters with them. "Everyone take your positions and prepare to defend yourselves." The players took a defensive position and began to listen intensely to all the sounds coming from outside. The president of the new order, and Louis, who was tired after a difficult battle, appeared in the doorway of the building. Almost everyone rushed over to the team captain, genuinely happy for their return. Haitao stood aside, still wondering how they had done it. Not only Louis, but also Rong was now a problem for him. The players began to marvel at their captain's strength, saying that only their leader could save a rookie in such a situation. The president of the new order looked at Louis thoughtfully, and he looked away. Rong still had to think about what he had seen, so he kept silent about what had really happened. The hero sat down tiredly on some ruins. Somehow he felt relieved that Rong didn't say anything. The captain also sat down on a ledge and began to say, "Don't get excited too soon. Let's rest for 10 minutes and then head out to mop up the dungeon." The players were in high spirits, and with joy, they were ready to leave right now. It was as if there were tea and non-lethal dangers awaiting them. All the while, Haitao watched Louis tensely. He realized that the two men were not telling the truth. Haitao sat up to the hero and began to question him. "Confess how you escaped. Tell me, it must have been scary." At that moment, Louis received a message that the power blessing had been activated. All restraining and slowing effects have been removed, and the mark placed on him has been deactivated. The hero grinned at Haitao, who was still waiting for an answer, and began to say, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but as you can see, I'm fine. You tried so hard for nothing." For a moment, Haitalo fell into a stupor of surprise. But after a second, he started laughing and saying, "What are you talking about? What could I have done? You're kidding. I would never do that." To which Louis began to reply, "I'm sure you don't know how the power of the blessing works. It dispels all negative effects and abilities on the target, and even the mark you put on me." Haitao didn't expect this turn of events. He wondered how he could get out of this situation. Meanwhile, Louis continued to say, "Your mark is a level 40 power ability. You are the only one in this team who could use it besides me. To tell you the truth, from the moment I joined the team, I've been wondering if I should kill you." And the hero drew his gun. He continued talking only at the moment when you came to me to clarify the situation. I realized that if I doubted my choice, I would have a different outcome. And if I did, I would only hope for my own well-being. An enemy in a team is worse than a monster in a dungeon. And Louis pointed the gun at his interlocutor. Realizing that he had been completely exposed and having no arguments to justify himself, Haitao was confused and frozen in place, not knowing what to do. In the next moment, he started shouting, "You and I are comrades, not enemies, that you would just kill me like that." He attracted the attention of the other players. Haitao began to think to himself, "I'll use these assholes and deal with you. None of them know about using level 40 recovery power except for the two of us. Who can prove you right? Even if you learned this ability and show it to everyone, you'd be a clown, because you'll show them what you can do." A player named Yatin rushed over to stop Louis. He tried to talk some sense into the hero by saying that they were all a team. At that time, the president of the New Order sat quietly watching. Louis, on the other hand, continued to keep Haitao in his sights. Haitao began to say to the players, "I just wanted to know how they managed to get out of the horde of monsters." He didn't answer and pointed his gun at me. And then he started talking to Captain Wrong to judge us. "We don't need a comrade like that on our team. Besides, he probably decided to kill me since I'm the second owner of the recovery power. That way he'll be the only support hero on the team. And then after he completes this dungeon, he'll demand whatever he wants from you. Look at him, damn traitor. How dare he do this to his comrade? We're not that far into the chaos zone yet. We should change allies. It's not safe to go into the dungeon with such a scum." Yatin began to say, "If you have any personal grievances, resolve them after we pass this dungeon. Don't create more problems for the team." After listening carefully to the players, Wrong leisurely got up and walked over to Louis. He put his hand on his gun, thus making him lower his weapon. Standing beside Louis, the team captain stared at Haitao. Absolutely calmly, he began to speak, "And yet it's you." In a second, Wrong's calmness changed to unbridled anger, and he lunged at Haitao, asking why he was trying to slander and get rid of Louis. Haitao starts to justify himself. "Captain, what are you doing?" Louis's lying. "I didn't put any mark on him. He did it himself on purpose to draw attention to himself." Seeing that the captain's grip was very strong and he couldn't get out of it, Haitao thought about how many strength points Wrong had. He is incredibly strong. After reading his thoughts, the president of the New Order answered aloud, much stronger than you can imagine. "And I believe Louis." Haitao went on to say, "Captain, you shouldn't mess with him. It was Louis who wanted to attack me, not I him." But Wrong continued to hold him tightly by the throat. The captain started to answer, "I believe that Louis pointed the gun at you for a reason." And Wrong started to activate the power of the depths of the Blood Shadow shell. In the next moment, Louis and the rest of the players saw Haitao being covered in a thick red shell. He looked like the filling in a jelly candy, and from lack of air, he began to let out air bubbles. Haitao tried to trigger the power of recovery and headed towards Louis to deal with him immediately, but his strength was failing him. His body was no longer obeying, and his steps began to slow down. Clutching at his throat and gasping for air, he stretched out his arm trying to reach for Louis. But at that moment, the bloody shadow completely consumed the player's strength, and Haitao fell to the ground, letting out air bubbles. He was about half a meter short of Louis, and from the outside it looked like Haitao was apologizing on the hero's knees. The bloody shadow engulfed Haitao, depriving him of any movement and leaving his silhouette in the air for a short time. Louis sincerely thanked the president of the New Order for his trust and sank to the ground in relief. Wrong remembered with admiration the power with which Louis had slain the pack of vicious creatures and the proud majesty with which he had stood over the carcass of the slain leader. The captain began to think, if I hadn't done that, I'm afraid my whole team would have died. After all, this player could use the power of solid state on the players of the team, as well as on the pack of enemy dogs. Yaten began to say, "We've known Haitao for so long that I think we can trust him. Maybe he is telling the truth that it was the rookie who wanted to attack him and not the other way around." Rong put his hand on his shoulder and began to say, "I believe I'm doing the right thing. Haitao is not eliminated, but only immobilized for a while. I have imprisoned him in a blood shadow shell. This ability allows me to turn my body into a bloody bubble to encase a target. It reduces my health and Haitao's at the same time. But I'm willing to take that risk, because I've seen Louis' power, and he has no opponents. He wouldn't attack his ally for no reason." Haitao kept twitching inside the bloody shadow, continuing to scream, "Captain, you can't trust Louis just like that. I haven't done anything. Why are you doing this to me?" But he couldn't be heard outside. All his excuses and false arguments no longer mattered at this point. Meanwhile, looking at the red bubble that had become the player's dungeon, Rong realized that if he was wrong, he would die with Haitao. Realizing that his arguments were useless and that the captain would not change his mind, Haitao calmed down and waited for the end of his punishment by the bloody shadow. Meanwhile, a portal to the Chaos Dungeon was waiting for the players. Rong began to speak. "Louis, I suggest you join the Guild of the New Order. You will have the most favorable conditions, and of course the highest rank in the guild." Bowing his head, Louis apologized for killing Chen of the New Order Guild responsible for the Mirror Realm. But in that dungeon, he had to defend himself not only from the enemy, but also from his team members. The president of the New Order went on to say earlier, "There were some contradictions between you and the lower-ranked members of the New Order. But by teaming up with strong players, we can safely turn a blind eye to past conflicts." Louis sat and thought. Events were unfolding too quickly and with an unexpected twist. He didn't know what to say. Hearing the captain's proposal, the players were very surprised. After all, this is the first time something like this has happened. The president is so anxious to ask someone to join a new order, and also offers him the best conditions. They began to say all the members of the new order passed through numerous stages of selection. "What's so valuable about him that you're accepting Louis without following the rules?" The hero did not listen to the players, being in complete thought. He realized that this was not a simple offer and wanted to know what the price would be. Rong stood waiting for Louis' decision. He had already seen the player's capabilities and was sure that he was capable of more. That was why he wanted him so badly to join the Guild of the New Order. One of the team members started to say this was nonsense. "We need to find out all the advantages of this player first." Louis thought that when joining a guild, one should not only think about the benefits. It was necessary to find out the price first. Rong understood why Louis was hesitant to accept his offer. He was afraid that he would have to pay a very high price to join the Guild of the New Order. Then the captain started to say, "You won't have to pay anything. Of course you don't believe me. But when the time comes to pay the price, you're unlikely to agree. The price is the willingness to pay for everything when the guild needs you, including unlimited levels and equipment. But afterward, you will be compensated very generously." Looking at Rong, Louis began to say that you do realize that going through a dungeon in an uncontrolled area will end in a massacre. Hearing this, the players fell silent and looked at Louis in surprise. The captain hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. But Rong quickly pulled himself together and said that he didn't think that would happen. The probability of such an outcome is very small. The hero thought again. He could not understand whether this was another trick or a really worthwhile offer that could bring him both great reward and defeat. Louis began to answer with too many promises. "I can't do that. I'm only willing to make an alliance, but I will never give up my level of equipment. Moreover, I won't play it with anyone after the dungeon." The players on the team were very surprised to hear this. The other members had gone through numerous stages of selection to get into the guild, and this newcomer dares to dictate his own terms. They started saying that you don't appreciate the conditions of a top-ranking membership at all, not to mention that the annual salary is over 2 million, and the price is to give up your level of equipment for the duration of the game. You're either a fool or a madman. But the president of the New Order sat down on a ruin and said, "Louis, so be it. It's a shame you refuse to be a member of the guild, but an alliance isn't a bad thing either." Louis smiled and told the captain that he was grateful for his understanding. Rong nodded at him in respect. He realized that this player was not only distinguished by his abilities, but also by his wisdom. The hero began to think that if I had known that my equipment level would affect my future survival, things would have turned out differently. But I was under too much stress in my past life. With my current strength, the president himself invited me to join the New Order. Joining their guild would have been a great opportunity for me. It's a pity I had to make this decision, but it's for the best. That's enough. No more regrets. The offer was too tempting, and Louis grinned, realizing that there's only free cheese in a mousetrap. He was well aware that the only reason the president wanted him in the Guild of the New Order was because of his strength, and he needed to constantly strengthen it. The main thing is not to let himself die. Suddenly, in the silence that followed, there was the sound of an incoming message. The captain immediately opened it. It was a message from Bai Shou. He wrote that the first uncontrolled zone dungeon that Rong's team would stumble upon would be a special dungeon. One of the conditions for passing this dungeon is the power of stalemate. But Bai Shou had no success here, and all of his men had died. Rong had guessed before that one of the conditions for passing a dungeon in the Chaos Zone could be stalemate power. He looked at Louis and thought that the first step of bribing this player had failed. But the strength of a rookie is the main support of the whole team, and him personally. He needs to do everything he can to keep Louis on his team. He needs to keep fighting. It's time to make a decision. Either they enter the dungeon or return to the control zone. Opening the next message from Bai Shou, the captain read that for passing the special dungeon of the no control zone, you can get 10% of computer power. In the danger zone and chaos zone, however, you can only get 1% at a time, even though the difficulty level is the same. The captain began to think that if there is a massacre in the dungeon and Louis refuses to take my side, I will have to team up with another player and finish him off. I hope it doesn't come to that. By joining a squad of the New Order, I was finally able to see its power in all its glory. Thus, the raid in the uncontrolled zone dungeon can be declared open. Rong looked at his players. He had a support fighter named Igo who never took off his armband. He was a skinny guy with stunning speed. A fighter named Demager who chops enemies with a pair of swords without even breaking a sweat. He was a tall, big guy who never gave up his position. A fighter named Yatin, whose main ability was killing monsters stealthily. He had a rather sturdy build and an amazing ability to move silently. The captain thought that with a coordinated work to pass the dungeon level 50, which is inhabited by a terrible horned monster, similar to the Demon of Darkness, requires only 4 hours. And every member of the team plays a very important role. As the squad advances into the depths of the uncontrolled zone, the dungeons that are cleared become more and more numerous. Eventually, by the 4th day, the squad will have cleared 12 dungeons. At this moment, Louis heard the sound of an incoming message. It said that the level 50 rebirth power ability branch had been unlocked for Louis. He receives a scanning program that will scan a map of the area within a kilometer radius, hourly reporting the resources of living creatures and players in the area. Every 10th level increases the scanning radius by 100 meters. When the captain saw the message Louis received, he was very happy. He was once again convinced that this was the player he had been looking for. Louis would be a worthy replacement for Chen. That's why he invited Louis to join his squad. Suddenly, a portal to a special dungeon in the uncontrolled zone opened, thus interrupting the thinking and possible further bickering of the players. Without hesitation, the team members rushed into the open portal one by one. It's time to act. Too much time had been lost. The very exit from the portal gave the players a surprise. After all, they stepped not on flat ground and began to fall from a great height. Dropping to the platform of the Chaos Zone before the entrance to the uncontrolled dungeon, players were surprised to see who met them there. It was a level 56 player of incomparable strength and a hitherto unbeatable fighter named Thunder. There were now 11 players in the squad, not counting the temporarily grounded Haitao. Everyone happily rushed to the waiting man and began to say, "Captain, you have arrived." We had already lost all hope for this. It was obvious that Thunder was pleased with the arrival of the allies. Though with a smile, but at the same time with a commanding note in his voice, Grum began to say, "I told you not to leave without me. Or have you forgotten who gives out the commands around here? My order applies to all players without exception. Everyone except you, the president of the New Order." And Thunder waved his hand at Rong in greeting. Louis couldn't believe his eyes when he saw who met them. For this time, it was not some mirror copy or clone that the hero had defeated in the mirror realm, but the real Thunder himself. Thunder was one of the top 5 players in the primordial realm before Louis was reborn, and the hero had no idea how strong this fighter was compared to the copies he had defeated. Looking around the players, Thunder was stunned for a moment when he saw Louis. He immediately made his way over to the newcomer to their team. As he approached the equally surprised hero, Grom began to say, "You must be Louis. Rong said that you are strong enough to match a toe on my foot." It was an open, undeserved mockery of someone who had managed to defeat his copy so many times. Hearing this, The president of the New Order and all the players froze, waiting to see how Louis would react. The hero looked sullenly at Thunder and began to speak with the toe of your foot speaking. Well then, I'll have to take that toe away from you. Pray I don't have to take your life along with it. One more word and you're going after your clones. Seeing how heated things were getting, Rong decided to intervene and started talking. Thunder, stop talking out of turn. I'm sorry, Louis. Thunder has a tendency to talk nonsense. He's got a good temper, though. To which Thunder smilingly began to answer the president, if he is really strong as my finger, it is already good. Let him not take my words as mockery, but as a worthy praise. But Rong had had enough of the team's strife for the day, so he ordered the players to immediately take Thunder to a special dungeon. The players did not wait for the order to be repeated and immediately grabbed Grom under his arms and dragged him to the portal. Yutun said that he would enter the dungeon with him first, so that he could see how Thunder would prove himself. Rong looked at the departing players and wondered how I had gotten this man into the guild. Looking at the entrance to the portal, the captain realized that it was the entrance to a special dungeon of the uncontrolled zone, and once he took a step, there would be no turning back. As he approached the portal, Rong heard the eerie sounds coming from there. This was the boundary beyond which each of them would be in mortal danger. Turning to Louis, he began to speak. My main objective in the uncontrolled zone is a special dungeon, and no matter what happens during the raid, you can rely on me. Hearing this, Louis was a little surprised. He wondered what exactly the guild president wanted to find in the special dungeon. He was about to ask about it, but Rong commanded him to go ahead and stepped through the portal. Without giving him the opportunity for further conversation or questions he didn't want to answer. The hero once again stood last before the portal and watched the shadows of the players who had stepped into it recede. In his previous life, Louis had not been able to communicate with the president of the New Order. Therefore, he was completely unaware of his attitude towards humans. Finding himself among the low-level members of the hero, only had to believe the rumors about how cruel the leader of their guild, and that he does not care about other people's lives. However, after spending a few days under his leadership, Louis had a feeling that they could become good friends. He began to push those thoughts away, thinking that only people with similar interests could become friends. But after being around this leader for a while, the hero felt the pleasure of teamwork for the first time. But Louis clearly realized that in the event of a conflict, anyone but his sister would be his enemy. As soon as there was a disagreement between him and the New Order Guild, he would have to accept the fact that he and Rong were enemies. With these unhappy thoughts, the hero stepped through the portal after the other players. He really wanted to have a true friend. But as he walked through the portal, he kept thinking that he couldn't trust and rely on anyone else. Therefore, he must persevere with all his might and resort to any measures to survive. Taking the first step into the special dungeon, Louis heard that the teleportation was successful. All the players reached the destination point. Players saw a projection of a picture where behind the glass stood people in white coats and said that the computer power is really omnipotent. It even managed to bring out a mythical creature. They were scientific researchers who were conducting specific experiments. Behind the powerful glass, they watched the creature they had created, happy that the experiment had gone so quickly. Except this irritable creature was out of control. Suddenly, one of the staff members widened his eyes in fear and started shouting, "Look what it's up to!" And in the next moment, the thick glass that was supposed to protect the workers from all possible risks shattered into small pieces. The professor who had fallen to the ground was horrified at what had happened, and in a panic began to shout, "Don't let it escape! It must be destroyed. This monster will destroy all living things that get in his way. For it knows no pity or compassion, only unbridled rage, and it's raging inside of him." And he immediately pressed the emergency button, setting off a deafening howl of sirens. All this happened in a laboratory that was located on a mountain just a few miles from the point of arrival of the team of players in a special dungeon. In the meantime, the fighters had successfully teleported and gathered together to discuss further actions. Louis understood the seriousness of their mission. He had only seen similar cutscenes in the puppet dungeon. Such a high reward for going through this dungeon was assigned for a reason. The president of the New Order froze as he listened to the strange sounds coming from everywhere. The teleporter to the dungeon closed. A notification appeared saying that the quest of this dungeon is an experiment out of control. Players need to deliver the life source of the screaming serpent to the incubator core. To do so, they must head to the membrane number 304 of the Ancient Organism Revitalization Research Institute. There was also a note that the life source vial cannot be removed from the inventory, and the players' lives are directly linked to it. Each player would receive a vial of life source, and if they broke it, they would die immediately. Looking at the vial of life source, Rong thought that the ideal way through this dungeon was for all the players to arrive at the incubator core with the vial without any damage. Not knowing where they should stash the potion to keep the glass vial safe from damage, Rong realized that it was time for them to get on their way. Looking at his vial, Louis thought it was the second dungeon with cutscenes. Could it be that the puppet dungeon he was in with Wei was special too? At this time, the head of a terrifying huge serpent began to rise above the trees immersed in dusk. It was watching the unsuspecting players who were still looking at the life source vials they had received. The guys heard a quiet approaching sound and, sensing danger, began to look around. When they saw that the president of the new order was moving towards them, he immediately ordered everyone to form up and prepare for defense. Realizing that he had been identified, the serpent opened a huge toothy mouth and exhibited poisonous fangs with furious speed rushed at the players. From the surprise, several players grabbed their weapons, forgetting about the vials in their hands, and dropped them on the ground. The glass bottles immediately shattered. It was an instant defeat. After all, the three team members immediately began to dissolve into space, leaving this dungeon. A notification sounded that 3 players had died. Further, only 8 players are still participating in this raid. Hearing this, the captain was horrified. It was only the first few seconds of the ordeal, and already there were so many casualties. As many as 3 source vials had been shattered, which at the same time took the lives of his men. Louis received a message that he had been exposed to a ghostly sound. It is a sound that is elusive to the human ear, the sound of a screaming serpent attacking. The hero needs to fight back as soon as possible. Out of anger for his lost allies, Thunder rashly rushed towards the serpent to get even with the reptile. He began to shout, "I will deal with you and avenge my fallen comrades," and he immediately rushed to the attack. The players tried to hold him off. "We need to discuss strategy." After all, 3 had already died, and they didn't want to lose one of the strongest in their team. But Thunder was unstoppable. Screaming that he would chop this vile creature into soup, he jumped up to get to the head of the serpent. Jumping up to the eye level of the beast, Thunder struck with his katana. But the metal bounced off the serpent's scales without causing any damage. When Grom saw this, he was very surprised and only now realized how reckless he had been in rushing to attack the monster alone. The serpent opened its mouth to swallow the player and made a ghostly sound to finally stun him. Thunder didn't even have time to blink an eye before he found himself inside the monster. The serpent's jaws slammed shut with lightning speed. The players couldn't believe what had happened. Before their eyes, the monster had swallowed an invincible level 56 fighter. As the serpent began to hide in the thickets of the forest, the players stood frozen, still reeling from the shock. One of them began to say, stunned, "We just entered the dungeon and already lost 4 of them." Meanwhile, the serpent was moving slowly into the forest, and there was no end to its long, massive body. At that moment, from one of the broken bubbles, the spilled life source liquid began to gather droplets by droplets into a single hole. The same thing began to happen to the other 2 bubbles. Only dry shards of broken glass were left lying on the ground. The life source liquid from the broken bubbles began to pool together into long threads and intertwined between the players. These threads joined with the remaining intact bubbles of the surviving players. Suddenly, the life source liquid began to seep into the surviving vials, and the color of their contents began to change. Losing its protective capacity, the liquid spread evenly among the surviving bubbles. Looking at his vial, Rong clearly realized that it was not necessary for all the players to arrive at their destination for the dungeon to be perfect. It was enough to connect all the parts of the source. Louis realized that since this was a special dungeon, the guild president wanted to ensure that all players would pass the dungeon perfectly. He remembered how he had perfectly passed the evil puppet dungeon and was rewarded with 1% of the computer power membrane. The hero guessed that Rong wanted to get the right to this membrane. That's why he led the team into the uncontrolled zone for the most dangerous tests. Meanwhile, trying to find a way to save Thunder, the players opened the scanner and saw that he was inside the monster. They decided to pursue the creature to save their comrade. But the president of the new order began to say that if Thunder is not killed in the first seconds, he will definitely be able to survive and get out of the monster. First of all, we have to go to the target to accomplish the mission. We can't afford to lose so much time. Louis was very surprised to hear that. The captain did not hesitate to rush to his aid, but now he was in no hurry to take action to save his longtime ally. But Thunder was not just my strongest fighter. He was also a comrade to most of the team. Yatin began to speak, so we'll do this as quickly as possible. And everyone immediately rushed in pursuit of the serpent. The sooner they recovered their comrade, the sooner they could return to the trials without losing an experienced fighter. Rong began to ponder the fact that according to the contents of the cutscene, they needed to eliminate the screaming serpent. However, if they didn't need to deliver all 11 source parts to do so, then it was probably worth combining them. Then a stronger screaming serpent could be created. He looked at Louis, who was running beside him. Rong thought that if that was the case, then this should be the solution to the problem. A plan began to mature in the mind of the president of the New Order. As the players ran through the misty forest, they realized that catching up with the serpent was not the hardest part. They had to figure out how to kill it. Minutes later, the building of the experimental laboratory from which the snake had escaped appeared in the distance on the mountain. Louis opened his scanning program, and everyone saw that Thunder was moving at an unimaginable speed not far from them. The hero listened, realizing that something was wrong here. Even for Thunder, this was an impossible speed. Suddenly, the players had an epiphany. They realized that it was not Thunder that was approaching so fast, but the creature that had swallowed him. The president of the New Order saw the serpent coming at him with its mouth open and immediately activated the Blood Shadow shell. As the Blood Shadow absorbed the monster, its movements began to slow down. Keeping the monster inside the Blood Shadow, Rong ordered everyone to stand in their places and told Thunder to attack the serpent from within. At that moment, the serpent stopped and froze, captivated by the bloody shadow. Its huge head looked as if it had been carved out of stone, and only blood-red eyes said that it was very much alive. Without wasting time, the players drew their weapons and rushed at the creeping creature. They all started attacking the reptilian monster at the same moment. Yatin struck the serpent with his sword with all his might. It sounded as if he had struck a rock. The sword only bounced like metal without causing any harm to the monster, but the player continued to chop the monster, hoping to pierce its scales. Seeing that it does not give any result, Yatin with all his might hit the creature with his fist right in the eye. The serpent went into a wild rage and swung its tail, intending to finish off the pesky humans once and for all. Even Rong's bloody shell couldn't hold back such a powerful blow. The two players who were closest to the monster lost their lives in an instant. Seeing this, Igo activated the power of provocation and attacked the serpent by hitting it in the nose with his lash. In a flash of maneuvering, the player bounced to a safe distance, preparing for the next attack. Igo had stunning speed, so the serpent did not have time to hurt him. The president of the New Order was still doing his best to immobilize the monster, while the players found a way to destroy it. But the lash must have stung the serpent. It became even more enraged and emitted a ghostly sound. It was so high-pitched that the bubbles with the life source began to crack. Hearing the cracking sound, Igo looked fearfully at his bottle of precious liquid. At that moment, it finally cracked and the glass shattered in different directions. For Igo, it was instant death. The player immediately began to dissolve into space, leaving the game. When the surviving players saw this, they became completely confused. There were only 5 of them left. And that's taking into account Thunder, who is inside the invulnerable creature. The Guildmaster didn't expect the snake to break through the bloody shell so easily. Louis realized that Rong wouldn't be able to hold the creature for long. Such an instantaneous death of several players at the same time, even the president was knocked out. At this moment, the players began to say that there was news from Thunder. He said that the monster's internal defense was too strong, so he couldn't wound it from the inside. Despite Rong's best efforts to hold the creature's bloody shadow, the serpent began to rise. The president of the New Order stood in front of the monster like a helpless little bug. Rong realized that because they couldn't hide the vials in their inventory, this thing could kill them all with just sound waves. Louis also realized that their lives depended on the monster's next move. Rong began to wonder if almost all of our team would die after entering the dungeon. At that moment, the scales of the serpent rattled. Rong could no longer hold on to this monster, and its body immediately moved. Suddenly, the serpent crawled past the dazed players and headed away, leaving them completely bewildered. Yatin began to say, "What the hell is he doing? Why did that monster leave us alone?" Meanwhile, in the places where the vials with the source of life had broken, droplets of precious liquid began to rise above the grass. As in previous times, the liquid from the broken vials gathered into a single hole and evenly distributed over the vials of the remaining 5 players. The color of the life source was now an even more intense, almost blood red. Looking at his vial, Rong thought that apparently the monster wasn't going to test them. Louis noticed the Guildmaster's thoughtfulness and began to think that if perfect completion of a special dungeon was indeed Rong's main goal, then what was the method of completing the dungeon? After all, it's now obvious that it's not killing the screaming serpent. Maybe we need to connect all the vials to the source. At this moment, Rong started to say, "Be on guard. We're lucky the serpent has gone far away. Now we have time to get to the Research Institute to complete our mission." Louis opened the scanner to see a map of the area, and the players immediately set off. Minutes later, the Institute building with a huge hole in the side wall appeared on the horizon. Yaten opened the scanning program and saw that the snake was in the vicinity again. Rong was thinking hard about what they should do now. After all, their main goal at this point was to get to the research institute as quickly as possible. Looking at the remaining players, the guildmaster ordered Demager to break his vial of life source. Yaten began to resent, saying that they couldn't lose one more person. There were already too few of them left. To which Rong began to say, with too many men, we can't defeat the serpent either. Speed is what we need right now. This way, we can drive the monster away for a while and buy time to explore. Demager didn't wish for such a fate, but the guild president's order was above all else for him. Therefore, the guy obediently broke his vial. The sounds of the monster moving away were heard, and the survivors breathed out a sigh of relief. Everyone realized that because thunder was inside the creature, they could track the monster's movements. Rong opened the scanning program to make sure the serpent was gone. Approaching the building, Louis began to think before I refused to pay for equipment and levels. If Rong knows the perfect way to get through this dungeon, then he will surely attack me as soon as we reach the institute. The guildmaster started shouting for everyone to run as fast as possible. There was only a short distance to the institute. The team of 4 players ran into the courtyard, covering the last meters to the entrance of the building. Louis was in doubt, so he deliberately lagged behind the others and ran last. He was starting to think I'd be easily surrounded in the building. The main thing is not to let them corner me, so he slowed down even more. Eventually, the hero stopped. He didn't trust any of these guys, and he clearly understood the situation he might find himself in if he entered the building. Louis' stop did not go unnoticed. The players looked at him questioningly. They had already climbed the stairs, and Louis was still standing in front of the building. Rong started to tell Louis what was wrong. "Come on up. Perfecting this dungeon is our main goal." To which the hero started to reply, "Then why don't you share the way to perfect this dungeon with everyone?" He decided to try and break up this trio and then deal with each one individually. At this point, everyone heard a message from Thunder saying that he had managed to get out of the creeping thing. The guildmaster started to say, "Louis, you are wrong. The level of this dungeon is too high, and I have no intention of getting rid of players. I just want to complete the mission. If you don't believe me, you can wait for us outside. The 3 of us will complete the quest. No one knows what dangers we may encounter at the Institute. However, the chance of meeting a monster outside is much greater." The hero didn't believe Rong. He thought that he had gotten rid of Demager on purpose by ordering him to break his vial of life source. Yaten started yelling, "Louis, what's wrong with you? What makes you think the chairman wants to hurt you? What a joke. You think the guild wants to trick you." Another player also started saying, "We've been working with the guild for a long time, and there's no trust involved. Or do you think that the president of the new order should consider you his brother?" The hero thought about whether he should attack first while they were still outside. After all, he could easily be cornered in the building. Louis opened the scanning program to see the location of living organisms within a kilometer radius. There was no snake in that area, but he saw a freed Thunder approaching them. The hero began to think given Thunder's speed, he would be here in about 10 minutes. The serpent attacks every 20 minutes, so the monster's next attack will be in about 13 minutes. We need to fight them before Rong meets Thunder. The guildmaster started to say, "I won't force you. We just have to complete the quest." But the other players start insulting Louis, saying he's just trash who can't be relied on at a crucial moment, and the guild can do without him. The hero realized that with Thunder, he would be alone against 4 powerful opponents. So he decided to use the freeze buff along with the blessing to deal with them. He began to wonder if I'm making the right decision. If I make a mistake, then I lose my alliance with the New Order Guild. But if I don't attack, all my efforts will be in vain. When the players saw Louis draw his weapon, they started yelling what you were up to. "You're going to attack. Our alliance aside, you're already dead. Don't commit suicide. I don't want to get my hands dirty with you." To which the hero replied that his decision was obvious, and immediately activated his freeze buff and blessing. He rushed into the attack, and the president of the New Order began to activate the Blood Shadow Sheath. The hero's sword whistled over the heads of the players, and they only now realized that Louis had really decided to attack them. And in the next moment, Louis sliced the player who had attacked him in half. The hero's speed was so overwhelming that only a blue haze remained in the air from his sword. At that moment, a bloody shell began to descend over Louis's head, about to imprison him. The player who had been cut by it fell down without realizing where he had made a mistake. His last thought was how this was possible. The fighter disappeared, leaving behind only a brief flash. The rest of the contestants heard the message that their team had lost another player. Yaten activated his stinger power and used the snapshot program. Thus, he copied himself in 2 copies, posing a triple threat to Louis now. Yaten also activated a combo punch and immediately pounced to attack Louis. Seeing that instead of one opponent, the hero now had three, he clenched the hilt of his sword and activated his power as well. Louis dodged Yaten's strike and immediately sliced him and his copy in half with one lightning-fast blow. At that moment, a notification sounded that the hero had defeated another player, killing him and forcing him to leave the game. Louis ran the scanning program and saw that Thunder was approaching him at a great speed. The enraged hero stood with his eyes blazing as he prepared to continue the fight. After all, there was still wrong left. But looking in the direction where the president of the New Order was standing, Louis saw only emptiness. He began to furiously chop with his sword with such force that stones fell from the walls. The hero lowered his sword in bewilderment. Just a second ago, the guildmaster was here. Now it was as if he had vanished into thin air. He opened the scanning program. The map showed that Wrong was here. However, Louis chopped all the space around him and didn't even hit him. Then the hero started to say, "President, are you a coward who can only hide? Show yourself and take a fair fight. I challenge you to a duel. Come out, stop hiding." But the ruins of the Institute continued to be empty. Wrong was in no hurry to confront Louis. Then the hero went on to say, "Guildmaster, note that cowardice becomes a habit." Looking at the scanner, he realized why Wrong was in no hurry to show himself. Thunder was already dangerously close to them. And at that moment, Louis saw Thunder flying like lightning into the courtyard of the Institute. Looking at the scanner again, the hero saw that Thunder was heading for the president of the New Order. Wrong came out of the blood shadow shell and began to say, "You are indeed very brave. However, when you dealt with the ogre hyenas, you revealed all your trump cards to me. That's why I only sacrificed 2 players. Now that I know your abilities, all I have to do is deal with you." The guildmaster commanded to attack, and Thunder immediately began to draw his katana. Now Louis had no doubts left. This was a conspiracy from the beginning. Pulling out their weapons, the president of the New Order and Thunder immediately rushed at the hero. A furious fight ensued. It was a very unequal confrontation, not only as 1 against 2, but in terms of skill levels and strength of the opponents. The hero realized that he had to fight off the strongest players of the primordial realm. Not only that, he must defeat them. Scoffing Thunder began to say, "You are too low level to defeat us. I don't know why Wrong is so worried. Either he's weaker than you, or both of you have always been weak." Hearing this, Wrong got angry and ordered Thunder to shut up. Louis didn't listen to the insults. He was completely focused on the fight. Activating the power blessing, the hero increased all his attributes by 1,000 points. Seeing this, the New Order Guildmaster immediately ordered Thunder to use his sword. And Thunder immediately drew his sword and began to speak. "Ever since he received the explosive power, I have been accumulating the power of this sword all along. It's about time I put it to use. Consider it an honor to be killed by this blade." Louis looked toward the forest. He remembered that from the arrival of Thunder to the appearance of the serpent was no more than 3 minutes. And he was about to have another opponent. Realizing the danger of the situation, the hero activated the freeze buff, directing the power of this power to the forest. Thus the area around them is immobilized for 24 hours. Thunder looked at the light haze that began to freeze everything around him. Not even a leaf moved under the influence of this power. He swung his sword to cut off Louis's head while he was freezing everything around him, but the hero managed to activate the power blessing. A notification appeared stating that Louis was level 52. All his attributes were increased by 2,000 points. He also received the title of Weapon Expert. After dodging Thunder's sword, the hero immediately struck his opponent with a stabbing blow. Seeing the abilities of his opponent, Thunder began to say the president of the New Order was not mistaken. You really had a trump card. And Thunder activated an explosive power called Compensation. Thanks to this, none of the opponents attacking him can do any damage. This effect lasts for 30 seconds. Louis sliced Thunder in half, but he only laughed. At that moment, the hero heard a notification that he had been affected by the power compensation and could not deal damage to this player. Meanwhile, Thunder continued to taunt, saying that he had deliberately provoked him. Realizing that there was nothing he could do to Thunder in the next half a minute, Louis immediately decided to change tactics. Leaving Thunder puzzled, the hero instantly turned around and swiftly attacked Wrong, who had been standing on the sidelines watching the fight. The president of the New Order activated the power of magnanimity and unification. This would allow him to merge his attributes with Thunder's, as well as unite the scale of their health skills, equipment skills, and achievements. The duration of this power is 10 minutes. Louis saw some sort of wave unit Wrong and Thunder and bounced to the side to protect himself. The hero realized that his freeze buff had expired. Now he was facing 2 opponents again. Feeling a surge of new strength, Thunder happily began to speak. "Now my attributes are doubled. President, your skill is quite strong. You are almost reaching my level. Thinking over the situation, Louis bounced back, trying to buy some time. All he needed was a little time, and for the enemies to be a little farther away. He took another leap towards the forest away from Thunder and began to speak. "You are very well prepared. You must have planned this a long time ago." And the hero increased the distance between them a few more jumps. Thunder began to reply, "We were only trying to be prudent. Don't think this is all for you. You're not worthy of such an honor." Louis pulled out his gun. Pendulum was fully equipped and ready to shoot to kill, defending his ruler. Thunder started mocking the hero again. "You're going to shoot me with a ranged weapon from a distance. I hear you have the arrest skill. Use it on me while I'm standing here. See if you can kill me or not." At that moment, a message came in that Wrong's power has run out. That's exactly what he needs. There was a reason why Louis was stalling and moving away from his opponents, avoiding the fight. Meanwhile, Thunder further provoked the hero to shoot at him. He even thrust his swords into the ground and raised his hands ready to catch a bullet. Louis drew his gun about to shoot the insolent, arrogant brat. Wrong, seeing that his power was no longer working and trying to talk some sense into Thunder, began to say, "Don't be silly. His weapons have their own peculiarities and their attack power is unbelievable." But Thunder started to reply that it's just an ordinary gun. "Do you think his skill will work at such a long distance? I can easily dodge it." To which Wrong replied, "Okay, let's wait for his skill to complete first and then kill him immediately." At that moment, a deafening gunshot sounded and Thunder's eyes widened in surprise. He was about to catch the bullet, but in the blink of an eye, he was caged. He looked at the grated barrier in bewilderment, realizing that it was all the fault of his stupidity and pride. Not believing his eyes, Thunder began to say, "Wrong is the weapon of his power, a gun. It can't be. If his weapon is a gun, then how did he use the power along with the sword?" Louis was not going to listen to any more of this talk, much less explain anything to anyone. His only desire was to say goodbye to this scoundrel as quickly as possible. He increased the power of his next attack by 4,000,000 units and activated the Doomsday Pendulum to hit the enemy with triple damage. Wrong started yelling that they needed to get out of the trap as soon as possible. Thunder began to reply that, "I can't do that. However, you don't have to worry. I have a death avoidance skill that lasts for 10 seconds. But Wrong started to say, "You're just an idiot. As long as we're immobilized, he doesn't have to attack us. All he has to do is hit our life source vials on his belt." Thunder started to respond to Wrong, "It'll take him about 10 seconds to get to my back. But just in case, use the Blood Shadow Shell." But the Guildmaster couldn't use this skill anymore, since he had already used it a few minutes earlier while hiding from Louis's attack. Another rattling shot rang out again, this time piercing Thunder through and through. Only now did he realize how wrong he had been about this player. He couldn't understand what kind of power Louis had. After all, he had killed the president of the New Order and taken away almost all of his health. The bullet piercing Thunder's body damaged the vials of life source. When he saw that, he started screaming in rage. "No, I've lost." It was a 100% defeat. With a huge hole in his side and a grimace of utter bewilderment, the undefeated level 56 fighter Thunder began to dissolve into space, leaving the game. Looking at Louis standing in front of him, he managed to shout that he would definitely come back for a victory, and finally left the uncontrolled Chaos Zone dungeon. The hero immediately received a notification that Thunder had been killed. Louis realized that, like in most previous raids, he would have to finish the ordeal alone again. Stashing his weapon, he walked at a leisurely pace towards the site where the last of his teammates were killed. With an impassive expression on his face and with a feeling of some regret, the hero approached the elimination point of his opponents. He received the attributes of his opponents and began to think that even though I won, I have no sense of joy at all. Maybe it's because I didn't really kill them. Or maybe it's because I have to face their endless desire for revenge in the future. But shouldn't there be enemies in the way of my growth? I'm only bringing on those who are stronger than me. And while I'm in the game, I'm not afraid of them at all, even though the threats from them are still present in reality. He looked at the attributes he had received, and the feeling of regret that he had not made friends among the strongest players was replaced by a sense of gratitude to those who had conspired against him and brought him such a great reward with their deaths. The hero realized that the threat in real life from the losing players would only continue until the primordial realm became a reality. At that moment, huge red eyes appeared behind the unsuspecting Louis's back in the darkness. The hero sensed the danger and listened. There was absolute silence, but he clearly felt the threat, and trusting his instincts, he instantly jumped aside. Louis realized that he was too close to the forest and headed towards the Research Institute building as fast as he could. But suddenly he was blocked by a huge serpent, The monster appeared before the hero in all its terrifying majesty and beauty. But after looking at Louis for a few seconds, the snake turned around and headed towards the forest. The hero watched in bewilderment as it moves away, emitting a terrible scraping of its scales. At first he was confused, not understanding why this thing left him alone. It wasn't like the overgrown worm had come just to admire the last survivor of their squad. But then the puzzles in his head began to come together. The hero realized that as before, if the vial with the source of life is broken, the snake stops attacking and leaves. Its next attack would be in 20 minutes. And Louis had just broken Wrong and Thunder's bubbles. So the snake crawled away. But in the future, it will only chase him. After all, he is now the sole guardian of the source of life. The hero is left without a team and must finish the quest alone within 20 minutes before the next attack of the serpent. So he rushed to the institute. Louis realized that he had to speed up. Otherwise, he would be the last victim of the creeping bastard. With these unhappy thoughts, he ran into the lab. The only thing in this once sterile room was a strange stand with a round, spherical, transparent lid. There was nothing else in the room, and the hero concluded that this was the most important item in the lab. Looking at the strange construction, Louis came to the conclusion that it was an incubator where the snake was raised. As he got closer, he looked around. But he saw no monsters or scientists. The hero realized that the only living thing in this dungeon besides him was a screaming snake. Taking out a vial with the source of life, Louis was about to put it into the incubator. But halfway through, he held his hand back, realizing that the serpent was the only living thing here. In the past, the hero had already encountered the only living creature in the special dungeon. It was an evil puppet. And if you recall the events of that quest, it is very likely that it was given by the puppet itself to mock the players. But this dungeon is also special, and also with one living creature. Couldn't it be possible that this quest was invented by the same creature? If you remember the cutscenes from the previous dungeon and take as a basis for the quest pranks of the evil puppet, then from the outside, it might seem that the puppet just mocked the players. But in fact, the ideal quest was to fulfill her cherished wish. It dawned on Louis. Of course, bullying and wish fulfillment. That's the secret to perfect completion of special dungeons. One must fulfill the cherished wish of the creature dwelling there. Looking at the vial with the source of life, the hero began to think the serpent had every chance to destroy our team at once. But instead it killed several players and crawled away. And he could have gotten rid of the entire squad at the first encounter in an instant. It was like he was mocking us. So I need to fulfill this monster's wish. The only question is, what is it? What this creature wants? If it allowed me to enter the institute, it must be within these walls. If the serpent designed this test, then growing a new monster isn't about killing it. Maybe this is his way of getting us to create a companion. What if he's feeling lonely? Or maybe he has nowhere else to go. Or maybe he wants to leave this dungeon altogether. It's strange that I've come to that conclusion, but we can't rule out that possibility either. In other words, it's a very likely outcome. We just have to figure out if the snake is able to get into the institute. If it can, then the options that the players must raise him a companion are eliminated. Maybe it's not capable of returning to the walls of this building. Well, then we'll have to wait 20 minutes to see if he comes here to kill me. If it does, I'll place the vial of life source in the incubator and complete the challenge. If not, I will try to access the glossary pearl and obtain the soul subjugation function. That way I can lure the serpent to leave with me. But now, while I still have a little more time, I need to urgently visit the equipment production and sales department. Entering the system, Louis saw that the members of the new order had already reached level 50. He thought he had already caught up with the top players, but in fact, he still has room to grow. The hero had long suspected that after reaching level 45, he would need to put on the equipment of level 50 and join the team. Now all the players have already united, and it is unlikely that they will wait for him for another day. Looking through his attributes, he saw that he still had a pearl of improvements in reserve and could trade some items from his equipment. To improve his equipment, he needs the essence of a special dungeon. It takes 100 essence to exchange one item. You can also use the Pearl Glossary, which allows you to upgrade any equipment above level 50. For an easy and quick victory, you can use it. But paying attention to the back of the enhancement pearl, the hero hesitated to do it now. He had a feeling that he would need it in the future. He decided that he would first exchange the remaining essences of the special dungeon for 3 enhancement pearls and 3 glossary pearls. The hero realized that the probability of supplementing his equipment with a glossary pearl with the soul subjugation function was 1%. Could he consider himself lucky if he managed to pull off the serpent soul subjugation with such a minuscule chance? At that moment, threatening sounds came from outside, indicating that the monster was approaching. Lewis realized that the creature was nearby, and he needed to make his choice as soon as possible. The hero closed the program and cautiously looked in the direction of the sounds coming. The scales were so loud as if the monster was about to appear before him. Listening more closely, Lewis realized that the serpent had been crawling around the building all this time, but had not penetrated the middle. Maybe he was doing it on purpose. Thinking that he should check it out, the hero headed towards the exit of the room. He wanted to make sure that the serpent was intentionally staying outside. But halfway there, Louis stopped. He decided that he should make the monster wait for a while. After waiting for 3 minutes and seeing that the creature was still outside the building, Louis realized that he had had enough of standing around, and it was time to act. All this time, the serpent had been crawling restlessly around the research institute. The friction of its scales made a nasty, bone-chilling sound. It stopped in front of the ruins where the entrance to the institute was, as if waiting for someone or something. The monster froze, staring at the walls of the building. He didn't understand why being inside for so long, Lewis hadn't finished the ordeal yet. But the hero was already leaving the safe walls of the institute, going to face the monster and try to figure it all out. Louis stepped outside and fearlessly faced the serpent with a testing stare. In turn, the serpent lowered his head and began to stare at the brave little man. The hero began to think, maybe I need to say something, but if he's not able to interact, it will be very difficult. But at that moment, without taking his gaze from the eyes of the serpent, Lewis, as if heard his voice in his head. He was asking about why the player hadn't completed the quest yet. At that moment, the hero realized that in front of him is a reasonable creature capable of dialogue and not a huge brainless monster. Lewis began to think better of it. He spoke to me first, and now I feel more confident. The hero started to answer, because I thought you wanted to leave this place. Suddenly there was a deafening sound like an explosion. It was so strong that rocks flew in different directions, and a flash lit up the darkness, illuminating the building of the institute. This serpent in a rage so powerfully struck his tail that the earth shook as if from an earthquake. The hero was frightened by such power, and at the same time surprised, not understanding what provoked such a violent reaction of this creature. Looking closer, he saw that with his blow, the serpent destroyed the mighty trees, leaving only tattered stumps standing in place of the once great giants. Louis had never seen such power before. He realized that none of the players of the primordial realm could be a worthy opponent to this creature. With complete calmness, the serpent still continued to look at the hero and began to ask him, if you know a way to help me leave this place. Louis couldn't understand if the serpent was mocking him or if he really wanted to get out of here. He started to answer, yes, I know how to do it. It will require you to side with me and make me your master. If you refuse, I will simply end the trial. And if you do, I'll use my pistol called a pendulum to activate the soul subjugation function. To which the serpent made a sound like a chuckle and began to ask if you think you're worthy of it. And the monster began to rise above Louis, showing him his greatness, power, and superiority. The hero didn't know what to expect, but continued to stand firmly in his place. He began to answer, no, I don't think I'm worthy to be your master, but it is the only way for you to leave this place. Louis thought to himself that the situation was getting more and more dangerous by the second. Maybe we should get out of here. Looking up at the monster's massive body, he prepared to run to the institute at the first movement of the monster. At that moment, a notification sounded that the screaming serpent wanted Louis to become its master. Only now the hero realized that he had done the right thing by coming out to negotiate. The serpent froze and bowed its head to Louis. Now the hero had to answer whether he agreed to become the master of this monster. Louis happily ran up to the serpent and exclaimed that he agreed to become its master. But not just a master, but a true friend. The hero was very happy that everything turned out so. Now he will be able to pass this quest and get out of the dungeon. But he was especially pleased with the thought that he would help this creature as he had helped the puppet. It was announced that Louis had become the master of the screaming serpent, and in order to get out of the special dungeon with the serpent, he must have the power of soul subjugation. The information about the battle characteristics of the serpent began to sound. His level is Elemental Disaster. Possesses the skill of the voice of illusion, introducing the target into a state of illusion and subduing it. The ultrasonic skill generates merciless ultrasonic waves, causing permanent damage to the target. Earthquake skill. The Earth Spirit skill creates 5 energy balls that attack enemies and protect the host. When the voice information subsided, the serpent told the hero that they could now leave this place together. Louis replied, okay. Now he needed to activate the Pearl Glossary to get the soul subjugation skill. Holding the gun in front of him, he looked at the test program, realizing that success or failure depended only on his one move. The hero saw that when he became the master of the Screaming Serpent, the dungeon quest disappeared. This meant that the challenge was actually set by the serpent. Now Louis had no escape route. The hero began to think, but isn't this what I wanted? I didn't use the Pearl Glossary earlier because I was afraid of giving up my position. However, getting such a powerful assistant is incredible luck. Before I defeated Wei, I didn't know whether those four possessed power or not. I only relied on my luck. If they had power, I'd be dead. If not, I would win. But in this situation, I'm only relying on a 1% chance. If I could change the rules of the game in any way, I wouldn't have to rely on luck. But unfortunately, that's not possible. And he logged in, going to complete his equipment and activate the soul subjugation skill. This will give his pet access to weapons. For this, he must give 1,000 essences of a special dungeon. Seeing the message about whether he wants to change the rules of the Glossary, Pearl Hero was very surprised and a little confused. But the next moment, a new notification came asking him again if he wanted to change the rules. Louis answered yes, and at the same second, the pearl flashed with a bright light for a moment, blinding the hero. The Screaming Serpent patiently waited for the hero to add the soul subjugation feature to his equipment. Louis saw that the pearl's glossary had changed, allowing him to add the necessary attribute to his equipment. The hero began to think, I don't know what's going on, but it seems I'm incredibly lucky. And he immediately added the soul subjugation feature to his arsenal. He saw that now his gun, aka Wisdom Pendulum, not only does triple damage, but also imposes the effect of dizziness, but it doesn't have the power to subdue souls. Louis laughed. Only now he realized that the power to subdue souls was not in the gun. He subjugated the serpent's soul by coming out to talk to him and boldly offering his terms. The hero looked at the Screaming Serpent with a look of determination and began to say, the last minutes of this quest is just incredible and amazing. Only now I realized that the task of this dungeon was not to get into the Institute and understand what you want and help, but the challenge was to do it right. Louis started to raise his gun after he'd spoken. He realized he might be relying on luck, but he felt he was doing the right thing. He pointed the muzzle of the gun into the impassive, frozen eyes of the Screaming Serpent. The hero squeezed the trigger, and at the same moment a notification began to sound congratulating him on the fact that he has perfectly passed the uncontrolled dungeon by completing the task of the experiment out of control. Thanks to this, he would receive 10 times the stalemate reward, as well as 5,200 dungeon essences. All of his stats have increased significantly. He is now a level 57 player. The attack power of his gun has increased by 500 times. The hero has the ability to subdue souls and has a ward, Screaming Serpent Essence, that he can summon at any time. He has also earned 5% of a possible 11% from the computer power meme. Louis has been given the architect's skill, allowing him to use computer power to change the rules of the primordial realm. The hero ran the scanning program and saw that the Chaos Zone was still covered with black clouds. But now there were no creatures that posed a threat to him. He started to return, and leaving the uncontrolled dungeon, he stepped confidently into the Chaos Zone. As he left the dungeon, Louis looked up at the sky and noticed the faint sunlight beginning to break through the black clouds. The sun rays were persistently shaking the heavy black clouds, trying to penetrate the Chaos Zone to light up and warm the ruined area with their warmth. The hero felt incredibly happy when he finally saw the sun and felt the kisses of its rays on his cheek. The sun finally broke into the Chaos Zone, as if on purpose, lighting the hero's way home. Tired after the ordeal, he leisurely left the devastated area to return to Khonshu City. Meanwhile, in the real world, it was already deep evening. Louis had been in the game for so long that he didn't even know what day it was. Back in reality, the hero guessed why he was so terribly exhausted. After all, he had spent a whole week to pass the dungeon. There were only 17 days left until the coming of the primordial kingdom to the real world. He felt a terrible loss of strength and realized that it was because he had been in the game for too long and hadn't eaten anything. But it was worth it. After all, now he had 3 levels left to 60, and most importantly, he got a screaming snake as an ally. Now he needed to eat as soon as possible to renew his strength and energy. But then Louis remembered about Miko, and he wondered how his sister was doing with getting power. The hero hoped that she had done well in the meantime. Louis felt guilty that he was spending so little time with his sister, and despite being hungry and tired, he decided to go and see how she was doing first. The hero was worried that after she started playing, he only had time to tell her about the power and absolutely nothing to teach her, and went to raise his level. As he approached Miko's room, Louis put his hand up to knock and thought that in order to spend more time with his sister, He should start leveling up with her. When he heard voices coming from behind the door, he froze with his hand raised. Miko was telling Eris that she had matured a lot. Eris replied that Miko had changed a lot in the past week too. Lewis then heard Miko laughingly say that she wanted to touch Eris's breasts to see if they were her brothers. The hero froze and blushed to the tips of his ears. The girls outside the door were laughing and fooling around. An embarrassed Louis stood in the corridor, not daring to knock. Women. Monsters were easier for him to understand. Realizing that he was just eavesdropping on the conversation of the girls, a shamed hero turned around and rushed to his room, deciding to see them in the game. Back in the game, Lewis found himself at the northern gate of Kanshu City. He left the secret territory, returning to the zone of control. The hero was going crazy with fatigue. Realizing that the girls stayed in the real world, he thought that he should write them a message and find out how they are doing. But right now, the first thing he needed to do was to improve his equipment and get a good rest. Louis opened the Pearl Glossary, going to lighten the load and increase his defense. He saw that his current level 57 allowed him to wear level 60 equipment, but the hero didn't know how many dungeon essences would be needed for that. After all, if they were not enough, he would have to spend money. Thinking about the money, Louis only now realized that the New Order Guild had not paid him yet. At that moment, he received a message from the president of the New Order, in which Rong wrote that if your level is not zeroed, then you have passed a special dungeon and receive a well-deserved reward. The amount is 100000 primordial currency. Louis barely had time to finish reading the first message before the next one arrived. The president of the New Order wrote to see if he could meet with you. Find a few minutes for me. I want to apologize to you personally. The hero began to think it might mean Rong wanted a truce. After suffering a huge loss, they decided to take this step because our alliance can be capitalized on, even though I was the cause of their losses. Again, I received a message from Rong saying, I don't want to antagonize you. I was forced by the situation. To which Louis replied, it's okay. I haven't lost anything anyway. Louis's heart raced. He suspected that this might be another provocation. The guildmaster is acting very strangely. Why on earth would he want to get him on his side? And then it occurred to Louis that it might be because he had 5% of the computer power membrane. But at this point, he had no time for Rong. The first thing to do was to improve his equipment and become the strongest in the primordial realm. And then it would be possible to carefully consider everything afterward. Louis was about to close the screen when the next message arrived. Seeing the envelope with hearts on it, he realized that it was from his sister. Miko wrote that she had already received the shock power. Her weapon is a giant axe. Eris had gotten lightness power. Her weapon is a pair of blades. And now the girls are leveling up in the mirror realm. The hero wanted to watch this duel and immediately went to the Dungeon Association to get to the mirror realm as soon as possible. There were many players within the mirror realm. They were talking about how, because of the favorable deal, the New Order Guild had completely stopped controlling the mirror realm. This territory has now been taken over by the Backyard Alliance. As soon as a player doesn't do what they want, the Alliance immediately starts threatening via mail. Someone started suggesting to unite against the Backyard Alliance, and then there would be no need to be afraid of messages and threats. Seeing that 4 fighters have surrounded and are holding some guy, one of the players asked what is going on here. And another player started to answer, this is a punishment for insulting the beauty devil from the backyard. The mirror realm is a safe zone where fighting is forbidden. That's why the beauty devil punishes people with this kind of environment. This player has been held for 5 whole days. The saddest part is that he can't leave the game and will stay in the same position until others move. All this time, Louis stood nearby and listened intently to the conversations. Next, he heard that the beauty devils from the backyard were not only unearthly beauties, but also possessed immense power. Ever since they appeared in the mirror realm, they had already achieved a serious series of victories. These girls are deservedly called goddesses. Players bet huge sums of money on the victory of these beauties. Someone shouted that he was ready to marry them in reality, but another player forbade him to even think about it. After all, for them they are goddesses, and for them they would kill anyone. At that moment, the screen showed the information that in the mirror room won the alliance of players nicknamed Fragrant Goddess and Passionate Desire. And having returned to the mirror realm, Miko, who was called Fragrant Goddess, and Eris, who was called Passionate Desire, appeared before everyone. After winning this fight, Miko got level 31 and Eris got level 39. Players immediately rushed over to them, screaming how beautiful they were. How could it be that such a frail body could be simultaneously endowed with unearthly beauty and unstoppable strength. Everyone asked how they could do it and asked them to teach them their skills. Seeing his younger sister Miko and her friend Eris at the center of attention, Louis's jaw dropped in surprise. Meanwhile, all those present surrounded the girls and said something to them. Only the hero stood aside, wondering when they had become so popular. Laughing, Miko began to say thank you for the warm words. Compliments are nice, but don't forget to send us half of your winnings, to which the players began to reply that they would do so immediately. As Louis got closer, he heard one player ask if they were as beautiful in real life as they were in the game, to which another player began to reply, I don't care. Even if it's only in the game, I'll accept it. The third player's tears flowed, and he said that just at the mere thought of the fact that these beauties will marry someone, he begins to be wildly jealous of this lucky man. Hearing this, another player grabbed his head and started saying, why did you say that? Now I'm jealous too. If they're really such beauties, I'll die for them. Seeing Louis heading straight for the girls, some guy patted him on the shoulder and started to say, don't even think about it, buddy. They'll never have anything to do with the likes of us. With these beauties, we can only meet in dreams. The hero looked surprised at the guy who had spoken before him. It was a blonde guy who had put on white clothes over the outfit. Louis laughed. Wow. He hadn't seen his sister and Eris in a few days, and he couldn't even walk up to them. He started to reply, well, that's a bit much. You talk about them like you spend every day with them. What do you know about them? And who are you to tell me what I can and can't do? He was getting really angry at the guy who was bothering him. At that moment, Miko noticed her brother and realized that some player had gotten so cocky that he wouldn't let him come to her. Without a second thought, she went to Louis, thus making the players standing around froze with open mouths from admiration and at the same time incomprehension of what is happening. Meanwhile, the guy who had stuck to Louis went on to say, I know you're trying not to show your feelings, but we're all in the same boat here, and no one is going to let you get even one step closer to these goddesses. Seeing Miko standing right next to him, the blonde in white attire was at first thrilled to be so close to her. But after a second, he realized that the girl had not come to him and was ready to attack Louis. Seeing that something wrong was happening, a guy in a green cloak jumped up to the blonde to hold him back. Meanwhile, the players started talking about why the goddess went after this guy, who he was. Could this be her boyfriend? But that's just not possible. You can't meet your love in games. Miko looked at her brother's tired and painfully dear eyes. The girl didn't know how to explain it all to him. Meanwhile, the blonde out of anger continued to shout, what the hell? You're not a couple. Our goddess cannot belong to someone. Not being able to stand the silence between them, Miko rushed to Louis and hugged him tightly around the neck, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Seeing this, the people present went into a frenzy of anger. In the next moment, a tremendous anger filled their hearts, and they began to shout, what a jerk! Even if you don't tell us your name and level, there will still be trouble. We need to get rid of him immediately. But hearing Miko say, brother, I missed you so much, the angry crowd froze in place, coming to their senses from another shock. This phrase made the agitated players stop instantly, and everyone breathed out a sigh of relief as they realized it was brother and sister. Eris had been watching the whole time. She was also very happy to see Louis, but she didn't have the courage to approach him first, and he was fully occupied with Miko right now. Suddenly, the girl heard the sound of an incoming message. Seeing the sender, she looked at the envelope in surprise. She didn't want to read the message. Eris knew that she should not expect any pleasant news from this person, but there was no other way to know what they wanted from her. In the meantime, the unknown girl hiding in the shadows was watching carefully what was happening in the Mirror Kingdom. Some guy came up to her and bowed to her and started to say, Madam, we have received a refusal. Hearing this, the lady became furious and in anger easily scratched the concrete walls. She began to say these girls are real fools if they do not agree to such a proposal. But if they don't go to the Union, then they don't belong in the primordial realm. Call the men. We'll surround them and destroy them immediately. It was the backyard garden devil and her gang. Unaware of the danger they were in, Miko happily continued to hug Louis. They hadn't seen each other for only a week, and the girl missed him as if it had been forever. Miko was ready to cry from happiness that they were together again. After the death of her parents, they had not been apart for such a long time. She was genuinely happy that Louis was finally by her side. For all these years, she got used to the fact that she was not only under the care, but also under the protection of her older brother. Meanwhile, Eris received new messages from the Deviless in the backyard garden. She offered to cooperate and wanted the girls to lose and split the winnings. She went on to say that this was not a request, but a warning, and refusal would force her to take extreme measures. Suddenly, Miko realized why the crowd had suddenly gone wild. To her, she's just hugging her little brother, but the others don't know they're related. These guys must have already thought of something about it. She sighed loudly, concluding that it was very hard to be a beauty. Miko's hug was so tight that Louis cringed. There was no way he could have expected his little sister to be so strong. At that time, a whole crowd of armed players were already heading towards the Mirror Kingdom. Eris approached Louis and Miko, and before they could even say hello, there was the sound of approaching footsteps, and everyone started to look around at the noise. They saw a group of people coming, led by the Deviless from the backyard garden. This could only mean one thing: she was going to punish someone again. Louis and the girls stared in surprise at the group that was coming at them like a storm cloud. The boys stood in utter bewilderment, and the incoming fighters surrounded them more and more tightly without giving them a chance to leave. The hero's eyes lit up angrily as if warning that it was dangerous to come any closer to them. The Deviless from the backyard garden, accompanied by two sturdy boys, stepped forward. Louis told Eris and Miko to keep their heads down as if to keep the girls out of danger, and immediately took a step towards them. Miko took his hand and started to say, "Brother, she came for me, so let me handle this myself." The girl fearlessly approached the Deviless, and she began to speak. "Here we meet again. Today you will fall on your knees and beg me to forgive you." Louis asked Eris what was going on and what was the reason for the conflict between his sister and this girl. To which Eris started to say she wanted us to work with her and deliberately lose to take betting money from other players. But we didn't agree. That's why she's here. At that moment, the Deviless from the backyard garden started ordering her soldiers to surround the trio more tightly. She was shouting so loudly that the players standing nearby had their ears ringing from her thin, shrill voice. Louis realized that there was no way to avoid a confrontation and thought of a plan of action. He began to play a map of the Mirror Kingdom in his head, noting the location of everyone present. Outraged by what was happening, Eris and Miko's fans were about to defend their goddesses. But the gang from the garden in the backyard started shouting that it was none of their business and that the players should mind their own business. Seeing that the guys present really intend to fight for these girls, the Deviless fiercely began to shout that you are rioting. If you go against the backyard garden, you'll face the consequences. The players froze in indecision. They realized that the consequences could really be dire for them. Miko was very touched by the concern of the people whose names she didn't even know, and she bit her lip, not knowing how to prevent a fight. She started to say, "You guys don't have to go up against them for me. It's okay. We'll deal with them ourselves." Louis's jaw dropped when she said that. The three of them would have to fight off a whole gang of well-trained fighters. The others were a little confused. After all, they could not understand what was going on and what was the right thing to do. Seeing how heated the situation was, Eris started shouting, "Miko, why don't you tell us why they want to punish us?" "Fine, then I'll tell you. It's because we refused to lose on purpose to take the players' money." At that moment, Eris saw Louis smiling proudly, and she clamped her eyes shut and showed him her tongue. She went on to say, "Miko, don't be stupid. Let them help us. After all, there are too many of them for us to defeat them all by ourselves." But Miko stubbornly started to answer Eris. "I can't ask them to do anything that will hurt them. Everyone is free to make their own decisions." Hearing this, the players thought for a moment. After all, they could really be punished severely. Everyone had a difficult choice to make: to rush to the aid of the girls they idolized and get into trouble, or stay out of it and let it go. The Deviless approached Miko and began to speak. "You idiot, you think you're going to make a mini speech and they're going to rush to your aid. With the influence of the backyard garden and its power, they wouldn't dare go against me for you." Some of the players started to say, "Brothers, this is just a game we play to deal with stress and let out emotions. But now our goddesses are in trouble because of us. Can we cowardly hide and watch them get bullied? Can we call ourselves men then?" The Deviless furrowed her eyebrows in puzzlement at this, and Miko smiled gratefully at the supporting players. The other guy started talking. "Moreover, our brother-in-law is watching. After all, each of us wants one of these girls as a wife. If we don't do anything, how can we look him in the eye?" Louis was completely speechless at these words. Seeing his confusion, Eris started laughing with her hand over her mouth in embarrassment. She wasn't used to her popularity and attention. All the players who were in the mirror realm began to surround the incoming gang from all sides. One of the backyard garden fighters started telling the Deviless that they had brought few people and should retreat. Fear flashed in the girl's eyes, but she still continued to threaten everyone, saying that going against her meant going against the entire backyard garden, and that they should all think twice about it. Interrupting her intimidation, one of the players started to say, "I hated the backyard garden before. You think you can scare us all? Brothers, let's leave them in the secret mirror area and not let them get out of there." They immediately grabbed the Deviless and began to forcefully shove her into the secret mirror realm area. The girl resisted and continued to hurl threats and curses at their heads. Events continued to unfold in the mirror realm. Louis realized that the girls were intentionally using the regular players to fight the Deviless from the backyard garden. Stepping aside, he started talking about how if they wanted to deal with this lady without too much trouble, they needed to lure her into the ruined kingdom and defeat her there. Otherwise, the players in the mirror realm would remain under the oppression of the backyard garden community. Hearing such advice, Miko looked at her brother gratefully. She didn't want the players who had shown their loyalty to her in this way to fall under the tyranny of the backyard garden gang. She remembered how warmly those guys had welcomed them when they first arrived here, and had been supportive all the time. So the girls are trying their best to repay their kindness. Miko began to say that even though the Mirror Kingdom was now under the control of the backyard garden, it was only when the regular players united together that no forces could control them. It was only because everyone was on their own that they had to be defeated by this gang time after time. So we took the chance and with the help of the conflict with the Deviless tried to unite the players. Against all expectations, we were impressed with the result. Now it's up to them, whether they can finally unite and withstand the next attack together or not. But no matter what, the first step has been taken. And on the other hand, having a strong enemy isn't always a bad thing. Listening to his little sister Louis wondered if he should take her with him to level up. She had become so independent and was playing well without his guidance. He's worried for nothing. Looking at the huge number of players, the hero began to think that all of them should become a reliable support for the future of the world. If Miko can unite them, they have every chance to become a huge force. She has chosen her path, and it's completely different from mine. She has a bright future with unlimited potential. Louis realized and accepted that Miko had grown up and could take care of herself. Glancing at the arrows leading to the exit, he realized there was nothing more to do here. Meanwhile, news of what had happened in the Mirror Realm had reached the backyard garden community. A few fighters from the Devilous faction managed to escape. They returned to their comrades and told them that the players in the Mirror Realm rebelled and captured their leader and imprisoned her in a secret room. The management of the backyard garden immediately sent a second support squad consisting of level 45 players to deal with the culprits. Meanwhile, Louis asked Miko to take care of himself and decided to leave the Mirror Kingdom and headed for the exit. But as soon as he left the room, he heard a heavy stomping and froze like a stumbling block from what he saw. A huge group of high-level fighters from the backyard garden were approaching the Mirror Kingdom. The hero began to think, despite the fact that the levels of the people in this group are on average 10 higher than the players of the Mirror Realm, this is a safe zone. Fighting is not allowed here, so it's okay if they meet and talk about what happened. Miko only needs to lead the Mirror Kingdom players to deal with this crisis. Then her popularity will skyrocket, and he headed away. Louis realized that Miko would have to work hard to succeed, but she had to make her own way. He would have to work as hard as he could in the remaining 10 days and become even stronger. Suddenly, from all the speakers began to sound the order for the backyard fighters to kill everyone who comes out of the Mirror Kingdom and destroy all the players inside. Immediately, people started yelling at him to stop. Turning around, the hero saw that 3 fighters were about to finish him off with swords drawn. He didn't understand since when had the safe zone become so dangerous that players with higher levels could just come and kill those weaker than him. In the primordial realm, fights between players outside the game were forbidden. At this moment, those inside the Mirror Realm room heard a noise and looked out to see an armed crowd of high-level warriors from the backyard. Everyone was very confused, realizing that they were unable to resist such strong opponents who had come to eliminate them for rioting. When the Deviless heard that help had arrived, she began to shout angrily that there would be no consequences for the rebels and that they would be destroyed immediately. Seeing the confusion and fear on the faces of the guys around her, and realizing the seriousness of the situation, Miko stepped forward. She began to say, "Don't panic. Eris has already gone to get help. Her family's guild has as much strength as the backyard community. In addition to that, we are in a safe zone. The most important thing is the number of people here. Therefore, we have no one to fear." Some of the players started to say, "Yes, that's true, but we need to unite, and then no force will be afraid of us." To which another player cautiously began to ask, "But what about the real world? After all, then they will not leave us alone, even outside the game." Stepping forward, Miko began to speak all behind me. We will negotiate first. In-game conflicts should be resolved in the game itself. Everyone present in the mirror realm headed towards the exit of the room. They realized that only through negotiation could they avoid a duel and further revenge. The white-haired player looked out the door and listened in a whisper, saying that it was suspiciously too quiet. At that moment, Miko and the rest of the guys were already approaching the door. One of the players started shouting what happened there. "Speak up! Don't just stand there!" Miko started to calm everyone down, saying that with their superior numbers, they have nothing to fear. But as she walked out the door, the girl, like the other players, froze in place with her eyes wide open in surprise. There was only one Louis in the corridor with a gun in his hands. The fact that just a few seconds ago there was a whole enemy squad was evidenced only by the flicker of dead players who were leaving the game, dissolving into space. The hero heard a noise behind him. He immediately turned around, ready to repel another attack and continue the battle. Louis saw that it was Miko who came out of the mirror realm accompanied by the players. They looked at him with eyes full of surprise and admiration. Voices began to ring out from all sides, saying that there was no way he could single-handedly deal with an entire backyard support squad. The players started saying, "Can we follow you? If you want us to do something, just say the word." The events then unfold somewhere in the northern part of the no-control zone in a dilapidated town, seemingly devoid of any life. The leader of the backyard, a level 55 fighter named Qiang, has received a message that the support squad he sent to eliminate the rebels in the mirror realm has been defeated. One of his subordinates immediately approached him and bowed low and began to say sorry. "This is all my fault." The players standing around were shocked by this news. After all, a huge number of their comrades had died. Qiang began to say the responsibility for the failure of this operation is really on you, and you will be punished for it. Die and reset your level, then rest in the real world for about 20 days. That will be your punishment, losing levels and not being allowed to play. After hearing what the punishment would be, one of the players started to get indignant and said about 100 excellent level 45 fighters died, and you punish him with a loss of levels and a 20-day break. That's more of a reward than a punishment. The offending player looked fearfully at his comrades around him. He realized that they were right and was afraid that the leader might change his mind and choose another harsher punishment for him. Fearing that Qiang would immediately kill him, the player covered himself with his hand. The leader began to ask what happened. "You are not satisfied with such a punishment." To which the player began to reply that this is the most merciful punishment I could have hoped for. Qiang patted the fighter on the shoulder and continued to say, "Then go. After you rest, come back and I'll give you a new job." Seeing one of his best fighters leaving the game, the leader closed his eyes, saying goodbye to him for 20 days. He was immediately approached by one of the players and began to say that we found out that the man who killed our entire squad is connected to the New Order. In the last 7 days, he went to the dungeon several times in their team. When we were investigating, it was the president of the New Order who stopped us. After listening to the information gathered, Qiang came to the conclusion that the guy who killed his players was Rong's man, the New Order's guild president. He began to think that Rong had already obtained 10% of the computer power membrane, and it seems to be hidden in this guy's body. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so strong. But why would the leader of the New Order guild put the membrane into this player's body? What could be so special about him? Anyway, since he's Rong's man, they'll definitely appear together in the uncontrolled zone. And when they get here, we kill this guy without violating the 4 leaders' non-aggression pact. And if this guy dies at the hands of the New Order's guildmaster, I can blame Rong for everything that happened. Qiang smiled wickedly, happy to see such a cunning plan. Qiang immediately wrote a message to the leader of the asylum in the western part of the no-control zone, a level 56 player named Bing Wen. And he also sent a message to the leader of the skyscraper in the eastern part of the uncontrolled zone to a level 55 player named Dong Yi. Both leaders agreed with the backyard leader's plan. At this time, Louis was still in the mirror realm. He was telling the people present that he needed to go improve his equipment. If they had any problems, he would definitely help. On the one hand, the hero was very tired from the fight. On the other hand, he was tired of the attention and friendliness he was not used to. Leaving the Mirror Kingdom, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. The players came out to see him off and waved after him like some invincible hero. Louis realized that even though he was tired, he had received 100 level 45 equipment spheres, thanks to this incident. Opening the spreadsheet, he realized that he had indeed added 100 spheres to his equipment. The hero began to think, I don't even know how much secret realm essence I'll get when I atomize these spheres. An unexpected but nice win. And Louis stretched happily. Leaving the Mirror Kingdom, he was happier than ever. After all, what had happened here had saved him from worrying about the lack of essence. The hero was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the man who was waiting for him around the corner. It was Wrong, the guild president of the New Order. He started to say, "Hey, don't you want to chat about why I'm chasing after the computer power membrane so hard?" Hearing a familiar voice and realizing how serious a conversation he was being offered, Louis instantly stopped and turned around. The hero approached the guildmaster of the New Order. Wrong continued to stand with his arms folded across his chest and leaning against the wall. He suggested that Louis talk about the topic in another, quieter place. The players went to the cafe. Making himself comfortable, Wrong began to speak. "You already have a few % of the computer power meme. And you guessed right that I went to the Chaos Zone dungeon for it. The reason why I need it is because the membrane is a pass to enter the Chaos Zone. What's hidden in there is very important." Louis began to remember what he had heard about the Zone of Destruction. Before the Primordial Kingdom took over the planet, several major guilds had organized a trip to the zone to investigate the strange activity. But none of the players ever returned. Since then, rumors of the danger of the Destruction Zone have been spreading with renewed vigor. Wrong went on to say there is a power there that grants full power over the primordial realm. Louis surprisingly began to ask the power over the entire game. What does that mean? Don't you think it's funny? For you to just tell me such important information like that. I don't think that's possible. The guildmaster began to reply, "You laughed at what I said about the power over the primordial realm, but you didn't refute what I said." Seeing that the smile was gone from Louis's face, and he was listening attentively, Wrong continued to say that normally the power over a game should be in the hands of the company that created it. Not the game itself, but you knew right away that what I said was not a joke. And he looked the hero in the eye. Louis sat very serious, and Wrong continued to say that you know something too. In that case, I'll cut to the chase and get right to the point. There is indeed a key to the power of the primordial realm hidden in the Destruction Zone. Believe it or not, it's true. You're a very powerful player and I need your power. I suggest you come with me to the Zone of Destruction to get that key. Louis would really like to go on this raid. He realized that this raid was the most important one in the game, but Wrong had already lost his trust. Getting angry, the hero started to say, "Go with you to end up, you betrayed me again. You're making fun of me." Wrong started to answer no. This time the goal is to explore the Destruction Zone together. And of course a stalemate like last time will not happen again. In addition, to enter this area, you must have at least 5% of the computer power membrane. So there can only be 3 or 4 other people on the team, including you. Since we'll be 3 at most, given your power, we're the last ones who'll want to betray you. As for power, I hope we'll share it. But it's up to you, of course. Whether I go with you or not depends on whether I can get more computer power in the uncontrolled zone in the next few days. If I can't go to the Zone of Destruction, then this conversation is pointless. And this conversation is further proof that I don't want our paths to diverge. If I wanted to hurt you, I'd be urging you to come back to the dungeon with us right now. So you have a couple more days to think about it. You can take your time to think things over. And the president of the New Order stood up, signaling that their conversation was over. He was leaving the cafe, going to immediately raid another dungeon in the uncontrolled zone to get computer power. Louis looked at the guildmaster's back in puzzlement. He realized that Wrong was telling the truth. Left alone, the hero closed his eyes tiredly. He really needed to think hard. He began to think according to rumors that no one had returned from the expedition to the Destruction Zone. But the question was how true that was. Maybe someone did. After that, he was able to gain the trust of the president of the New Order to use the power over the primordial realm to take over the real world. It's best not to think about it. I can't afford to go to such a dangerous place. My main task now is to preserve my own strength and wait for the original kingdom to take over the real world. I only came here for a short time to see my sister, but I was first detained by the men from the backyard. Now I've spent so much time talking to the president of the New Order. I hope no one can stop me now. And Louis was about to leave. Glad that he could finally leave this place, he headed for the exit. But the sound of an incoming message stopped him in half a step, making him freeze in surprise. At the same moment, there was a noise in the next room. Louis looked into that room, and after making sure he thought it was nothing, he went to the Department of Equipment Creation and Sales. Looking at the message, the guy exhaled a sigh of relief. False alarm. Nothing important. He's really too overworked to be startled by every slightest sound. Louis entered the Gear Creation and Sales Department and headed for the screen. The hero activated the system and read that after level 50, additional characteristics could be added to the equipment. And every next 10 levels, the number of characteristics available to add increases. He didn't know that before. He began to think again. I have contempt for my past life gaming experience. I have 9 more equipment items to upgrade to level 50. That's going to take 6,300 essences. So if I want to upgrade all my equipment to level 50, I need to spend 2 spheres of characteristics and 9,000 essences. Thanks to the Lighten feature, I can carry level 60 items. But to get that level, I need to give everything extra characteristics. Luckily, the members of the Backyard Squad gave me a bunch of gear. If I use the Lighten the Burden feature, I can upgrade my gear to level 100. Then I don't even have to think about level 60 items. Let's find out how much essence the Backyard Fighters gave me. The hero ordered the orb to be opened and the contents sprayed out. He saw that the Backyard players' equipment contained homemade items with additional strength and agility points, and absolutely nothing for intelligence boosts. So Louis ordered the contents of the second sphere to be atomized. He was overjoyed when he saw that he had obtained 33500 Secret Realm Essence. His eyes lit up and he was glued to the screen. He decided that he needed to upgrade all of his items to level 60 first. His equipment included a balanced awakening shawl, the necklace of the Guardian God, a special battle suit of great wisdom, which included combat boots, gauntlets, gloves, omniscient earrings, crest katana, and a pistol endowed with soul subjugation ability, and a singing serpent. Louis raised his level to 57 and saw that he now possessed such abilities as covering life restoration, blessing, imprisonment, freeze, reset, architect, knowledge gathering. He felt his entire outfit filled with new powers. But despite such a joyous moment, the hero was very upset. Tears came to his eyes. He remembered his past worthless life in the game. Then Louis did not even dare to dream of being at such a high level. Having coped with his emotions, the hero moved on to the next step. Now, it is necessary to give additional characteristics to each part of the equipment separately. But it took time. The guy thought about it, realizing that in order to strengthen all the equipment, he would need 2 days. So he would do it gradually. And while his equipment is improving, so as not to waste time, he decided to go to practice in another raid. Having started the program to supplement all the characteristics of each part of his equipment, hero headed for the exit from the Department of Creation and Sale of Weapons. Entering the team search room, the hero sullenly sank to the ground. How could he forget about such an important detail? After all, to go on a raid in the dungeons need a team of 5 people, the difference between the levels of which will not exceed 10. The hero confusedly grabbed his head with his hands. Right now, in the primordial realm, the level among normal players only reaches 43, while he already had level 57. He was in despair. It's impossible to be inactive for 2 whole days, but where to find players of such high levels? After calming down a bit, Louis sat down on the bench and began to think that he could wait until the regular players reached level 47. But then it would only be a couple of days before the primordial kingdom would take over the world. What should I do while waiting? How about joining a big guild? And then he remembered Rong's words that there was a key to the power of the primordial realm hidden in the destruction zone. The hero convinced himself that it was just a game, but the thought that he could gain control of the entire game did not give rest. If he could get the key to power over the primordial kingdom in the destruction zone, he would have power and fame. And of course, power. But his main goal is to preserve his strength and secure his advantage. If they fail in this operation, all his current progress will completely disappear. Louis couldn't take that risk. The hero wrapped his arms around his head, trying to calm down and make the right decision. The main thing now was to take his time and think things through calmly. He began to ponder if there was any way to avoid being punished for dying in the game at least once. Then I would go. But is it possible to die in the game and not lose all your levels and achievements? What if we use the return sphere? Louis looked at the tower of the game world. The return sphere is located there. It records the player's data, and when he dies, the sphere splits and the player bound to it restores everything he had at the time of recording. The hero continued to ponder, if I can get my hands on the return sphere, I can try to go to the zone of destruction. Before the original kingdom takes over the world, I have 2 goals, one of which is to obtain level 60 gear, already accomplished, and I still have some essence left, so I can use it for betting. It's okay if I lose, but if I win, I have a chance to get enough essence to level up to level 70. After making this decision, Louis began to leave the Mirror Kingdom. The hero immediately went to the tower of the game world. It is a building with only 21 floors. Each floor generates a pattern based on the player where his enemy gatekeeper, one of the characteristics, will be enhanced. The purpose of the tower is to test the overall level of the players. However, to pass it, you have to start from the first floor and pass all levels without interrupting for rest and recuperation. Only in this case, the player can get a reward. The main prize of the tower is the Sphere of Return. Inside the building, there was an arena, which was the entrance to the tower itself. After entering the arena, the player moves to the first floor to fight with the gatekeeper of that floor. There were already 2 people standing in the center of the arena, and other players were beginning to place bets on this fight. The player participating in the confrontation was a level 53 player from the Asylum Guild named BEI. He was concentrating and thinking about staying indifferent, or else nothing would succeed. The second was a level 53 player from the Skyscraper Guild named Ethian. He was smiling cheerfully and waving his hands at the people present, boasting that he would win. Bei watched Ethian jumping in front of the crowd and was ashamed at the unworthy behavior of such a strong fighter. At this time, Lewis walked up to the building and saw the Tower Pass arena. It opens every 8 hours, and in a few minutes the next round should start. As he got closer, he heard the players talking about how besides BEI and Ethian, no one had managed to pass even the 7th floor yet. Everyone was wondering why so many people were stuck on the 7th floor. Is the 7th level Guardian so strong? After all, there are 14 more floors, but for some reason, no one could go further than the 7th floor. At that moment, everyone saw an unknown player come into the arena and stand next to BEI and Ethian, intending to take a chance and break into the tower with them. The people present began to say who this guy was. He's a newcomer, or he wanted to be popular, or just a fool. One of the players said this man hid all information about himself, so we'll just have to see what happens next. BEI looked at Louis and thought to himself, this guy's a real daredevil for not being afraid to challenge the tower with us. Ethian patted Louis on the shoulder and laughing started to say, wow, we've got some rivals. Well, that gives us even more motivation. The hero smiled back at him. He recognized these guys right away. They were the players who were ranked 6th and 7th in the world rankings in his past life. And they were the ones who were the first to be able to obtain the return sphere. At this moment, a message sounded that the tower challenge was about to begin. Louis mentally pulled himself together. By losing this challenge, he would lose almost nothing. After all, he had enough essences. But winning would be worth all the difficulties he would encounter on his way through the floors. The system alerted the players in the arena to check their overall level, and the 3 brave men, Louis B. and Ethian, began to move from the arena to the first floor of the tower level. As the players were leaving the arena, 2 guys entered the tower hall. It was Gansey and his buddy who had gotten the idea to open the betting on the Louis and Thunder bouts a few weeks ago, when our hero had just returned to the game. When they saw Louis in the arena at the last moment, they got excited about this stranger. After all, thanks to his victories, they won a huge amount of money on bets. Seeing that the hero has already left the arena, these 2 as quickly as possible went to the other players so as not to miss anything. They went back to their old ways and started shouting that they were opening bets for a one-on-one bout between Bei and Ethian against an unknown newcomer. Gansey shouted, "It's a battle of old and new. Who will get through next?" The full-scale battle begins. Meanwhile, moving from the arena to the first floor, Louis began to activate all his skills. He didn't know what exactly he would face. Therefore, he began to prepare in advance. The system informed him that at the moment he could use such abilities as life cover, restoration, blessing, conclusion, freeze, gathering knowledge. After going up to the first floor, the hero paid 7,300 essence for the opportunity to fight for this level. He immediately received a message saying that for each floor of the tower he passed, a reward of 3,600 essence would be given. If he lost, he would lose everything he had earned. Feeling the hard floor beneath his feet, Louis looked around. He was in a huge empty room where the floor's gatekeeper was already waiting for him. He was the guardian of the first gate, a level 57 defense specialist. Looking at his opponent, Louis began to mentally prepare for the fight. He began to think, I'm being overconfident. All I know from my past life is that you can get a return sphere here. However, I'm not familiar with the rules here. But I came here for the orb, so don't give me any crap. I've met enough worthy opponents along the way. It's even more interesting this way. And the hero confidently began to draw his katana. He had just taken the hilt and had not even had time to pull out his battlemate, but the guardian was already coming at him like lightning with his sword drawn. Amazed at his speed, Louis barely had time to fend off the gatekeeper's attack. It was going to be a tough fight, but there are no rewards without risk. You can't overcome challenges without a strong desire, and he really wanted to complete this quest. So without giving the guard a second thought, the hero attacked him at the same moment with a powerful blow. The gatekeeper did not expect such a quickness, and did not have time to react, and Bounce immediately paid for it by getting seriously wounded. Lewis was surprised. He hadn't expected a defense specialist to make such a blunder in the first few seconds of the fight. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the tower, the remaining players kept their eyes on the ranking table. Bai and Ethian had already reached the third floor, while Louis was still on the first floor. The observers were happy for these two guys and said that without Bai and Ethian, the ranking table would be a table of shame, because then it would consist of mediocrities who couldn't make it past the seventh floor. One player with ashy hair began to say, "I heard that Ethian had become much stronger for some unknown reason, so this time he'll definitely make it to the end. I even specifically got a skyscraper badge to join this guild as soon as Ethian passes all the floors," and he admiringly began to look at the yellow shiny badge. This boy fantasized about how he would later be able to brag to everyone that he was working with Ethian himself. He couldn't wait for his moment of popularity. Meanwhile, Gonzi and his buddy were sitting on the sidelines taking bets on the fight. They were talking about how brave Louis was for daring to take part in such a challenge. Gonzi's buddy was very worried this time. After all, Bei and Ethian were high-level players of the Asylum and Skyscraper guilds. Thanks to the resources of these guilds, their players' level was on average a dozen higher than normal players. But Ganzi put his arm around his comrade's shoulders and began to say, "This stranger Louis is not a member of any guild. For most players, it seems impossible for someone without a guild to get above level 40. To which his buddy began to reply, "But we don't even know if this player has reached level 40 or not." Ganzi realized that the comrade was right, and they really don't even know what level Louis is at. And they had once again bet a huge amount of money on him winning. The betting signal sounded, and the two adventurous brokers froze in surprise in front of the screen. They saw that 325 bets had been placed on Louis's victory, and more than 122,000 bets had been placed on Bei and Ethian's victory. Cold sweat rolled down their shocked faces. They had no idea that such a huge number of people would want to participate in the betting, and almost everyone would bet on Bei and Ethian to win. They could only pray that Louis would win. Meanwhile, the hero continued to fight with the guardian of the first floor defense specialist. Louis was striking with such speed that the gatekeeper didn't even have time to defend himself and was defeated in just a few minutes. The hero moved to the second floor and fought with the gatekeeper of this level, an attack specialist. The fight ended before it could even begin. Louis swung his sword and the head of the gatekeeper said goodbye to his body forever. With the same success, the hero defeated the third floor guardian of the endurance specialist, the guardian of the fourth floor of the dexterity specialist, the guardian of the fifth floor of the intelligence specialist, the guardian of the sixth floor of the perception specialist, and began to move to the seventh level of the tower. In this way, Louis defeated the 6 guards in a matter of minutes and without much difficulty. Despite their levels, the gatekeepers were not strong opponents for him. After reaching the 7th floor, Louis faced the next guard. It was a level 57 fighter who was a first-rate expert of all characteristics. Looking at his opponent, the hero remembered that this was the guardian that few people could defeat. Apparently, he had some kind of special power or ability. The gatekeeper prepared for the attack, and the hero was even glad that he finally got a worthy opponent. The 7th gatekeeper immediately attacked. Louis bravely rushed towards him, noting that there was something familiar about the gatekeeper's movements. Already after the first skirmish, the hero guessed about the secret abilities of his enemy. He's able to adapt to each player copying and repeating his movements. In this case, it turns out that the characteristics of the Guardian twice exceeds all the skills of Louis. Meanwhile, in the observation room, some girl began to attract the attention of the players by pointing her hand at the ranking table. She started talking about how this newcomer managed to pass 6 floors so quickly. Look, he had already reached the 7th level. The other observers' jaws dropped from surprise. They couldn't believe that Louis had equaled Bei and Ethian in strength. Looking at the ranking table, the ash-haired player couldn't believe his eyes. He began to think, yes, who is this Louis, and where did he even come from? But aloud he began to shout calmly. Reaching the 7th floor is common. Many of us have reached it, but we couldn't get past it. A normal player can't defeat a guardian of this level. Defeat this gatekeeper can only be possible if the player is a member of a huge guild or has some unknown power, which is unlikely. But obviously this Louis is a loner without a guild, so he is an ordinary player, and no matter how dexterous he is, the 7th floor he cannot pass. The first place in the ranking of passing the tower's levels was occupied by Ethian, who reached the 8th floor. BEI had also reached the 8th floor and was in 2nd place. Louis was still in 3rd last place, still fighting for the 7th floor. Suddenly, the numbers on the table updated. Our hero was still in 3rd place in the ranking, but to everyone's surprise, he suddenly gained access to the 8th floor. There was silence in the observation room. Now the shockwave had hit everyone without exception. After all, Louis was the first person after BEI and Etienne to defeat the 7th floor guardian. But our hero was unaware of the furor his rapid advancement through the levels had caused. At this point, he was calmly moving to the 8th floor. Here, the gatekeeper of the 8th gate was already waiting for him, a second-rate dexterity specialist. This is a guardian, without special skills, who fights by absorbing and copying the movements and skills of the opponent, except that the opponent knows nothing about it. Stepping to the 8th level, Louis drew his katana, and the gatekeeper immediately began to copy his movements. The gatekeeper got into the same pose as the hero and drew his sword. Louis attacked, and the gatekeeper reacted just as quickly, copying his every move. The hero barely had time to dodge the blow. He felt as if he was fighting himself. But in the next moment, Louis realized the cunning of the gatekeeper and used his power of imprisonment on him. There was no way the gatekeeper could copy that. Before he even realized what had happened, the gatekeeper was frozen in place, imprisoned in tight chains, and the hero was on him, swinging his katana. His sword whistled through the air with great speed, and in a second cut the 8th level gatekeeper's body into many pieces. The gatekeeper began to dissolve into space, and Louis heard the notification that the 8th floor gatekeeper had been defeated by a 2nd level dexterity specialist. The hero began to analyze the past fight. He began to think, judging by the speed of the agility of this guardian, was twice that of the gatekeeper of the 7th floor. So every 7 floors, the gatekeeper's basic characteristics double. Well, it looks like victories won't be so quick and easy from now on. The teleportation message begins to sound. Next, Louis goes to the 9th floor of the tower. The hero realized that now he had to be more careful. Meanwhile, on the table, there was information that the 3rd player, named Louis, goes to the 9th floor, and Etienne and BEI had reached the 11th floor. And then those present in the observation room thought that the ranking table had gone crazy. The data on it began to change rapidly. BAE and Etienne 12th floor and Louis 11th. Etienne and Bay are 13th floor and Louis is 12th. Etienne Bay and Louis 14th floor. The observers were utterly bewildered. They were saying how it was possible for someone without a guild to go to the tower with popular players like BEI and Etienne and match their strength. Who is this Louis, and where did he even come from? The ash-haired player started shouting he was able to catch up with the two of them, but they are the best high-level players of the big guilds, and a normal player wouldn't be able to match them. But the red-haired guy started to answer him defiantly, "You're really underestimating us ordinary players. Bay and Eothian are very strong, it's true. But you shouldn't operate on that and exalt the big guilds, especially since you are also a loner and don't belong to any community." After hearing this, the ash-haired player pulled out and showed everyone a badge that allowed them to join the Skyscraper Guild. He started to say, "But I'll soon be in the same guild as Etienne, and we can't be compared to some loners. A guild has people, resources, and data to make their members grow faster in strength. A player without a guild has only loneliness." At this time, Etienne, moving to another floor, began to think about how many times I had already come to the game tower. 20, no less. After defeating another guard, he continued to think, as long as nothing important happens in the guild, I spend all my time here. This is one of the few places in the primordial realm where failure is not accompanied by death, but only loss of essence. Eothian had already eliminated quite a few guards and received a minor injury. He had a split eyebrow and a deep scratch on his cheek. The player had reached the 14th floor. This was a very important moment for him. After all, Bai had already been defeated here as many as 7 times. But he was not the type to give up and resign himself to not achieving what he wanted, so he persistently continued to start all over again. Suddenly, a bright, powerful flash illuminated the surroundings. There was such a loud clang of metal that it made my ears ache and my head ring. Before he could even step onto the 14th floor, Eothian sensed the danger and activated the explosive force. A message sounded that the second-rate specialist of all characteristics had been defeated. Before the player had even regained consciousness, he saw the floor guard he had killed leaving the area. The guy could not believe that finally he was able to win this level and pass the 14th floor. He realized that it was because of the explosive power he had received during his training. The player stood almost crying from exhaustion. It was very difficult. After all, this was the first time he had used this power before even seeing his opponent. Tears came to his eyes. So many times he had challenged this level and failed so many times. And here it is, finally the long-awaited victory giving him the opportunity to move on. The ranking table shows that Eothian has moved up to level 15. Bay and Lewis are at 14. When the ash-haired player saw that Eothian was in the lead, he jumped up and down, bragging about his favorite. He started shouting, "While most of you can't even pass the 7th floor, we members of the Skyscraper Guild broke through the 14th floor. The players of our guild are eternal winners." This guy continued to cheer. Even though the other players didn't like him, it was hard to disagree with him. After all, Eothian was still at the top of the rankings. The red-haired player started to say, "Wait, look at that. Louis has already passed the 14th floor too, so some loner is on par with the top guild players." Bragg stopped talking and stared at the chart in a daze. He began to think that it felt like BE and Ethian were becoming less and less reliable, since some loner out there is giving them some decent competition. But out loud, the guy started to say that Lewitt must be working his ass off out there. "You'll see. He'll be out in a minute." The hero didn't know about all the debates in the tower room. He didn't care much for all the chatter. Having won another victory, he moved on with purpose. A notification sounded that Louis had defeated the 14th Guardian. His in-game reward doubled, bringing him 132,000 essences. The hero smiled contentedly. If things continued like this, he would easily pass the tower. Then it would be possible to get equipment up to level 70. After entering the system, Louis was even more excited. After all, if he passed the game tower, he would receive about 300,000 essences. This will allow him to upgrade his equipment to level 80 or even level 90. He has to pass everything, not only for the return sphere, but also for the huge amount of essences. With these thoughts, the hero began to teleport to the 15th floor of the tower. While standing there with a serious expression on his face, Ethian began to think, "I not only managed to defeat that guardian, I still managed to save 30% of my fortune." He was very pleased that he had sensed the danger in just a split second and was able to use his explosive power so cleverly, destroying his opponent in a flash. The system notified that the player continued his trial and began to teleport him to the 15th floor. Having moved, the guy stepped on the surface with a confident and firm step and looked at his opponent without a drop of fear. In front of him stood the gatekeeper of the 15th gate of level 53, a third-level defense specialist with the special skill of Explosive Strike's Bloody Barrier Exchange. Ethian bit his lip and began to think this was a third-level gatekeeper specializing in defense. So he has enhanced attack and stamina. But it doesn't matter who my opponent is. I'm the best player in the tower and have no right to be afraid. Even if I have to lose, let it be a fun fight. Even though the guards have higher stats than me, but there's no telling who will win. And with clenched fists, the player took a fighting stance. At the same time, the opponents rushed at each other. There were no weapons in their hands. It looked as if they were about to clash. But suddenly, the Guardian sent a flying fist at the player and activated the skill of Explosive Blows and Bloody Exchange. Ethian didn't even have time to realize anything. Only a voice came from somewhere in the distance, informing him that he had died after failing the tower challenge. A shadow of painful disappointment and horror swept across the faces of the players' fans. They had sincerely hoped that this time Ethian would be able to conquer the tower, but he fell from the guard's first strike. The ranking table showed that all three players, Ethian, BI, and Louis, were level 15. But those watching weren't sure if BAE would be able to conquer the 15th floor and continue to set the record. After all, he and Ethian are equal in strength, and Ethian didn't succeed. The red-haired guy, turning to the ash-haired player, laughed and began to say, "Ha ha, this is the strength of the Skyscraper Guild." But the braggart was not confused. He immediately took out a badge from his pocket, allowing him to join the Asylum Guild, and began to say, "Oops, looks like I took the wrong badge by mistake. I wanted to join the Sanctuary Guild." He scratched his head awkwardly, as if he had actually forgotten which guild he was going to join. The others looked in his direction with utter disdain. The boy glanced fearfully at the badge in his hand, glad that he had another guild badge. Now his popularity depended on whether BE could make it to the 16th floor. Meanwhile, Louis fought fiercely with the gatekeeper of the 15th floor of the tower. At last, he had a strong opponent and a worthy guardian to protect his territory. The confrontation had been going on for several minutes. Seeing the fury with which Louis was attacking, the gatekeeper began to activate his special skill blood exchange. Realizing what ability the enemy was going to use on him, the hero remembered how to turn the negative power flying at him into its own power. Dodging the guardian's attack, Louis managed to redirect the power of the blood exchange to the gatekeeper who released it and began to beat up his enemy. But for some reason, the gatekeeper's health was inexhaustibly regenerating. There was still 2 minutes and 30 seconds left until the end of the blood exchange. And despite the powerful attacks, Louis could not stop the opponent's health regeneration. His strength was beginning to leave the hero. He realized that if the Guardian continued to regenerate in the same way, the hero would simply die. Realizing that only the power of the blessing could save him, Louis immediately activated this ability, doubling all his stats. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 15th floor of the game tower, BEI teleported to this level. On the way, he began to think my current state wasn't that bad. I can't relax. But I guess getting through a couple more floors won't be a big deal. As for getting through the tower completely, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. The gatekeeper was already waiting for him. A level 53 gatekeeper of 15 gates. A level 3 power specialist with the special skill of explosive blows. The system signaled the start of the fight and the opponents took a fighting stance. The player had 5 minutes to defeat this level gatekeeper. BI realized that this gatekeeper with a decent chance to fight back. He wouldn't be able to get through the 15th floor by agility like in the past, and with so little time to fight. Determined not to waste precious time, the player rushed to attack. He knew that only speed and onslaught will be able to distract the enemy. The main thing is not to give him the opportunity to use an explosive attack. Louis was finally losing his strength. He was running out of power. He had no more energy left for more than one attack, and if he didn't give it his all, he'd go after Ethian. Gathering himself and concentrating on his speed, the hero attacked the gatekeeper with such aggression that in just a few seconds he was lying defeated on the floor. Only now Louis realized that in order to stop the Guardian's health regeneration from the blood exchange, he had to strike him 3 powerful blows in 1 second. At that moment, he received a message that for defeating a 3rd-ranked stamina specialist, in addition to the essence reward, the hero would receive an additional reward of 1 stamina point. He began to think that from the 15th floor, in addition to the usual reward, he would be given an additional boost. That's not bad. I wonder if I can rejoin the tower. The system alerted that it was teleporting Louis to the 16th floor of the tower and warned that his power blessing might be dissipated at this level.